Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Ross Merriam, and today we are bringing you a team tournament of paper magic. It's going to be awesome. Ross, we got standard, we got modern, we got popper. A lot of action is going to be going down today. I can't wait to cover these rounds with you, as we do seem to have 7 rounds of Swiss kind of to a top 8.
Yeah, huge event here with over 64 teams to get to that 7th round. So looks like we have a lot of players itching to play with their friends, and maybe a lot of players itching to play Pauper. Not something we see a lot on this side of the Atlantic, but I'm very excited to show off this format. It's super fun. I'm always very jealous when I see Pauper getting going on in Italy and all the other Pauper events that happen in Europe. So really happy to see what the players are going to bring, because that's going to be, I think, a big advantage if you have a team that has an experienced and strong Pauper player. It could be like the back in the day when you were the SEG team events, when you had the Legacy Landsringer on your team.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick up Popper and play. It's definitely an approachable format, but there are some decks you might run into, like, the Spy combo deck, where it's similar to other formats, but it has some big differences, and knowing those differences can be winning or losing. I can't wait to see what happens there. I also can't wait to see what these players are playing for, as this weekend we do have lots of prizes on the line here. This is a 10K team trial, as you can see on your screen here. First place teams gets $3,000 and 30 points per player. We do have a leaderboard. Let's pull up that that yearly leaderboard right now. It is not quite updated yet with yesterday's results. We're going to have that for you in the next round. But basically, every name in orange you see here will be invited to our end of the year Players Championship. 5 digits of prize support going on, a Pro Tour invite, and so much more. We can't wait to talk about that more as the day continues. And we have some players to watch, as we have a lot of team names here going on. Ross, seeing who can make it to our top 8 today and maybe, get some points, make it to the end of your event. Really quickly here, you're going to see the team of Rodney Bedell, May French, Daryl Ayers. A lot of names, if you watch these events or some of those old SCG events from before, you're going to recognize. We have the same here for Hayes Johnson Conan, Falk Gonzalez Smith, Dykeman Silman Smith. So many great names. Can't wait to see what's going to happen here. And if you want to come out and play with us, you can. In Mundelein, Illinois, it's going to be our event September 13th through the 14th. Saturday, we have a 10K Modern Showdown. You win the Modern Showdown, you're going to make it to the end of the year Players Championship I talked about earlier. Immediately, you don't need to grind points. You just get there. And then Sunday, we have 2 events going on. So we have a Legacy Trial. This is just a 2.5K for Legacy. Paper cards coming out and play. And then on Sunday as well, we have an Edge of Eternity sealed. That way, if maybe Legacy isn't your thing, that's totally understandable. We get that you still want a game. We have a sealed event going on for you. We've had those been going on in a side events throughout the year. They've been very popular. We can't wait to have that happen. And we will stream the Legacy event here on Twitch, and you will have the VOD up on YouTube. So make sure to follow that way you don't miss any of the action. Then our last event of 2025, Ross, Elmhurst, Illinois, November 1st and 2nd will be happening. That's going to have a team 10K showdown on Saturday, and it's going to be standard sealed modern. Like we mentioned before, we've heard y'all like sealed, so we're trying to work it into more stuff. We'll see how that goes. We want to get feedback today on Pauper as well, not only from our players, but from you, the viewer. Let us know how you liked it. And then Sunday, 10K modern showdown going on, and that's going to wrap up our open play for the year, Ross. So then after that, we're going to be getting into that Players Championship. We're going to see who's going to be our 2025 champion. Can anyone take down Theo Jung? He's sort of reigning champ at the moment. He's waiting there at the end. We have a lot of great names already on our leaderboard who have qualified, players like Andrew Ellenbogen, Grayson Nimitz, who are gunning for that title. But when it comes time, we'll have to see if they can keep up.
Yeah, that's going to be a very dense field, a ton of strong players. Really, really cool event. Can't wait for that one. But still have several tickets to punch to it. And, players will put in some work today to try to get there. No automatic qualifications today, but a ton of points on the line. And you saw that leaderboard slide. There's a bunch of players that are very, very close. So a strong finish today will go a long way towards putting them in pole position heading into the final 2 events of the year.
I agree. Well, with that going on, let's head down to our feature match area and see what those players are going to be battling with as we have our first couple of players in the area. We're going to be starting with Modern here. We do have 3 formats going on, so we're going to have nonstop magic action. We're going to be hopping around a lot. We're going to start here with Gruul Brood Scale on your left from Fletcher Johnson versus Boros Energy from Jason Morantz on your right. Ross, I know you've played a lot of this Brood Scale deck. How's this matchup?
This is a really cool matchup, and the numbers are slightly favored towards Brood Scale, but it's one of those matchups where Broodskell wins a lot of the close games, the games that go a little bit longer. The games that Boros Energy wins tended to be non-close affairs and very fast affairs. So it's a matter of the Broodskell deck getting out ahead, early with those cheap creatures, and then finishing off the game with Bombardment Ajani. Goblin Bombardment is a really key card for them because the Broodskell deck can come back from a lopsided position on the battlefield, especially post-board with the sweepers. But in game one, it's really going to be all about Emrakul in the late game for coming back. So the Broodskell deck needs to, generally you're not looking to combo as much early because the Boros deck has a lot of cheap removal. So you're looking to play defense early, use the threat of the combo to make the Boros deck slow down and hold up interaction so they don't die, and then use that extra time to get to your powerful end game and those Emrakuls.
Okay, I'm excited to see it. As these players are resolving their mulligans, the 6 series double checking. Our other matches you can see on your screen is the Blue Terror Mirror. If you're not familiar with Pauper, we know it's kind of a burgeoning format here in the West. We'll get you the lowdown on that. Pretend it's the Blue Jund deck, and then up in our standard match, which don't worry, we're not going to anytime soon. We have VV Cauldron, Demir mid-range. Maybe if VV isn't over there, we'll take a peek ski-poo. But for right now, Ryan Hayes top-aided our event yesterday on VV, and his teammates said, back to it, boy. More VV for us.
Get back into the salt mines.
Yeah. You top aided yesterday? Great. You're locked in on VV. No blue-white control for you. Because we are going to see a fetch into a forest into a Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, not a great one in this matchup, but fortunately, Bauble can cycle later in this game.
Another classic MH3 card.
Very important one in a lot of matchups, usually the ones involving Solitude.
Yeah. I was going to say, this is in the dark here. Maybe Fletcher knows the opponent here, but in theory, this is, in the dark situation. And Vexing Bauble is really good in some of these matchups as a turn one play. As we are going to see Malevolent Rumber off the Urza Saga, and we have some options.
Yeah, so Eldrazi Temple is the best card in the deck. But if he has his mana all set up, then the Fleshraker is definitely the best threat among them. And it looks like that is the choice.
All right, Glaring Fleshraker does go to hand. We get a Scion out here, and then we're going to pass the turn.
Fleshraker, part of the secret second combo in this deck, which is 2 Fleshrakers, almost always just ends the game with Kozilek's command.
Plus spells.
Yeah.
The old, Kozilek's command for X is a lot, and then do it again, take a lot.
Yes. You dig for the second Kozilek's command with the first one, also make a bunch of spawns, then sink all that mana into the second K command, make more spawns, they die.
Oh, yeah. That's a boom moment. And we're going to see a fetch into a Surveil land. We're going to bin Ragavan. Draw Ragavan. Fetch here.
There was no 1-drop for Jason here, so she's off to a little bit of a slow start. Is not a good sign in this matchup, but this Boros deck can go from 0 to 60 pretty fast. If this is something like a Guide of Souls plus Ocelot Pride turn, if there's a Johnny this turn, then Bombardment next, that would be a great follow-up.
Yeah, it does look like I see a Bombardment hanging around in hand, as here's a Guide of Souls into Ocelot
There
Pride.
it is.
That's not too shabby. Gain a life, gain an energy, make a cat, do it again.
Now, I see Walking Ballista in hand for Fletcher Johnson. So with a land, can play that for 2 and pick off the Ocelot Pride while leaving the Ballista around. And Ballista Blade is a very strong sort of mid-game play from the Broodscale side of this matchup. Can clean up a lot of the Boros battlefield.
All right, Eldrazi Temple comes down. You mentioned that being one of the best cards in Fletcher Johnson's deck. Had one rolled up, and now thinking about, do I want to play this Fleshraker? Do I want to play this Ballista? Do I want to make a construct? How am I going to play this game?
Yeah, now the turns get very interesting. There's Fleshraker and Chrysalis in hand, but no red mana for the Chrysalis yet. Wouldn't be surprised if this Urza Saga gets Springleaf Drum next turn so that they can play the Chrysalis, but... Ooh.
All right. Fleshraker into Walking Ballista for 1. Trigger the Fleshraker. Make a spawn.
Okay.
Take 1. Take another 1.
So choosing to throw away the Ballista in order to establish the Fleshraker early.
All right. right.
Because I think there's a second ballista in hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like Ballista and Writhing Chrysalis
Okay.
are Meander. So this makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Establishing Fleshraker as early as possible is quite important. When you have it in your hand, it really goes down in effectiveness the longer you wait to get it on the battlefield. Uh,
Mhm.
is rather easy for the Boros deck to kill, but it's a priority for them to kill. So this kind of forces the hand from Jason, makes her respond to the Fleshraker rather than maybe spend all of the mana on something like a Seasoned Pyromancer or Fable.
Yeah. And now Jason is taking a think. We know that there is both Pyromancer and the Bombardment in hand, but I think the only one mana spell we have is Static Prison to go with the Bombardment. So it would be sort of a big turn when it comes to, presenting answers to potential problems.
Yeah, and Static Prison is an awkward one because of the Saga on 2. That can always find a Haywire Might.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting too because with the bombardment in play, you maybe want the Haywire Might to come down to answer the prison, but not now that your bombardment's there. It's a tricky spot.
And also still with the Writhing Chrysalis hand and the lack of red mana. So there's a lot going on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Vexing Bauble get sacrificed using the spawn just to get a little bit more information. If Fletcher finds a
Mhm.
red source off the top, then it'll be easier to go for Haywire Might instead.
Mhm.
I suppose they can always sack it on their turn with like the Urza Saga mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no point in doing an end step because they're using a non-renewable resource for the mana.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I also like you maybe just want to start making some constructs here too, like depending on what you draw. So
Generally, constructs are a pretty low priority for the brood scale deck. You
mhm.
don't make them that big. Sometimes you can get aggressive, especially if you have a Fleshraker that goes unanswered, but they're usually not a huge part of the game plan, especially in a matchup where you have to be defensive because it takes you a while to get them up to a size where they can play good defense.
Oh, okay. Here, so we're using 3 of our energies. 2 of it gained to us by the Static Prison. I believe that puts us down to 1 energy here for Jason. So she's gonna have only 1 turn of the Static Prison if this Goddess Souls doesn't stick around. So maybe that's gonna add a little bit in as Blade of the Blood Chief is drawn for Fletcher Johnson here.
So, yeah, the blade doesn't help as of yet because they can't really set up a good walking ballista. So, yeah, this is a big search with the Urza Saga. Do they want to get Drum and go for Chrysalis, or do they want to get Haywire Might and interact with Jason's battlefield?
Yeah, really tough spot here.
Because
I
the
do think I
Chrysalis plays good defense on this board, and the extra spawns will really help the Ballista Blade. So there's a high priority on getting that Chrysalis down. But
mhm.
the Goblin Bombardment is such a problematic card.
Yeah, especially too if Jason does something like it looks like we're talking with our teammates here about what we maybe want to do. A Johnny coming down would be such a devastating play to have happen too. So you have to weigh okay, can I wait a turn or two? How much does this stop the Johnny from even just killing me? A tough
Yeah,
spot.
I mean that the Ajani Bombardment is that's a tough one, especially when you don't have much of a battlefield to attack it, because none of the removal really deals with a Johnny. I guess if you could
Mhm.
make a big ballista, you could deal with the Johnny that way. But definitely
Yeah.
something you want to avoid. Post board, you have Thief of Existence that can remove a Johnny.
Hmm.
Game one, it's really about stopping it from transforming.
Yeah.
Looks like Drum. I think that's the RCQ promo Springleaf Drum.
It is. It is. And
So
that,
that's the decision. They went for Chrysalis.
yeah. Oh, looks
Uh,
like, yeah, we're gonna take our redraw first since we do
yeah,
have the Eldrazi Temple.
exactly. And found another Chrysalis. So paid off. I would have liked to see that bauble get sacrificed with the Saga on the stack because it could have informed the Saga decision.
I think so too. Or if you're not going to do that, just play the Blade of the Blood Chief. Just get it in play. I mean, your opponent's showing you 1 Static Prison. These decks don't play a ton of that card, and just have it in play. But it is what it is. as we're going to pay the energy here. So that means next turn we might be getting back Glaring Fleshraker. At worst, it's going to be a little harder to jump our Guide of Souls again.
So
and
the hand
it's
is land, Season Pyromancer, and I believe that isn't a Johnny.
Yeah, I think we drew it off the top. And that is a pretty powerful one here. If you were to Ajani and sack and target the Writhing Chrysalis, it would take 1, you 0, and you get to do another 3. So it wouldn't die just yet without sacrificing more things, but you could also just start going upstairs.
But at this point, even dealing with the spawns is valuable. Fletcher missed the 4th land, and Jason knows that. So cutting them off of mana could go a long way, even if it costs you some portion of your board.
And by the way, the team of Hayes, Johnson, Conan both just got their game 1 wins in the other games here. So Johnson might be, in a little bit of a bad spot as an army of different cat memes hit the battlefield too, representing the cat tokens here. But yeah, I mean, that's the nice part about team tournaments. Sometimes your teammates will bail you out. We'll have to see if those other two can win their games. But we're seeing now from Jason if she wants to throw a cat, and if so, where. Because you are correct, hitting those spawns is pretty important. Even just turning off the Blade of the Blood Chief, with a Walking Ballista can be an important play.
And you've reached also the point of the game where you have to do the Emrakul count. There's artifact, creature, land, sorcery, enchantment in the graveyard already for Fletcher Johnson. That's 5 types. They have 7 mana on the battlefield between spawns and drum and lands. They're only a land away from potentially casting the Emrakul. And when you have Goblin Bombardment in play, Emrakul is a problem.
Yeah. Things would go pretty bad pretty quickly here for Jason if that was the case. So we're going to use the cat. We're going to throw the cat at the Writhing Chrysalis. That makes me think we're going to be committing a lot towards the old Writhing this turn. As Ajani flips.
So 1 damage on the Chrysalis now. The Ajani will be for 3. So if Fletcher wants to save the Chrysalis, they will need to sacrifice 2 spawns.
All right, Ross, I have decoded the hieroglyphics that is Jason's token army. The cat with the fist is the 2/1. The cat with the helmet is the 1/1, because I guess it's bombardment fuel. And we're just going to let the Writhing Chrysalis die to the Ajani.
Yeah, I like this. I think the spawns and the mana is too important.
That makes sense to me too, especially with the other Chrysalis in hand. That one could be getting pretty big in the future too if you want to go that route. So this all checks out to me, as we are going to see the land for turn here for Jason. And her last card in hand is that Seasoned Pyromancer. That's going to be a great refuel card. Plenty of energy too, so that Glaring Fleshraker isn't going anywhere, as a forest is the draw here for Fletcher Johnson.
And this will be lethal next turn between the Guide of Souls attack, the Ajani trigger, and the Seasoned Pyromancer adding to the potential damage from Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot for Fletcher. The old, if you draw lands, then you get the redraw. If you don't draw lands, I get hit for more. As we see Writhing Chrysalis come on down again. More.
So that will get in front of the Guide of Souls at the very least. Or it'll soak up the Goblin Bombardment or the Ajani trigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plays Blade of the Blood Chief. Has land for turn, but uses the spawn to equip the Writhing Chrysalis.
Yeah, why is that forest just staying in hand?
I don't understand either. There's something I think we're missing, but I don't know. Because the last card in hand is Walking Ballista, so it's mana neutral. You just lose a counter.
Yeah, and you're incentivized to keep the spawns on the battlefield for the Ballista next turn to combo with the Blade.
Yeah. Interesting.
That feels like he had his line in his head and drew a land and didn't reassess.
Yeah. And is now, and now Fletcher hasn't played the land in the Emrakul. I doubt we're going to come down to Emrakul, but I guess maybe Fletcher is trying to bluff, like, I have something like Kozilek's Command, right? Like, maybe I have some sort of card and is hoping Jason overthinks the situation. Unfortunately, Boris Energy is very good at outplaying stuff and allowing to not overthink. As we're going to go second Guide of Souls into Season Pyro. That's going to be 2 energy, 2 life, 2 cards.
That'll do.
Might be game 2 as well here, as we drew Flage, the Titan of Fire's Fury.
So now the Ajani trigger is for 6. And that will also get Jason up to 6 energy, which allows 2 Guide of Souls to be paid for. So every single attacker can have flying. So you can send 6 damage straight to the face, and then you have 6 with bombardment. So even outside of combat, it's
Yeah,
lethal.
the game's just over.
Yeah.
The only way you could lose is Kozlik's command removing something in response, or not even lose, not win, I should say. So yeah, you just trigger this, and it doesn't really matter. Like, your play is forced. You're going to use your Johnny either way. Ticking up doesn't do more damage.
And really, what you're seeing here are the consequences of that one Saga decision. If Fletcher finds Haywire Might and exiles the Goblin Bombardment, the Ajani doesn't transform, and none of this is happening. He would have needed to find a red source for the Chrysales to cast those to stop the attacks, but he would have had some more time and potentially could have set up a really good Walking Ballista with some spawns. Instead, went for the Chrysalis too early, allowed the Boros player too much room to establish their own game plan, and it cost him.
Yep. Same with the fetch on turn 1 too, right? We got the forest. Most of these decks do play at least one stomping grounds. That would have helped with the Chrysalis.
Oh, wow.
Let's head over to the Popper.
I didn't even realize it fetched forest on turn 1.
Yeah, we fetched basic forest turn 1 in the dark.
Yeah.
So that might be a situation where maybe Fletcher knew the matchup. Either way, I want to check out some of the other matchups here. Looks like Popper is shuffling up, though. So, all right, go to the standard. We'll only go for a couple minutes, and we can head back if we need to. All right, standard sideboarding too. Oh, no, actually, it looks like Ryan Hayes has just won the game.
Yeah,
so
VV already won that match.
Yeah. So for us, y'all can't see it, but we actually have a secret magic window where we can see some of the other games going on when production lets us. So they were just putting away their cards here, and Popper is shuffling up. So with that all happening, let's quickly talk about one of our upcoming events, the next one happening here, as these players are going to sideboard, and we'll do a quick little sideboard discussion with them in a second. But Mundelein, Illinois, 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday. You win that showdown, you go straight to the end of the year player championship. Sunday, 2 events going on, Legacy and at Eternity Sealed. We're going to stream the Legacy here. I was talking about it before, Ross. I want to see some Deadpool. I know there's some cards that aren't on MTGO. Bring it out. Let me know. September 13th to the 14th, just a couple weeks from now, we're going to be back here doing it again. Can't wait to see that. And Ross, Elmhurst, Illinois is going to be our last event of the year, November 1st and 2nd. Team 10K Showdown, Standard, Sealed, Modern on Saturday. Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown as well to wrap up the year. So going back to our feature match area really quick here, the Popper players have shuffled up and they are ready to battle. So this is the blue Terror Mirror. This is the debut of Popper on the NRG series. Ross, what is going on in the blue Terror Mirror?
So both of these are typically trying to play a tempo game, but when you have the tempo mirror, it's really hard to gain a decisive tempo advantage because both decks end up playing very low curves, and you're just not able to get underneath them. So if one player stumbles and the other is able to gain a significant tempo advantage in the early turns, it becomes really hard because tempo decks are both good at playing from ahead and bad at playing from behind. So it's a compounding issue there. If neither player is able to get ahead early, which I think will happen most of the games, then it becomes very much a card advantage game. Who can leverage their brainstorms best to not flood? Who has a card like Deep Analysis I'm seeing in Estrope's list as one Deep Analysis, that could loom huge. And then it's about who can win counter wars. So making land drops, sort of like a control mirror, is how the late game ends up going. Like who resolves more of their Talarian Terrors and Cryptic Serpents, because neither deck is good at removing those creatures from the battlefield.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we got a blind Delver flip here from Jake on turn 1. Very powerful into another Delver. Lauren revealed found a land. Might be a situation where we kept a land light hand. Unsure quite yet. Julius, fortunately, did not flip the Delver, but does have the second land.
Yeah, so not transforming Dollar Secrets could end up being a decisive advantage for Conan, especially if this second one transforms here. It looks like he's going to try to ensure it does with this brainstorm. He sees his opportunity to gain a decisive lead in the early turns of the game, and he's going to take it.
Yeah, as we're gonna put, it looks like we're discussing with Ryan. So I know Ryan plays a lot of Legacy, so you're used to a couple of these cards at least, right? A lot of brainstorming, a lot of delvering going on there. So the real question is, how used are we to Popper, right? Because as we are talking about before, Popper is popular by all means, but it is definitely the lowest, I probably above Pioneer these days, but on the lower end of the competitively played 60 card formats in the state. So it's going to be a one where you were talking about it. Having someone who really knows what's going on in these matchups is going to be a huge advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And, I suppose that if you were more of a legacy player, this is probably the deck you would want to pick up because of that familiarity. So we might see, players that would normally be in the legacy seat of team events, as that's a common third format, taking this seat and at least being able to sleeve up their brainstorms.
Yep. And we're going to see another flip Delver.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
So that is a Deem Inferior, which was also the reveal. It was left on top of the Brainstorm. Brainstorm makes it a 1 mana play. That draws the counter spell, but this is 2 aberrations to 0. Estrope really needs the Delver to transform and needs it very quickly.
okay. Thought Scour is cast. I believe we can play Artillery Terrors now for 2 mana, if I'm tracking correctly, which is going to be pretty big. Obviously, we already have a couple Delvers in the air going, and they kind of trump everything at the moment, but never can count out the old terror, as we are going to go get an island from our deck here for Julius.
Yeah, doing it on the upkeep in response to the Delver trigger and try to maximize his odds of transforming here. He hits.
It's so interesting too, right? Because it goes both ways. You can use it to reset the top of your deck if it was a land, but also use it to thin. A lot of micro decisions come up in formats like this, and especially with these Delver decks. We do hit though.
In general, you're better served letting the trigger happen first and then seeing if you want to draw that card. But this was a spot where transforming was so important that the minute increase in your odds of doing so outweighed the minute increase in card selection.
Agreed. And now we've got our land for turn. We've got this Delver that's probably on defense. Got to just trade so we can stop getting beamed down in the sky. As Mental Note's going to come down. For those at home, it's basically Thought Scour, except only yourself. So, mill 2, draw a card.
One of the more expensive cards, actually, in this mono blue terror deck. They're like $5 a piece.
$5?
Hey, that for a common.
Yeah, All right, block here.
2 aberrations trade, but there's still aberration advantage on Jake Conan's side.
Oh, and here's Lauren Revealed cycled into an island with at least 1 terror in hand and only 1 mana up for Julius Caesar here.
Yeah, and this is the compounding issue when you fall behind early in the tempo mirror. You're forced to tap out, digging for answers to catch up, and all your opponent has to do is keep landing threats. And with all the cantrips and card selection in this deck, landing threats and finding them, even though there's only 12 creatures, is not that difficult.
And there's the Serpent as well. You might not look it, but these are some hard to beat cards in the Popper format. Change your expectations. Things are a little different. We got Brainstorm, we got Lightning Bolt, we got Dark Ritual, we have Tolarian Terror. As we are going to see a Brainstorm here from the Mystical Archive. You can tell it's a Brainstorm because the tiger is holding its head. It's like, oh, what do I do? Much like a Julius here. How am I going to get out of this one? All right, Thought Scour myself. Get those cards off the top of my deck with my Brainstorm. Nice little combo there. Little draw for turn.
Yeah, I see another Mental Note, but now is not the time to be cantripping. I think you probably need double terror of your own.
Yeah.
Just to stay alive.
And if we do have it, we have a lot more cards than Jake, so we can answer the Delver. We'll be in a pretty good spot.
Hey,
All right, we have our own Terrapin Serpent. So this Delver, we're moving really quick.
oh, this is the tap.
Yeah, tap attack, that's lethal.
Yeah, escaped it from the graveyard.
Yes, yeah. So, Sleep of the Dead is a card pretty commonly played in Pauper, and you see in those sort of spots, it's actually really good. This deck that kind of plays a tempo-y game sometimes is really happy to have a card like this, especially with the self-mill effect. So that's going to do it for this round. Jake Conan has won the match for the team of Hayes Johnson Conan. Congratulations to them. Fletcher, you got in Modern. It happens. That's why you get your strong homies that hake out for you, and now you get to win another round for them.
Yeah. Frankly, it's the best part of team events. Even when you lose, you win.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Hang out with your friends. That's cool, whatever. But you know what's better? Getting the free wins, even when you take the L. But we are going to get an interview with that team here in just 1 minute. They're putting away their cards. And I really like the deck selection, I think, from the team. I think Brood Scale is a deck that's a little underappreciated in Modern. I think I'm assuming that for Pauper, most of our players stay here that play the NRG series regularly aren't super familiar. So I do think Terror, like we mentioned before, is a good deck to pick up and play. And then Vivi Cauldron is just the deck you're supposed to play in Standard. So really solid selection here.
Yeah, completely agree. On all three counts, the Terror deck is, I think, the easiest in for competitive players, especially if you have experience playing Legacy and playing with Brainstorm, playing with Delver, and things like that. So yeah, really strong selection and a good round one.
Nice. Well, as those players are heading over, Ross, your wife is really big into Pauper on the Pauper committee, so I'm sure you've played a little bit. What's your Pauper deck of choice?
So if I was playing Pauper right now, I'd be playing High Tide. I would be that guy.
So. Yeah, I could see you being the High Tide. Well, enough of this guy. Let's get down to that winning and see how they're doing. Congratulations to you all. How are you doing today? Let's start with Ryan, since we didn't get to see any of your standard gameplay. Believe it or not, Ryan, we didn't want to show it. How was your round? You had so much star time yesterday, friend. It was just like we had to get the other people on the team.
Just trying to spread the wealth.
Yeah. Fair enough. But how is the event going? How are we feeling today?
Feels good. Deck's crazy, I guess. It's good. Real good. Play it. Play for Riddlers.
Sounds good. Jake, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is like exactly the kind of Magic I want to be playing, casting a bunch of Brainstorms and Delver Secrets and stuff like that. I'm having a good time.
Awesome.
Always fun to play a mirror match too. My opponent was really good. And it was fun.
But yeah, fair. Mirror matches are fun. Are you familiar with Pauper?
Not since testing for this event. I kind of picked it up to play this event. We were talking about this before. Fletcher was 13-2 testing for Pauper, and then I was really enjoying it, so he let me play kindly.
That's so sick. Fletcher, how are you feeling in Modern, I guess, as I go down the line here?
Great. Modern's in a really weird spot right now where there's tons of decks are viable and kind of the meta online just changes every week. A couple weeks ago, Blink was the best thing to be doing. Energy's always a great thing to be doing, but then more recently it's just been tons of combo decks in top 8s. So there's not really a definitive best choice Ryan got over there in Standard. But I think Brood is pretty well set up against the mid-range decks and also the combo decks because Kozilek's command is just kind of insane against everything.
That is very true. We got to see your first game there, Fletcher, and I know that the key moment of that game was the Saga Chapter 3, where you had the choice to go get your Red Source and Springleaf Drum or get Haywire Might for the Goblin Bombardment. Talk me through your decision process there.
So, I was looking through my deck and was gonna find those two just to look at both of them and kind of see what I thought about it because I had the Writhing Chrysalis in my hand, but obviously didn't have the red mana to cast it. And I kind of wanted to also get the Haywire Might because I had I just drew a Blade for turn and then had a Walking Ballista in my hand. So if they had any X1s, I could just shoot them down. But then Ryan told me I think you should probably get Drum. I'm all right. And that seemed to not work as well as I would have hoped.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Ajani punished you for not answering the Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah.
Pretty tough. That punished you, but Ryan bailed you out for the play by winning the match, so it all plays out in the end here. Nice. So before we all let you go, I wanted to ask, how did we end up playing the modern Brute Skill deck? Because you mentioned modern's kind of in this interesting place. We're getting close to the RC season for everyone. Obviously, we're going to have Spider-Man here pretty soon, which might add something, maybe a little Doc Ock, who knows? So how do we end up on Brute Scale for this weekend?
So we've been like testing a lot of different decks. Like Jake was testing like Mono Blue Belcher, and it wasn't going as well as he was hoping. And then I've tested like a little bit of Energy and a little bit of Zoo. But our team for what was supposed to be the last NRG Mini, our team kind of a lot of us was going to play Brood Scale. So we came together and like built a list that we ended up really liking. Like we found that Ugin is just kind of an unbeatable card for Blink, and we found out we just got to a point in the list that I really really liked, and this is just exactly what that was going to be in Mini.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you all so much for coming and sitting down with us today to talk about this. We're going to let y'all have a little bit of time to go relax before the next round starts. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you all this weekend. Thank you so much. Ross, I liked what they had to say there. They kind of shortened to the point when it came to standard. Hey, I really like Popper, let me play. And then I don't really know, but I like Brood Scale a lot. And so I had some plans. I stuck to it. And I think that's like a really good spot. It's not like Brood Scale is a bad deck, right? Totally reasonable deck. You have plans that you like. You feel well prepared on it. Pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that assessment of Modern right now. There is a ton of viable decks, something like 10 or more that I think could reasonably win a given Modern tournament. So you have a lot of choices to make, and the critical part is being well practiced with your deck, having good plans. Ugin definitely is the haymaker in the Blink matchup. It's an excellent card there. They have 2 copies in their 75, one in the main, one on the sideboard. So very clearly coming prepared for that matchup. I think that's going to be a popular one today. So it's a good, good bit of tuning to position yourself for that matchup specifically. And I think it'll serve them well, even if it, didn't work out well in the Modern scene round 1.
That's fair. Well, our round 1 is about to be over, so we're going to take a quick break and set up for our round number 2, but we'll be right back with more Magic action. See y'all soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. I am Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and today we are doing a team event, Ross, and we have round number 2 just about to start. But before we get into that, let's look at our players to watch leaderboard and see how everyone is doing. As Ross, we got winners.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, everyone out here is crushing it. So all of our players that, we kind of keep an eye on for, whether name recognition or on the leaderboard, they are all crushing it. And speaking of crushing it, we have 2 very awesome decks in our feature match area here to start off our round with Popper. And Ross, let's talk about that as these players are shuffling up here really quick. And I think maybe letting their friends know they're in the feature match area.
Yeah, gotta let everybody know. So you can see the names and matchups here. Starting in Popper, it's going to be Mono Blue Fairies against Affinity. Now, we saw Mono Blue in round 1 with that Terror Mirror. This Fairies build is a very different take on a Mono Blue strategy. Still aggressive, but very, very creature heavy. Not nearly as many counter spells. There's 29 creatures in the main deck for Garrick Alford. The key ones are going to be Moon Circuit Hacker and Ninja of the Deep Hours. These are the ninjutsu creatures. This is the reason why you play all the sort of underpowered, cheap 1-drops. So that you can start ninjutsuing these creatures as quickly as possible. Obviously bouncing something like Fairy Miscreant. If you have a second copy, you can draw extra cards and generate value off of ninjutsu. And then bouncing Spellstarter Sprite, another awesome card to bounce and get some more counters going. I also really like these 4 copies of One Mind, because there are a decent number of humans and non-humans around. A lot of the ninjas are humans. A lot of the early creatures are fairies. So you're able to turn that into a 1-mana draw 2 in a lot of games.
Yeah, this deck does a really good job of sort of playing, like this kind of tempo-y but game plan, but also has a lot of customization, right? We were talking about before this round sort of started here. Garrick has a lot more creatures than the average, blue fairies deck, right? And a little bit less counter spells.
Yeah, he's leaning into the aggro plan. We'll see how that works out for him. His opponent, Eric Hennig, on Affinity. Now, if you're used to Affinity from way back in the day in Standard, from its time at the top of the metagame in Modern in the 2010s, you think of Affinity as an aggro deck. That is not the case in Pauper. Pauper Affinity is really a mid-range or even control deck. It uses things like Ichor Wellspring and a Reckoner's Bargain and Fanatical Offering as its card advantage engine. And then it gets incidental artifacts both from its lands and from Blood Fountain, from Nile's Spellbomb if you want some graveyard interaction. Black Mage's Rod is a recent addition to these decks. So you're casting a lot of spells, triggering the Rod. You also have an artifact that stays around there. A few big creatures, but the card I really want to highlight in this matchup that's going to play a big role is Kark Clan Shaman. So we can pull that one up. Red for a 1/1. Sacrifice an artifact. It deals 1 to each creature without flying. Unfortunately, that includes the Shaman itself. So you only get one shot to sweep the board with a Kark Clan Shaman, but you can frequently sack things like Nile Spellbomb and Ichor Wellspring, draw a bunch of cards, and sweep the battlefield. So that's going to be a really critical card for Eric Hennig in this matchup against the creature-heavy Fairies deck. There are some flyers in the Fairies deck, but a decent number of non-flyers as well, like Brine Barrow Intruder, Moon Circuit Hacker, Ninja of the Deep Hours. A lot of those critical cards are non-flyers. So if you can deal with those, the rest of the deck is like a bunch of poopy 1/1s that are meant to enable the really good ninjutsu creatures. And that can go a long way towards getting the Affinity deck a dub in this matchup.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Well, these players are on mulligan to 6s here as they shuffle up. In our other seats, we have a VV Cauldron Mirror up top in Standard. And then in Modern, we have a Neo Brand versus Jeskai Wizards matchup. So we'll have to check out that one maybe if, there's still some time left after we see some Pauper goodness.
Yeah, love me some Neo Brand. Some people don't. I am not one of them. Big fan.
Well, we'll have to see if time goes. At least that's a very interactive matchup. They probably just have a little bit of time. As it looks like Eric was maybe waiting to see if Garrick is going to keep before looking at the cards. You might notice these players are wearing similar jerseys. Both these players and the whole teams, I believe, are on Team Flex Slot. So you're going to see a lot of that today. As it looks like Garrick is keeping 6 and Eric going down to 5. How does this Affinity deck mulligan?
Well, with all the card advantage in the deck, it actually is going to mulligan quite well. Historically, Affinity is not mulliganed well because you want a big opening hand and spew as many permanents on the battlefield as quickly as you can. But the completely different strategy that Affinity takes in Pauper turns it from a deck that mulligans poorly into one that mulligans pretty easily. You just need to find that combination of Ichor Wellsprings and ways to sacrifice them for value.
All right, well, let's see here. As I do see at least lands and spells for Eric here.
Yeah, and I think there's also a Reckoner's Bargain at the top of that hand.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Pauper, is just how good Sack Draw 2 is.
That's the card draw spells you got a common.
Yeah, and listen, they're very good, especially with Ichor Wellspring, like you mentioned before. It turns them into little draw 3s. As there it is. Very Miscreant hits the battlefield. Tap land.
Could have even gone further and gone for some Cryogen relics. Eric opting not to. This deck is actually mainly Rakdos kind of splashing blue. So Cryogen relic can be a little awkward on the mana.
All right. Moon Circuit Hacker gets Ninjutsu Dan. And it was a 1-lander for Garrick. So we missed on our draw for turn and draw from the Moon Circuit Hacker. And this is bad. This is a deck that actually does not want to be playing one spell a turn. That's not how your deck functions.
Well, found the second land here, so that's good news. 2 or 3 lands and you can function just fine. The deck is full of 1-mana plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually the Pauper deck. I've been on a little bit of a Pauper journey, and I just finished picking up the cards for this deck, and I've been surprised how happy I am to even hit the 4th and 5th land in some games. As we see Ichor Wellspring come on down. This is basically Ancestral Recall for all intents and purposes. You're playing this format. This card's going to be unbeatable. As Brineborn Intruder gets flashed in here, a little 1/2 human of 1 mind technology turned on. Looks like another Moon Circuit Hacker, this time different art, or same art, excuse me. We have the different art for the preview. Pick up our flash creature.
And will it connect, or is there another removal spell in hand?
Yeah, it's interesting. Once you let the first ninjutsu happen, if you have the second ninja, you can't actually Gauth Blast, right? Like, because you just ninja again. So I don't know if Garrick was posturing that I have one to maybe try to trick Eric, but that is just like one of those weird things you learn from playing Popper. It's like once you get to the no block stage, those ninjas are going to hit you.
Yeah, and that is another incentive to keep making your land drops.
Mm-hmm. As now Spellbound comes down, and here we go again. 1-2 flash enters the battlefield. Brineborn Intruder.
This is Ninja of the Deep Hours. Oh, yeah.
That's the OG. A little 2-2 when it hits, draws a card.
One of my favorite cards of all time, Mason.
It is an all-timer card. That is an easy all-timer.
Yeah. I played that card in Standard for about 8 months straight.
Yeah. Well, I plan to play it in Popper until they take it from my cold dying hand straight. So, I got nice old border ones. I'm excited. Now you might just call those bordered ones, Ross, because you're a little older than me. But
the regular border. That's the normal border to me.
Yes, as here comes Mirror Enforcer, just a 4/4 for a lot reduced thanks to all these artifacts. Oh, and the Strix comes down, tapping that Mirror Enforcer, getting in for 3. This is actually such a nice card in this deck, Hero Strix. And in this battlefield, you tap a permanent and then loot for some mana. I've tapped down opposing lands. I've tapped down creatures. I'm always surprised by how good my little owl friend is.
Yeah, it allows the ninja to get in and draw a card. That gets Garrick his 3rd land. Harrier Strix was critical this game.
Oh, okay. Here's a little bit of a combo card. Toxic Analysis. So it gives a creature Death Touch and Lifelink, and you investigate. Remember that Crack Clan Shaman you talked about earlier there, Ross?
Yep.
This plus that card is a way to completely blow out decks like, Golgari Gardens or Gruul, like Ponza or Stompy, whichever one you play against the mono white deck. Very popular part of both this deck and the Writhing Chrysalis Jund deck.
Yeah, unfortunately, this analysis is going to get blown out by a snap. So bounce in response, no, not going to get the investigate.
Yep.
I think that's what they're asking the judge now, just to make sure. Because there's only one instance of the word target, it's not target creature gains these abilities and target player investigates. Because there's only one target for the spell, if that target is removed, the spell is countered by state-based action and no part of the spell resolves. If it was a second target, then it would resolve to the best of its ability. But that is not going to be the case. So this does not work out well for Eric.
Snap here. A card that's weirdly, to my understanding, seen a lot of Popper play in various forms. In this deck, it's kind of removal. It's also a way to buy back something like your Spell Stutter Sprite or use as protection spell here. Sometimes you go infinite with, untapping lands that make more mana and replaying cards, as we are going to see Counterspell here when we've tried to replay the Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah, and just an excellent sequence there for Garrick. Now going to be able to come across, draw more cards, have all his mana untapped. And despite that early missed land drop, the incredibly low curve is really proving to be an advantage here. Mirror Enforcer being a little bit clunky, and Eric has never found any way to sacrifice his Ichor Wellspring, so hasn't really been able to generate much in the way of card advantage, and has also flooded a lot of lands drawn this game.
Spell Stutter Sprite coming down. Black Mage's Rod is going to be the counter for that one. And yeah, when we were coming to this weekend, Ross, as we see, Eric sees the writing on the wall, picks the cards up, can't really get out of this one. When we were going to this weekend, I kind of thought, Terror, Ninjas, Chrysalis, Affinity, and then the combo decks, whether it be Spy or High Tide, would be what we see a lot of this weekend. As you see a little face-up sideboarding. We're going to go hop into the modern match and see how that's going. It looks like they're actually sideboarding, so we'll take a check-in on Standard, see what's happening.
Well, no VV things.
All right.
VV adjacent things.
We do have a profs on. It seems like a fear of missing out that entered this turn. And it looks like we had a 1-2-3 here from John Wagger. But the Mako might be a little newer to the party as it has no counters on it. We're going to cycle a Mako.
Yeah, just a couple lands left now in hand for John. So he's on empty. Not much left for Sam either, but with profs, he can get the biggest creature around and really take control of this battlefield.
And we'll have to see.
What are our delirium counts for these players? I see full delirium for John now with the cycled Mako, land artifact instant creature. On the
Looks
other
like
side,
3 for Sam.
yeah, doesn't have the land. So if Sam can find something like a Steam Core Scholar or a Tursa to complete delirium and make another big creature, he'll really be in the driver's seat here. But if not, our players might just kind of stare at each other because the 4/5 Fear of Missing Out, even though it's the biggest creature, can be profitably double blocked and only trade on a 1-for-1 basis.
All right, and it looks like John's deciding, do I need to maybe, send some people under the bus to push some damage? Obviously, this Fear of Missing Out is the biggest creature on the battlefield currently. Maybe bluffing a little, towards the tower.
And I thought it was 2 lands after the cycle, but maybe there's an Abrade.
I thought it was 2 lands too. I think it might have been a bluff here from old John, trying to get some damage across.
So trades the Fear of Missing Out for 5 damage because he got in with the Mako and the Tursa.
Mm-hmm. And here comes some VV action here.
I see VV Wild Ride, but is there anything to go with it?
I'm not sure either. It looks like we also don't have Delirium yet because we still have double instant in the yard. But we can use the VV mana and try and go from there. We do have a Fear of Missing Out in hand, I believe. So that means we could play that off VV.
Wild Ride is a sorcery, so I believe
it is sorcery. Excuse
complete Delirium.
Yes, that's my mistake. I'm used to cards like, Wild Ride being like a combat trick. So that's on me here as Fear of Missing Out comes down.
So there should be 2 mana in pool, and he drew Tursa off the Fear of Missing Out?
I believe so, yeah. And it looks like
Profs is going to target the VV.
Yeah. Up to 2.
But it is 5. It's a 5 power creature now from the Wild Ride. So this attack is for 14 potentially if you untap the VV with the Fear of Missing Out.
Yep, and you got that extra prof trigger too, which is always such a powerful end game.
So that'll make it 15. I guess going to untap the FOMO, so that'll be back to 14 if the second prof trigger targets that big FOMO. Might see it target the small FOMO just to get all your creatures out of a Braid range.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And it looks like we actually missed the trigger. I kind of suspected this might happen a little, Ross, which is we might have the person who hasn't played the most just play the VV deck, right? Like we saw Will do really well yesterday playing the VV deck. And so I think we maybe just handed over to our friend Samuel and we're like, here you go. I'm going to go play the other format. Speaking of the other format,
powerful as the deck is, it is not an easy deck to pilot, especially through the mirror matches. So that strategy is a big risk.
It is a huge risk. Speaking of risk, let's go back over to Popper, where I can't risk having to see more VV calls run. As Samuel does take a win for the team there.
Okay.
Mulligan here for Garrick.
The big change in these post-sideboard games for the players, a lot of blasting. Red blasts from the Affinity player, blue blasts from Garrick to stop the red blasts.
And then bang, bang, bang. Oh, my goodness. Can production pull up the Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing? Do we have that technology?
Yeah, we should have had that going from the start.
Yeah.
That
would be insane if we had
sideboard cards of the Pauper format. Almost every deck that can cast them has a bunch. You can play up to 8 because there's red elemental, blue elemental, pyro, and hydro.
Yeah.
So you often see more than 4 even in the sideboards. They're just incredibly powerful effects. And with mono blue decks being as popular as they are in the format, red blasts are quite good. There's also mono red decks.
Yeah. The red decks are really good. Mono red and then the Rakdos discard deck, as well as like Rakdos Madness. Very powerful deck in mono, especially because I was to be Pauper, because a lot of Pauper decks are trying to grind out incremental advantage. So they're not very good at closing the door. So even though the Pauper burn deck, maybe is really good doing 15 by like turn 4, it just has the time often to get across the finish line. And it has plenty of draws that kill on turn 3 or 4 still.
Yeah. And then
it's a very good deck. I've seen players in paper where I was staying behind this guy. This one guy picks up his sideboard, Ross, and he's playing blue red, fairy type stack with just this deck splashing red. it's 15 blasts on his sideboard. And he just took the 8 that he needed and shoved them into his deck.
Was that player's name by chance Danny DeVito?
No, but it would have been great if Danny DeVito was there. As we are going to see here, Garrick keeping on 6. Eric here, I believe, going to 5, as I believe both players. I believe Eric has mulliganed twice now, but I could be mistaken.
That's a rough go of it. Like I said, if he finds a way to start sacrificing Ichor Wellsprings, he can draw out of mulligans very easily. I see a Pyroblast there. I see a Galv Blast. And this deck has non-color specific blasts. Yeah. All the blasting.
Blast Typal. As we do see also 2 Mirror Forces hit the bottom here for Eric. So we're just trying to not die early. Speaking of not dying early, I was about to say how Zach had won game 1 against Will, but then Will very quickly won game 2 for Brand. Probably a little turn 2 situation. So they're going to be going to a game number 3 as anyone here on Alfred's team wins. One step closer there as, ooh, a little refurbished familiar come on down.
Yeah, nice little value creature. Can also block the Fairy Seer, prevent any ninjutsuing.
All right, Ross, you want to hear what could have been a horror story? I remember wanting to buff this card to a 2/2 so it didn't die to red and 6 because we wanted Affinity to land in Modern. But luckily we didn't do that.
It's pretty good already.
Yeah, it gets the job done.
Another 1-lander for Garrick Alfred where he misses land 2.
And this is kind of the awkward. I mean, you want to have your mana because you want to be interacting. Now, Garrick is on less interaction than we had talked about. But even here, if you're to ninjutsu, yeah, if it gets blasted or whatever, you're in a pretty tough spot. As Garrick doesn't have anything there to protect his flyer. All right, we still have another one.
Kind of surprised that Eric would go after the 1-drop instead of allowing a hacker to be ninjutsu'd and killing it after the ninjutsu. There's no mana up to protect them.
I think he did take the 1 because Eric said
1 and then end step it.
Yeah.
He does have another blast in hand. Drew a red blast at one of these early turns and now still has the Pyroblast back for a later creature. But, Ilvoy Galeblade seems pretty low on the priority list for your spot removal spells.
Agreed. Yeah, I think I've been really happy just sitting here on all my kill spells and just being like, I'll fight over the 8 ninjas, call it a day. Maybe you fight over one of the things if you're afraid of one mind, right? Like in a turn they play a human with flash. Okay, sure. All right, second land has hit the battlefield. Galv Blast here, end of turn. This could get spell stutter sprited.
Or Garrick can just sack the Galeblade and draw a card, say, I'll go up a card, but then he's tapped out on this turn.
I do think Garrick's going to Hydro this. Excuse me, dispel that. My mistake. All right, and as I was say, this is actually one of the interesting things about Dispel is it's very good against these sack draw 2 effects, but also just the opposing blast. So Eric's going to draw 2 cards here and then make a map.
So this is the Affinity deck doing the things it wants to be doing. A lot of removal early, drawing some extra cards. Going to need to chain some of these card draw spells, I think, is Eric after the double mulligan.
All right, we hit our land drop.
Yeah, once again, a lot of lands for the Affinity player. Has another Great Furnace in hand, a Blast, and I'm not sure what the other card is, but it's definitely a red card.
I think it's
Clarkclan Shaman.
Yeah, maybe it's Clarkclan. It could also be Breath Weapon. It kind of looks like that, but I'm unsure if we actually have Breath Weapon in our list today, as here comes Moon Circuit Hacker. All right, we're pyroing. Do we have another Moon Circuit for the
Yeah, second Moon Circuit would have been ideal.
We do have a Ninja of the D-Powers, I think, in hand.
Oh, wow. Makeshift munitions. This is like Clarkclan Shaman, but even better since it can hit the flyers.
Yeah, let's pull this one up. This card is a banger and a half in this format.
Yeah,
just one. Yeah, just a 1/0, sack an artifact or a creature, deal 1 to any target. Yeah, tap that makeshift.
Show 'em what's what.
All right. That is Clark Clan Shaman. And we're going to pass the turn back.
So now Eric just wants to draw a string of Ichor Wellsprings at this point. So if his top 4 cards were 4 straight Ichor Wellsprings, he would be ecstatic.
Yeah. We also need to, this is one of those weird things too, where you need to make sure you use your phases correctly. If we're going to shoot the Strix before damage, if we're going to shoot the Strix, then we want to do it before the chance of Ninja. And then if you're not going to shoot, you have to wait until a Ninja maybe comes in. Now that this Ninja's happened, there's no more mana. Interesting that we Gal Blast here, just knocking on out. I was curious if we're going to hit maybe some of our lands thrown away.
Yeah, throwing 2 lands away when most of the deck is 1 toughness creatures is kind of tough. He wants to be able to, chain some of those card draw spells, maybe play Mirror Enforcer, things like that. So I like using the blast there.
Makes sense. As we drew another blast, I mean, the upside of having so many, it looks like Refurbished Familiar as well. That's actually just going to be a blocker. Pretty huge. We're just going to Sinister Sabotage.
But there's another Pyroblast.
One of my first games of Pauper, I play against this Fairies deck. On the draw, I play my Bridge, and they Sinister Sabotage, and I move to discard. I was done. I could never do it again. This Crack Clan Shaman gets in for 1. And Dispel drawn here for Garrick. Lots of stuff going on, but no real way to take over this game. And you see the difference here. If the Fairies deck can't protect or stick a thing, it can be very awkward. And this is why keeping 1-landers can be a bit of an issue. Counterspell here on the Refurbished Familiar. Untapping. 3 in again. And this is what you can expect from Pauper.
Yeah, this kind of grindy game plan, the Refurbished Familiars and that 1 Fanatical offering were sort of all the card advantage that Eric needed because he had this never-ending string of removal. And now there is the Ichor Wellspring, but a Sabotage.
Steal Sabotage once again. Bounce an artifact. Traumatized. Land. And we have a Ninja of the D-Powers in hand. We could hardcast it. I don't know if we have any more actual counter spells. Garrick's a little too quick even from my hand reading abilities.
Warp Speed over there.
I think he has a Dispel.
I mean, he has to... Oh, wow, another Wellspring. He has to get something going quickly. Otherwise, the makeshift munitions can start going upstairs. And there's 7 artifacts in play. So, yeah, that's just lethal.
You're just dead. You just sack... Boom, boom, boom. All right, this also works.
Yep, attack for 3, throw 3 artifacts upstairs, and we get a game 3.
All right, let's go to Modern real quick. Let's check in on the Neo brand versus Wizards. All right, looks like we have a Gristle brand in play and some Snapcasters and Thundertrap trainers fighting the fight.
And not a lot of ways to take a Gristlebrand off the battlefield. I guess there's some purges in the sideboard. Not sure if those even came in, though.
Yeah, it's a little hard to get off there. I'm curious if we're trying to consign some pack triggers.
It looks like how the Gristlebrand games go. You end up casting a bunch of packs, drawing a bunch of cards, and then you can consign all the pack triggers with 1 replicated consign.
I don't know what happened with the Murktide. Apparently, it wasn't supposed to be on the board, but the players agreed, and Will won. You know what? It works.
That might have been the card that was Pact of Negation, and they just kind of quickly moved to the upkeep, knowing that it was just a matter of finding the consign.
Sure.
That's my guess as to what was going on there, but the Gristlebrand, as it usually is, was enough to take down that game.
All right, we jump in on Samuel. Samuel has figured out the interaction with Profs. Maybe saw it happen on the other side of the table. And attacks here, and is looking in a good position.
That's a lot of counters.
Yeah, and speaking of counters, I don't think we're going to see many more from Garrick Alford with how this game's going with Samuel. Now, John does have a full hand, but so does Samuel with a full board.
But tapped out, so John needs to get combo things going. So that's the question, and I don't think there's any of the combo tools in hand. As a Meringue River Regent, that would be excellent, but not enough mana to cast it.
Yeah, and doesn't look like there's an Agatha's either. We're going to stay here and see if John can make it through this turn, because if not, this is going to be the match-deciding turn here. So it looks like Fear of Missing Out is going to be the start.
Which is a scary start for Samuel, but it's only scary if he discards Vivi and plays Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, and it looks like we don't have anything going on here. Dragonite Engineers may be a way to have gotten things going, but unlikely to have happened. And we discard a Mako, draw a Verge. And this does look to sort of be the end of the road here. We have a couple Spell Pierces and a Braid and a Wild Ride in hand for Samuel.
Yeah, what he really needs is a Flood Maw. If he could bounce one of the FOMOs, he'd be able to live through this turn with a double block on whichever creature gets untapped by the other FOMO. Lose a lot of his board, but he'd live.
Yeah, and that's going to do it. So congratulations to the team of Samuel, Will, and Garrick. They are now 2-0, and that's just how it goes sometimes. You know, you get gone the VV mirror, or any mirror really, right? Like sometimes your opponent has a really great start and you can't quite undo what they're doing. And that's why you play that deck, right? Because you're going to be on that side of it a fair bit of the time.
Yeah, and we see the power of the deck even outside of the VV Cauldron synergies. Being a powerful Profs-centric deck is still a good thing to be doing in this standard format, and that's what makes that deck so powerful. It has those incredibly over-the-top combo-ish draws, but it's not dependent on them by any means.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive stuff over there. Well, we're going to get an interview with this team here when they are done packing up and coming on over. But Ross, what did you think of the round so far?
I thought that I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to see the third game of the Pauper match, because the first two games, both decks you really got to see do their thing. It was very strong tempo plays from Garrick Alford in game one. It was a lot of removal and card advantage from the Affinity deck in game two. I was looking forward to being able to see a third game, but that's the way teams go.
That's the way it goes. Well, speaking of teams, congratulations to your team there. Y'all are 2-0. How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Feeling good so far.
Nice. I'm glad to hear it. So let's start over here with Garrick, and we'll just work our way down the line. How do we end up on ninjas here for Pauper?
I really wanted to beat the blue decks. I wanted to beat Terror. I wanted to beat High Tide, and kind of just want to dodge like some Rangers and Elves, and I don't think that deck's really playable. I do think the Spy combo is really good, so really trying to dodge that one, but I just wanted to beat all the blue decks, and I think Fairies is really good at that.
So is that the reason why you're on a build that's so creature heavy? You want to get on the board against those other blue decks?
Yeah, you want to ninja. Like, you need to ninja early in the game, and they don't have any way to interact with it with these blue decks. It's really just like snap, but they have no way to actually interact, and because it's ninjutsu versus the counter spells.
Awesome. Makes a lot of sense. All right, Neo Brand.
Yeah, I get a lot of hate for it, but I'm a big fan of the deck. I think a lot of people for these team events like going with the safe options. As Boros is consistently the most represented deck, I feel like it'd be even more represented in this event. And Neo Brand kind of just doesn't care about what they're doing. It's going for a turn 2, and if not, they usually don't have interaction for it. So just consistently turn 2s and turn 3s.
Well, you will not get that hate from me. I am a fellow Neo Brand enjoyer.
Good to hear.
Oh no.
They see who I'm stuck with all day too. And let's talk about this innovative deck we had here in Standard. It looked pretty good. How did we end up there?
I mean, it's this brew that I've been working on. It's, no one else.
It's a team flex slot deck. That's why both players had it, right? It's like an exclusive. Yeah.
There's nothing like it in this format. I've just completely original idea.
Well, that middle part was definitely right. There's nothing like it in this format.
That is true. That is.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, VV Cauldron is sort of the deck of Standard. Have you been playing a lot of Standard? Will did quite well yesterday with VV Cauldron. Did that maybe have us a crisis of faith of the team's position? Where are we at?
Well, so I've been playing the prowess version actually for a lot of the time. Actually, this Standard season, and I did okay yesterday. I think I lost more so to myself than anything, but and Will crushed it. So I was like, Will, just give me your deck and I'll play that.
Fair enough.
Sure enough, it's busted.
I'm gonna hop back. Yeah, it definitely is. I'm gonna hop back to Will here for this next question. I know the Neo Brand deck there's sort of two different builds of it. There's a straight Simic build that plays the Planar Genesis, and then there's a Bant build that plays Eladamri's Call and sometimes even Glittering Wish. What makes you prefer the Simic build over the Bant?
I think the Simic version gets to get away with more actively like green cards. So when you're in positions where you're aggressively mulliganing, like the Bant version sometimes plays like Orm's Chant or other random white cards in the deck, where Simic is pretty much all green cards, pack negations, consigns, and then the combo stuff. But
Yeah.
and that's really, you're not really getting too much out of the white splash. It's the Veils and packs are enough to counter the opposing stuff, and the rest of the stuff is just consistency and less mana issues, less painful mana, and more fetch lands in the Simic version. So the Bant version sometimes plays like Gemstone Caverns or Mines, or the one with counters on it. And this version just gets to surveil until it combos. So
Yeah, so just looking for that consistency in your combo deck.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, your deck's already kind of winning the game by so much every time you do your thing that maybe just do your thing is good enough. You know, we don't need to be so flashy about it.
Mostly just ignoring what your opponent's doing.
Ooh, magic.
Makes
My
a
favorite.
lot of sense. I want to ask one quick question about standard with the prowess list here, and then we'll let y'all head out. Have you tried artist talent in your prowess list? Was it good? Where we at?
I haven't tried it actually. I saw the list that Jacob Pablo posted that he'd been doing well with artist talent, and I wanted to try it, but I saw it on like Wednesday, and I was traveling Thursday, seeing family on Friday. It was just like not gonna have enough time to really test it, so I didn't worry about it. I'm going to
Okay.
after this weekend, and I'll get back to you. But
So sounds
right
good.
now, I've got no opinion.
I've seen Jacob play the deck a lot. I've seen some screen sharing the challenges, and it is broken in the context of you're not playing BB Cauldron. So you know what? It's pretty good. I think that's my little heads up there if you're playing Orlando. But glad to hear it. Thank you all so much for taking some time to come over here and talk to us, and hopefully we'll be seeing you all more later today. We're going to cut back here to Ross and I real quick, and we're going to check in on how much time's left in the round. Maybe Ross and I will talk a little bit. Ross, while we're finding out about that, where do you land on? I imagine you're also sort of in the consistency camp for Neo Brand, right? Like,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, completely agree. Especially when you're a deck, not just any combo deck, but maybe the fastest combo deck in the format, where you're looking to kill on turn 2 a huge portion of your games, and on turn 3 a lot of the rest of them. When you have a deck that is that fast, the consistency of your opening hands matters that much more. You don't have time to draw out of it. So, having those extra green cards, as Will pointed out, to make casting Allosaurus Rider that much easier. Because it's not just about having exactly the green cards to cast it. It's about having cards that you don't otherwise need. If you're forced to exile your Neoform or your Eldritch Evolution in order to cast your Allosaurus Rider, you still can't combo. So having the extra green cards allows you that flexibility to exile cards that would otherwise not be very useful and execute your combo cleanly and efficiently.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Well, it looks like we are done with this round, all things coming from coverage side. We're a little bit ahead of the clock, not by too much. So we're going to call things here now, and we're going to take a quick break to set up for the next round, but we'll be back very soon with round number 3. See you all then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Ross Merriam, and we're going to cut straight to the feature match area. We had some small technical difficulties, but our players are already underway. We don't want to miss any more of the action. On your left here, Nagara playing the Ephemerate Tron list versus Noah Smith on Claw Gates. Ross, talk to me a bit about this matchup.
This is a really interesting one. The Tron deck is a sort of 4 or 5 color. I guess this build is 4 colors, and we're really using Prophetic Prism as a way to turn the incredible colorless mana generation from the Urza lands into the colored mana necessary to cast these various spells. And then you'll see things like Ghostly Flicker and Ephemerate to blink various artifacts and creatures that draw cards, and that's its main card draw engine. And then that's the way it's generating card advantage, and you have a little bit of interaction with various counter spells and removal, and then eventually you win the game with something like Mizian Elder or Murmuring Mystic. But really, it's all about blinking Mnemonic Wall, blinking Cryogen Relic, blinking Prophetic Prism to draw a bunch of cards as you interact with your opponent and generate a huge mana advantage from the Urza's lands. So it is really a control deck.
And speaking of control decks, on the other side here, Noah Smith playing Claw Gates. Can you explain this one for the people at home who have not played against the old Cog Gates deck before?
Yeah. Very much a classic sort of blue-white control deck, but the cheap creatures look kind of strange. Squadron Hawk we've seen in control decks before, way back years ago in Standard. Sacred Cat doing its best Squadron Hawk impression, offering a lot more bodies. And they exist to take advantage of Basilisk Gate, which is kind of this deck's win condition. So you have a lot of other gates in the mana base, and then Basilisk Gate can pump those small creatures and really let you turn the corner and increase your clock. But beyond that, it's a lot of typical Azorius control cards. We have Counterspell, we have Brainstorm, we have Dispel, we have Lorien revealed in the mana base, the Modern Age, which both provides card advantage and becomes another creature to pump up with Basilisk Gate. Journey to Nowhere is your main removal spell. There's also Thraben Charm. And then Prismatic Strands is a nice one. Just for, this is a Pauper format staple, really, and one that plays really well with Sacred Cat and Squadron Hawk.
Yep, big old fog effect, essentially. As we see Prophetic Prism come down here for Dustin.
Yeah. So I think in this matchup, in terms of dynamics, there's so many powerful late game plays from the Tron deck, and only the 4 counter spells in game 1 for Caw Gates, that I think they have to take a more aggressive approach to the game. Really, get some creatures down, establish a bit of a clock, try to close out the game with Basilisk Gate a little bit faster than maybe they're used to, and use the counter spells to stop any big things that happen over that time frame. Because eventually they're going to run out, and Nagara can set up these mnemonic wall loops in the end game that are really difficult to beat.
Yeah, let's pull up Mnemonic Wall just so people who haven't seen this sort of effect before can get a look at it as Ghostly Flicker is getting cast here, targeting said wall. So when this enters, return target instant sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. You're going to use that on Ghostly Flicker, which flickers it. Very similar to Ephemerate and Eternal Witness, if you've seen that before in Modern. And so now you're going to get a card here from the Prophetic Prism. You're going to get this flicker back. And then, with those little sorcerers, from Final Fantasy, you can also ping your opponent. So it's kind of all encompassing over here.
Yes, it's 3 mana, draw a card, ping you. I can cast that over and over and over again. Eventually you get to the second wall, then you can start flickering 2 walls, rebuying these other spells from your graveyard, and it gets out of hand.
All right. Brainstorm to start things off from Noah. Classic Brainstorm into Sacred Cat. Let's see the Squadron Hawks go back in the deck here. You can then shuffle your deck with a Squadron Hawk. Also get those cards back in hand if you want.
Yes. Incredible synergy between Brainstorm and Hawk.
It is really, really good. As it looks like Noah's thinking about maybe wanting to use the gate. Let's think about all the options here. Island cycling. Grabbing basic island here. Does have a full grip already in hand.
Full grip, but he's definitely behind the 8 ball in this game. Nagara has set up really every part of the engine. Has Tron, has a ton of mana, has Prophetic Prism to turn the colorless mana into colored mana, has Mnemonic Wall, Ghostly Flicker. And there's not a ton of ways to get in the way of this. A Journey to Nowhere on the wall would actually help. There we go.
All right. So that's pretty big. You were just saying that's going to be helpful. And now we can get in the air with the Modern Age flipped. And boom, Sacred Cat. Which we're joking a bit about now, but if you can't kind of infinitely ping, we can buff this cat a whole lot. With lifelink here, you're going to undo multiple turns of these incidental pings that you just don't really care about.
Yeah, one of the sort of limiting factors in Pauper is the strength of players' end games. There's all these card advantage loops and a ton of ways to draw cards, but there's not that really big over-the-top effect. You don't get to play Emeralds. You don't get to play these giant creatures that will completely dominate a game. You have to really sort of out attrition your opponent down to nothing, and that can be hard to do. Or use these weird pinger effects to kind of slowly kill your opponent. And the Sacred Cat plus Gate can really put a wrench into those plans.
All right, we're going to go to the Flicker. All right, we're going to get another token here. and flicker the wall so we can pick back up.
So that's a great way to start increasing the clock.
Yeah.
So start making more wizards. Now every spell is 2 damage. We can flicker again, target wall. And do we want a third wizard or another card from the prism?
Yeah, I think we should have been flickering the wizard even before, because our hand is so gassed up right now. Even before this all started happening, that's just like, yeah, let's just kill our opponent and force them to have to use their mana on the Sacred Cat. I like this a lot here from Dustin.
Yeah, this is awesome. Now your damage output is increasing faster than linear. And when that happens, you win very quickly.
Yep. If I was with a different commentator, I would say exponential growth, but I know that you know what that word means, so I won't trick you here, you know?
It's also not exponential growth.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. This is why I don't do it with you. But if I'm with Devin Doomway, he backs me up. You know, he's like, that's not what that word means. So I'm ride or die with Mason right here. Ross, you're a man of the people and the truth of what the words mean. So I gotta be careful with you. You know, I gotta use the words right. As it looks like Squadron Hawk is wanting to maybe come down here. Very awkward spot for Noah. Can undo some of this, you know, damage by buffing up the Sacred Cat like we talked about last turn, but all right, we're hawking.
Yeah. It's also just not very many powerful sweepers in the format. So all these wizards sitting around, you know, in Azorius, you don't have the mini sweepers like Electrickery and effects like that. Kirk Clan Shaman. So we normally associate Azorius control decks in other formats with sweepers, with those Supreme Verdicts, Wrath of Gods, you know, any of those kinds of effects, but not here in Pauper. And that's a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
This wizard army is only growing bigger.
All right, I think that's our 4th gate. So if we were to activate the Basilica Gate, our cat would be a 5/5. Looks like we're just attacking the air. And maybe holding up our mana. Attack in here for 2. Core Skyfisher. Pick up the Squadron Hawk. Yeah, he's saying we just pick up that Journey to Nowhere. And Ross, this might be lethal if we don't have a way to interact with this Ghostly Flicker. There's a lot of mana in play.
Yeah, so you're going to start dealing 3, then 4, then 5. So 3 spells will be enough.
All right.
And yeah, with another Prophetic Prism, now there's 3 blue mana, so we can Ghostly Flicker 3 times.
Yeah.
For 9 mana. He has 9 mana with all the Tron lands.
5 mana. Looks like we're going to start with a Lorien revealed. Just maybe play around there being some sort of way to interact.
Dispel on the Ghostly Flicker, maybe. So try to play non-instance. Just needs 2 more spells. There's an Impulse, and it can also play Flicker, and if one of them gets dispelled, who cares?
Yep, and that's game.
Yeah. Noah Smith knows that the Ghostly Flicker is in hand, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even if it wasn't the Impulse, probably likely to get you there either way. So that's going to do it there for game number 1 of Pauper. That Ephemerate Tron list looking pretty exciting. Looks like the modern gameplay action is going on. So let's check out this Esper mid-range deck versus Affinity.
Esper mid-range, one of the premier decks in this format. Affinity is sort of historically one of the oldest, but has come back after a period of dormancy. Checking out the list, this is so there's kind of 2 different Affinity decks now in Modern. There's Tomio Emery Cutter lists that have been around for a few months, and then there's the more recent lists that are all in on Pinnacle Emissary and Kappa Cannoneer. That is the list that we see from Matt Sims.
All right.
Definitely the more explosive build of the deck.
As we join here, looks like Eric has a couple of different options going on. We've got a couple Solitudes, a Quantum Riddler, and a Witch Enchanter versus Urza Saga and 2 Baubles. And it looks like Eric is going to attack and flicker the Mishra's Bauble. All right, and at 2 damage, it gets hit for Matt Smith.
Flicker the Bauble means that a construct there would have just traded with the Philia if they make the construct in combat, so doesn't force Eric into a weird spot where he has to Solitude before he's ready.
Yeah, I also plays around like you could Quantum Riddler and then flicker it and sort of just be like whatever on my Philia. You could even maybe Solitude the construct if you really want to get into things. But this plays around Metallic Rebuke a little bit too, which there it is. It looks like we've declared a card from our hand and it's getting rebuked.
Let's see what it is.
Clearing
Conquer. Yeah, that's an important one to rebuke.
Yep. And now the Mishra's Bauble comes back. We draw for turn this. Urza Saga is going to tick up to Chapter 3. Yeah. We're probably going to see either a construct or a floating of the mana.
Notably, Sim's not sacrificing either Bauble on the end step. So he has plans for either more rebukes that he wants to be able to improvise. I think there's a Kappa Cannoneer in hand, or maybe just wants his constructs to be big. The constructs are awkward in the face of Philia. Philia gets to just blink them out. Mm-hmm. So unless he has an answer to the dog, the constructs don't represent too much value.
Activate.
Still going for it.
Might be a situation, too, where, don't have anything else you're really going to do this turn.
Yeah. Could also have a Galvblast in hand. This is game 2. They're not in the main, but 2 in the sideboard. Also 2 Dismembers that could be in the deck.
Mox Opal is the search off Urza Saga.
And that was another reason to keep the baubles around.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The Urza Saga into Mox Opal sort of mini Ancient Tomb play is always so impressive from these decks. The Springleaf Drum stuff we've seen in the past was good, but always required a little bit more work. And now that's just like, you're probably artifact heavy deck. Just gets to do it as Shivan Reef hits the battlefield. Speaking of hits, Dom Harvey there gets hit by Gabriel Roberts, down a game on VV Cauldron to Azorius Control. Which Enchanter coming to play?
That was one of the few decks that we saw yesterday in the Standard Showdown stand up to the Cauldron deck. Azorius Control had a good showing, was the only non-VV deck in the top 8. So.
All right. Metallic Rebuke on that Witch Enchanter. This Philia is going to get rid of this construct, just like you talked about. Brutal moment here and attacking for the 2 and a passing of the turn.
And now I believe there's a Kappa Cannoneer left over, but at this point, Eric is up to 4 mana, so a Solitude after he untaps can handle this.
Yeah, and there is a Solitude in hand. We're going to stick things out here for a second. Looks like Eric might be winning this game. Fatal Push was the draw for turn.
Now, this Affinity deck also has quite a bit of card advantage from Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor. There's a full 4 copies of both in the deck, so if Matt Sims can chain a couple of those together, he can get back into this game, but he needs some good top decks, and he needs them right now.
All right, Phileas is attacking in. Let's see what we have here. Looks like maybe a colorless spell if we're starting with the Shivan Reef. Thinking better about maybe thinking about casting some other card, maybe popping some Baubles. Obviously, if you pop Baubles, you lose Opal. All right, Shivan Reef, Opal, Thoughtcast. Drawn 2 cards. Darksteel Citadel is one of them. I think that is the new Warp creature in hand. Pinnacle Emissary. This card has been very impressive, but in points like this in the game, it's not like it's awful, but it's definitely not at its best. You've played a lot of your artifact cards, and luckily you can refuel with cards like Bauble, but...
Instead of opting not to play the Emissaries, maybe another Rebuke in hand?
Yeah. Ooh, Surveil Land. Unable to warp the Riddler. Looks like we maybe saw too many cards here. Let's go hop over to Pauper since there's going to be a judge call. That one's going to probably be a pretty interesting game, but it's going to probably take a little bit. As looks like Dustin here has 2 of the Tron lands in hand. And a Impulse.
So, these games are not going to start very quickly. Both decks, playing for a little bit of a longer game. The Modern Age will eventually give Noah some pressure, which is important.
Discarding Sacred Cat to that Modern Age feels like cheating a little bit. Okay, it looks like we have a So this is one of those gates that makes a color, and then you name a second color, and then it taps for that as well. We've seen this in like jumpstart packs a lot too. And just in this deck, like we talked about before, you just need a lot of gates. So the reason there's a mountain under that land is because it's representing red. Technically, not something you're supposed to do here on coverage, but we're going to let it slide for right now unless it gets out of hand.
There's a light red splash in the list for blasts in the sideboard. Just such important sideboard cards. 3 red elemental blast and 1 pyro blast for Noah Smith. Can help answer this ghostly flicker mnemonic wall engine.
Yep. Impulse picks up, I believe, the missing Tron piece, assuming we have matching art for all our Tron pieces.
That'll play.
Yeah.
This is not a deck that is, trying to get Tron super early with expedition maps and things like that. It's more of a control deck. We'll get Tron as the game goes and you have the card selection. So when you have it early, that can be a really huge advantage. But notably, none of the artifacts that filter colorless mana into colored mana. No Prophetic Prism, no Energy Refractor. That's actually a key card for utilizing the extra mana from Tron, because this is also not a deck that plays colorless cards. It's all colored cards. So even with Tron, may not be able to deploy his spells that quickly if he doesn't have those key artifacts.
All right, the Modern Age transforms, and then we had another little looting effect. Draw discard. Picked up a Pyro. Got Counterspell in hand too. So we're going to discard that Counterspell.
It's one of his better cards in the matchup, but with all the blasts in hand, maybe a little less necessary.
Main phase Brainstorm. Hits a gate. So we're going to put back Counterspell as the first one. Pretty happy to do that. Like you mentioned, we do have a lot of blasts in hand, so does seem like I don't want to use my Counterspell. I guess Counterspell in this matchup, it's weird, right? Because a lot of their cards in the deck are blue that you care about, but not everything's blue. It's an interesting one. All right, and now gate for the turn. I assume that gate enters tapped. Almost all the gates do.
Yeah, I think we're using a gate to filter some mana and make white.
Yeah, but we just played that gate from our hand that we used for mana.
That one does not. Heap gate enters untapped.
Of course, it's the one gate that enters untapped, obviously. Why would the gates...
so does Basilisk Gate.
Oh, Basilisk Gate does too? All right, well, that plays. You know what? Maybe Boulder's Gate gates are different.
The Guild Gates and the Choose a Color Gates enter tapped.
Okay. Well, now they have some sort of judge question. All right, send me over to Modern for a second. I ain't got time to look at judges. All right, let's see. Meanwhile, since we've been gone, Fatal Push now on the Affinity deck. And it looks like there's probably a Quantum Riddler that got exiled to Disphelia. Yep. Yeah. Draw 2.
Now the card advantage is online for Eric Azeri, and the Affinity deck is going to have a hard time catching up. Even if he draws Thought Casts and Thoughts Monitors, there's not a lot of artifacts in play to make those castable at a low mana cost.
Plains the pickup. Psychic Frog the play. Flicker the Frog.
This Affinity deck has to get its work done early. The late game for Esper midrange is much, much stronger. Way more card advantage available to them. These really powerful flicker synergies. The Affinity deck doesn't have the tools to catch back up, really.
And that's going to do it here for the Modern match. We'll head back over to Popper. See kind of how they're doing. Looks like we're actually going to go to Standard. Production loves VV Cauldron. They said, don't you too. Well, maybe it was the judge call ruling. It's probably more of that one. I'm throwing in the bus for no reason. As Stockup's getting resolved here, Ross. Looks like a rest in peace in hand.
Sorry, our judge call on Popper got appealed, as is your right.
Yeah. I like this from Gabriel. Land rest in peace. That's what I was looking for. I found it. Dom Harvey here.
Yeah, Dom has the VV naturally, so the rest in peace will stop Harmonize on Winter Night Stories. So the craziest things that could happen this turn are locked down, unless there's a Flood Maw.
All right, land in the Quantum Riddler, draw a card. Of note, Dom did win one of these games. in between us talking everything else, we talked about how Dom lost game 1 here, but has won the first sideboard game.
Yeah. Found a Winter Night Stories off the Quantum Riddler, so he's ready to start drawing cards and pumping this VV next turn. But now Roberts gets to untap and have a say about it.
All right, consult the star charts for the old 6 cards.
Yeah.
Not kick, though, so we only get 1.
Likely digging for a Day of Judgment here to clean up both these creatures. So wanted to leave up the 4 mana available for that sweeper.
Makes a lot of sense. Looks like in hand we have Voice of Victory, a null, and an unknown for Gabriel. All right, we do have a Get Lost, I think was the pick, because we did not find the Day of Judgment.
And you're likely going to aim it at the Riddler, but the VV is still a threat.
Oh, and Profs off the top here for Dom. Very powerful.
From Profs, Winter Night Stories, put 4 counters on the VV. It'll get 2 from the 2 spells.
All right, a null is going to come down. We do get the VV counter and ping, though.
But no Prof shenanigans. That definitely goes a long way towards limiting this turn. Now, does
Dom has land for turn still.
Yeah, maybe considering using the VV mana to animate the untapped Soulstone and making another attacker this turn.
Yeah, plays really hard into Day of Judgment, but does sort of put your opponent probably on a sort of 2-turn clock, right?
Yeah, and Dom can surmise from the previous turn's play that unkick consult that Roberts is digging for Day and then didn't cast Day, so likely doesn't have it.
Yeah. I was curious if Dom was going to try to Winter Night Stories and then use VV mana to try and find a Profs, but just attacking in here, holding up the end of turn, activate the Soulstone Sanctuary. Voice of Victory looks to be the quick play here from Gabriel. And double Get Lost once we resolve.
And no responses here because of the voice.
Yep, and 4 maps for Dom.
So just be an end step activate Soulstone.
Yep.
It can get big. It can go exploring.
Yeah, it's going to be really huge. It could get massive or maybe save Dom from flooding out this game. We'll have to see how it all starts. We are going to stay here for a second as this looks to be potentially the deciding game of the match. If Dom ends up losing here, we're going to have at least the rest of game 2, maybe even game 3 from our Popper matchup. Looks like Broadside Barrage is in hand and maybe wanting to be the first spell we cast. Getting rid of that Voice of Victory.
Finds a FOMO.
Not so bad. It looks like we're going to discard a Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, she had 2 of those in hand, so 1 to spare. Now the land can be discarded to the FOMO if he wants, or do we want to crack some maps? Get more damage in.
I do like cracking at least the first one. Let's see what we had on top there. Ooh, NRG Series branding's covering it up, but I can tell you it's blue. This is interesting. Ross, do you just, pop play your land for turn, pop 2 more maps, and attack in here for 6?
Well, the Fear of Missing Out isn't worth a ton because of the Rest in Peace, right?
Yeah.
It's just a vanilla 2/3. So, yeah, I kind of like getting value from the maps when you can.
So Dom bend the Spell Pierce, which was the first card, hit an island, then popped the land, another map after playing that land, excuse me. It was another land that went to hand. Now has popped the last map, and it's Wild Ride on top of the deck, which weirdly, actually not a terrible one to have in your hand as a way to kind of play through a Day of Judgment type effect. And
multiple Get Loss have been used. You expect your opponent doesn't have Day of Judgment in hand. They're kind of low on cards, so there's a good chance this Soulstone is going to continue getting in. And so that'll really quickly put Gabriel Roberts into the range where Wild Ride is lethal. He's already down to 10. His body language is terrible. It looks like he just has nothing.
So it looks like Spiral Canal was one of the lands picked up by Dom off the maps. And now has a couple different options. Could animate the Soulstone. Could Winter Night Stories. Could play FOMO. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to shove here. I like this. Attack in for 8.
Dom senses weakness, and he is going for the jugular.
Gabriel can animate this Restless Anchorage to save some life here. Just chump block. Maybe not the worst play ever.
And he goes to 2.
I like this. Dom then main phase 2 Winter Night Stories hits 3 lands off the stories. Going to discard Spy Bluff Canal and a mountain. And then it's going to play Surveil Land. Actually, he's going to hold it.
I think he realized he already played a land that turn.
That'd be a good reason not to play another land. I missed it. And Beza off the top.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, this might actually even be the everything mode. I'm not exactly sure on lands. I mean, 2 of them are creatures right now. Looks like we're tied on lands.
Yeah, tied on land, so no treasure, but 2 fish, 4 life, and a card.
Yeah, very nice stabilizing play here from Beza. Into a stock up. That's what you like to see if you're Gabriel Roberts, and Get Lost found along with the Shiniest Tide Binder. And we see, there you go, body language wise, Gabriel has sat up, ready to game now that we're back in it.
Now, Dom has another Floodmaw in hand, right? So you can bounce the Beza, then I guess you make a haster with the Wild Ride, but that's still not enough with 2 blockers from the fish.
Yeah, it's close, but no cigar here. Now, if you have a VV, you can maybe go a little crazy with it.
So
Wild Ride,
Winter Night Stories. There's the Fear of Missing Out. We know about the Floodmaw, the Wild Ride, and I think just a couple lands are the last cards in hand.
All right, we're going to start with Winter Night Stories. We found Profs. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, that'll make the Beza no longer that good of a blocker.
And
we pump the small Soulstone up to a 6/6, be 7/7. And then you have 5/5 that could double block the 5/5, but then you just flood more the fish and they lose the Beza for nothing.
Wild Ride was again the draw here for Dom.
And you see here how powerful this deck is. No VV Cauldron shenanigans the entire time, but easily grinding out this control deck. So much card advantage from Prosthetic Memory, Winter Night Stories, Quantum Riddler, the creature lands giving him utility from otherwise useless cards, all coming together to give him this huge resource advantage over Gabriel Roberts against playing a control deck, the type of deck known for being more resource heavy than others and winning that battle consistently. Dom is winning that battle decisively.
All right. Attacking here. Looks like we got a double block on the one and then a chump on the other. This end of the Floodmaw on the fish. Oof. All right. And then Dom just gets to pass the turn. Steam Core Scholar in hand picked up off that Winter Night Stories. Even if a Day of Judgment comes down, we're going to have a near lethal threat instantaneously. And then with Wild Ride in hand, it's going to be very bad here for Gabriel as he's sort of just stuck staring down these lands that he can't quite answer.
And even if he had something like a Day of Judgment here, the multiple Wild Rides sitting in Dom's hand allow him to create a lethal attack out of nowhere.
Very powerful position here for Dom. Navigating this game really well, and like you were saying, really showing off the true power of the VV Cauldron deck. It's not all about 0 to 60. Sometimes you just get across the finish line. And looks like Gabriel thinks that they have some combination of cards that can maybe stabilize here. Remember last turn we did get to stock up. All right, looks like we had another stock up. Consult the star charts. A couple lands. I couldn't see the other two as they were picked up. Star charts is a way to look at a lot more cards, but at that point you're getting choked out on mana a little bit.
Well, let's see what he finds. They've got to be good. I mean, he knows about one of the Wild Rides, so he can't feel comfortable tapping out. Maybe that's the only play he has.
Okay, Elspeth Archangel makes some dudes. Yeah, and Dom's sort of like, you're at this. He's like, yep. And then Dom, Steam Core Scholars, Wild Rides. Lethal. And looks like Quantum Riddler for the style.
Yeah, just fly in the air.
And that will do it. Noah Smith did end up winning game number 2 of that Popper match, but it's a team tournament here, Ross. So the team of Dom Harvey wins, and we're going to interview with them here in a second. And really kind of showing off from both of the decks that we saw win their games there, just how good they are at kind of playing normal Magic, all while sort of presenting these unfair draws, right? Felia and Quantum Riddler, the Ghostly Flicker stuff, the VV stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Dom even had Cauldrons and VVs in his deck there. He drew a bunch of cards. We never saw a single copy of them. And the Rest in Peace still had some impact on the game, stopping Delirium, stopping Harmonize on Winter Night Stories and Wild Ride. But it does put you down a card. And that makes the aggro plan even more powerful. Your opponent is now down a card in this attrition fight. And he's able to just win a very normal game. So impressive stuff from Dom. As far as the Popper goes, once again, we sort of got to see both players do their thing a little less so in game 2 as we panned away after the judge call. But you get to see a lot of what Popper is about. That grindy card advantage. That's where the power of the format is. And it's because you don't have those really powerful mythic rares floating around in the format that can undo all the card advantage from your opponent. So there's no decks that are built around, singularly powerful effects. It's all these neat little synergistic combos. And that makes the format unique and really cool. Yeah,
it's very special in that way. I hope we get to see maybe a little bit of like the burn red action, because I think is the one thing that's like so different than everything else that's going on, right? And I think is kind of that checking role, right? It's sort of like, hey, if we're gonna like plot around and do stuff forever, I'm not cool with that. We're gonna have a timer on this game.
Yeah, exactly. So it gives that check on the metagame, and I do believe there is a burn deck floating around near the top tables. So you may just get your wish, Mason.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. And Elves. I know Elves is a deck that you and I both really enjoy. The Popper Elves deck has some really cool stuff going on in it. And some cards that like people just sometimes can't beat. Like I believe it's Well Wisher is his name, the tapping game life for the Elves. I've seen people just like I can't beat that. You have too many Elves in play.
Well Wisher, Timberwatch Elf. They're quite a combo. I remember drafting them in Onslaught.
That's cool. I think I was learning my ABCs around that. So that's pretty cool. It's crazy how life works out that way. It does look like the players are sitting down in the interview. We'll be having with them in just 1 second here. I'm excited to see how they are all feeling here. Yesterday, I don't think Dom had the greatest day in Standard. I'm curious if he ran something a little different. We're just going back to Cauldron. We'll find that out in a second here. But yeah, it's a good start to this team tournament. 7 rounds. Definitely, not locked up or anything like that. But can't be unhappy with the 2-0 start. Or 3-0 start, excuse me.
That's right.
That's right. Well, Dom, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing well. We got to see some Magic action. We got to see a little bit of all of you all winning in that round, which was nice. The judge calls kind of worked out where we were forced to go to Standard. So well played on your team's part.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
It happens. and so we just wanted to kind of check in and go down the line here and see everyone. Dom, we'll start with you because we know this deck is newer on the scene here with VV Cauldron. What made you want to play VV?
Well, it's really broken and really fun. Won back-to-back Magic Online challenges with it, and having a blast. So yeah, it would be ridiculous to play anything else, I think.
I think that makes total sense. Let's head on over.
There's a couple aspects of your list, though, Dom, that I wanted to highlight here. Main deck Annul and Spell Pierce, I assume, are nods to the mirror. And expect you to play it a lot.
The mirror, and also they tend to be versatile against other things too. So against Blue Eye Control, for example, often they're going to have Seam Rip, Starcade main deck. Spell Pierce, obviously, best card you can really have against a control deck. With the format this narrow, you can play these cards that look pretty targeted, but actually are more flexible than they look.
And then, Then the other thing I notice is most of the time we see a split between Tersa and Steam Core Scholar. Used to be the splits favored a lot more Tersas. Now we're seeing more Scholars. You're on 3 Scholars, 0 Tersa. Tell me about that decision.
Yeah, I played the other split yesterday, so 3 Tersa, 0 Scholar. 4 Mako, just a more proactive, more aggressive list. This is quite a different take. You'll notice there are no Makos in my list either. So this is essentially a Riddler deck as much as a Vivi Cauldron deck. And I mean, both cards play nicely with Riddler. Every Magic card seems to play nicely with Riddler. But when that's your philosophy, that makes more sense, I think.
That makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense to play cards like Annul when you have so many, draw discard effects, right? Like, yeah, I get to actually move through this. We kind of learned that with Fable, the Mirror Breaker, and some of the older formats. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Seems like a really great innovation. Wouldn't expect anything less from Dom. Let's move over to Modern real quick. What did we get here? How do we end up on Esper mid-range? Because we've talked to some of our players. Everyone feels like Modern's really open right now. And there's like 10 different decks we all think could win this tournament. So how did we land here?
Yeah, I'll definitely agree that I think Modern is like a really open format right now. I've been enjoying playing it a ton. I'm not super traditionally on these types of lists, but what I will say is ever since like Blink or Sewers came into existence, I was like, let's try this out, and I've really enjoyed it. I still remember like the very first event where Ketramos was legal. I'm like, we should probably be playing like 2 to 4 of these, and did very well at that event. So honestly, I took a pretty big step back from Modern for a while, was jamming Standard, and then when this event came up, I was like, let's revisit this. I see Esper Blink is a thing. I played around with Orzhov Blink too, but just having Consign and Psychic Frog is so good. And then obviously, like as Dom mentioned, Riddler just plays well with every single card in existence. So you might as well play those Riddlers too.
Ridley, if you're from
Quebec. Of course, sorry. Rizzler if you would as well.
He goes by many names.
Of course.
All of them feared.
Yeah.
And then Popper. I mean, I've seen this Tron deck some online for sure. Do you play a lot of Popper? Was this something that looked cool? How did we end up here?
If I'm being honest, I tried like a couple different things. Like I tried High Tide, I tried the like Jund Wildfire deck, I tried a couple other things, and the Tron was like, it felt the most like powerful when it was doing its thing. I haven't played Popper a whole lot since I used to play the Brute Scale deck, obviously when that deck was just broken. Since that got banned, I haven't really found like a deck that I'm super in love with. And it was also kind of a card availability thing. Like I wanted to try Spy, I couldn't find Winding Ways. I'm sure if I tried harder, I could, but I was like, I asked them, they're like, how much do you guys care? They're like, play what you want. Like, don't work yourself too hard.
We asked after the last round, so what are your good matchups? And there was a pregnant pause, and I was like, okay, that's fine, don't worry about it. So
it definitely was not mono blue from the first 2 rounds.
If I'd been warned about that, I would have said, could you please play a deck that has some good matchups? But it's fine, we're figuring it out.
I will say I am the weak link on this team. I will accept that, but I mean, try to win some games.
The weak link is still pretty good.
These guys have carried. They've won both their matches the first 3 rounds. So at least this one I won a game. I was going into game 3 when you won. So.
You won it decisively. I'll say that. We were watching. He did very well. He started growing, doing crazy stuff. The opponent was sort of just playing their stupid gates, doing what they could. So, hey, I'll back you up. You were doing your best. Your deck also just takes 55 minutes to win. So, when you win, it's going to be near the end.
Maybe you found a good matchup. Maybe Coggates is the matchup you need to run into for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, my opponent said it was bad for them, so I'll believe them. They seem to have played a lot more than me, the format. So
there you go, Dom. He found his good matchup.
Yeah, there we go. Just got to play more of that.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to us. We'll hopefully be seeing more of you as the day continues. Go take a rest, and we'll talk to you all later. Ross, it's time for us to take a little bit of a break here before the next round. This round got a little bit delayed because of some technical issues. We're going to double check everything and make sure that we are good to go right at the start of round 4. So we're going to take a break right now. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and today we're covering a team event. And Ross, let's check out those players to watch really quick and look at some of those teams and see how they're doing.
They're doing quite well. A lot of 3-0s among these teams. Team events end up being the domain of some of the best players in the room because they get picked up by other great players that they're teaming with. So no surprise to see the cream rising to the top very early here.
Yes, and we've seen actually this, like, kind of one of the benefits of that going on in all of our feature matches, right? One of the players starts losing, and then the other 2 teammates win, right? So getting that little buffer, right, of like, okay, maybe, Raj is losing, but it's okay. Me and Ross got him. It's really nice. It gets to hang out with your friends. It's going to be a fun time. Let's talk about the next 2 events for the year coming up. as those are going to be rounding us out before we get our players in the feature match area. We have Mundelein, Illinois, September 13th and the 14th. Very soon here, Ross. Saturday, we're doing a modern 10K showdown. Sunday, a 2.5K legacy trial and a 2.5K Edge of Eternity sealed trial. We're going to stream the legacy one here, so make sure to follow along on Twitch or on YouTube if you're watching the VOD for this. That way you don't miss any of that action. And then to round out the year, we're going to Elmhurst, Illinois. Saturday, we're going to have a Team 10K Showdown Standard Sealed Modern. Sunday, 10K Modern Showdown. Boom, November 1st and 2nd. That will wrap up the year. You win either of those events, you make through the end of the year Players Championship with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars online, a Pro Tour invite, and so much more. But let's head down to our feature match area as our players are dealing things up here. Looks like the matches are filled in still from before. Don't worry about that too much. As it looks like we're going to start here with Raja Suleiman on your left, former champ of the NRG series here on Esper Midrange versus Justin Kristen on Domain Zoo.
Yeah, two of the more played decks in Modern, and a matchup that is very, very interesting. The Domain deck is built around getting ahead early and then solidifying that advantage with Consigned Memory, Summer Denial. The Esper deck, a much stronger late game, a lot more card advantage, things going on. So the Domain deck is going to try to win the early game, stop the, limit the potential avenues for interaction, especially with Leyline of the Guild Pact and Scion of Draco. Raja is going to try to make the games go long. So he's very much the control deck. Christensen, the beatdown.
Yep, and we see this Leyline of the Guild Pact being in play right at the start. It's going to make the mana so good for Christian in this 5-color deck and potentially create a really hard to answer Scion. Now, you are going to see there's already a pip here, even though we've updated all the other ones. That's because there was a deck registration error going on. So a game loss, unfortunately, up there in the standard seats. We are going to see a fetch into a Thoughtseize here. And there it is, that Scion of Draco, before it could come down and have protection.
Yeah, this is one of the few ways to really easily answer the combo of Leyline plus Scion. Otherwise, Raja would have to wait until he could trigger a Witch Enchanter, or would have to pitch a bunch of cards to March of Otherworldly Light, which he has one of in the main, to answer the Leyline and make the Scion targetable. So a very clutch Thoughtseize from Raja, because early Leyline Scion can easily run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, you will sometimes mulligan to that hand. 4 cards, 2 Lance, Guild Pact Scion is enough to win in some matchups. As Ragavan is going to get across here, hit something I can't quite make out. Looks like a Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, I think so. And Justin doing a check to see what happens if I warp this.
Yeah, I do believe it goes to Raja. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a confirmation with the judge here. I believe because how this works is it's the owner of the card. We're going to stay here just for 1 second really quick, as it looks like the players are just double checking something that shouldn't take too long. Normally would hop over. But in those other matchups, we have the bottom. We have High Tide on Max Smith over here versus Blue Terror with Alex Hamilton. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. Blue Terror has lots of permission for High Tide, but High Tide very powerful. Definitely can play through the level of permission with the right draws.
Absolutely. And I'm checking the reminder text on warp, and what I suspected is correct. You can only warp from the hand. So that's just not an option available to Christensen.
Well then, nothing to really worry about. Is Flicker with Solitude, Ephemerate are some of the cards in hand for Raja Suleiman here. Raja known for playing, either the worst black mid-range deck you've ever seen or a control deck. And this has got to feel like home for him. They just all together in one big place.
Interestingly, no play there from Christensen on 3 mana. That is pretty rare for the Zoo deck. It's a big sign to Raja that there's not really any gas left in the hand. So he has some breathing room here. Just needs to deal with his Ragavan and then start taking over with his card advantage sources.
Okay, Emperor Bones is going to come down. That's going to get rid of the Scion. The Scion could even come back later. But notably, too, will make Flage, trying to Fire Sphere a little bit harder to bring back. And now we're going to see some fetching. Maybe get some surveilling action happening here for Justin. All right, looks like we're going to get the Plains. interested to not see any surveilling, just sort of happy to get what life gives you. We have a fetch line on top of the deck.
And there's no concern of any sort of moon effect in this matchup. That would be the reason to have a basic, because when you have Leyline and a basic against a moon, then the Leyline still impacts the basic, and you have all 5 land types.
All right, and then we offer the Ragavan trade. Rogers accepts, and Justin didn't have a backup Ragavan. I thought that might have been what was going on there, but it looks like we're just passing the turn. As I do think Justin is just on mono lands. Now, Raja doesn't have a third land, but does have Felia.
Yeah, drew a Psychic Frog for turn, but has the dreaded plain Psychic Frog Nombo.
Just good deck building.
The mana base in this Esper deck is probably one of its biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, that is very believable to me. A little surveil action here.
The basics to play on moons and the Witch Enchanters being part of the mana base, having more effective 1-color lands definitely hurts you.
Yeah, that is not a free roll. As we get the 4th land here into Felia. Felia might flicker this treasure token.
Found a Polluted Delta off the top, so that means Psychic Frog is online. We'll likely get either Hallowed Fountain or Godless Shrine, so he has the 2nd white source for the Flicker Wisp in hand as well.
Yeah, also we'll have the ability to Ephemerate to protect with all this, since the planes will be up. So that Leyline Binding, which Raja does know about from the Thoughtseize. Looks like there's a confirmation of life totals here to make sure. Fetching and shocking and Thoughtseizing. Sometimes you miss one. Raja can play the Psychic Frog out first if he wants to flicker it in order to get a counter on his Felia in the long term. Looks like we're going to attack and then get rid of this treasure. And then a fetch and probably a shock. Looks like a 10 was written down.
Godless Shrine, a Hallowed Fountain. I would guess Godless Shrine. Yeah, this is very much a black-white splash blue deck, so you'd rather get the 2nd black source than 2nd blue.
Makes a lot of sense to me, as does developing the Psychic Frog onto the table.
Yeah, and now the pressure's on. And as I mentioned earlier, the Zoo deck, not known for incredible sources of card advantage. It's really, a couple Fables and a Flage is the late game plan.
All right, notably here, Raja had Ephemerate, but is holding it for the Solitude Flicker Wisp combo in hand here. Maybe clean up some potential threats from Justin in the long term. Could have Ephemerated that Psychic Frog to keep it around against the Leyline Binding, but decided to hold.
Could also suspect that there's a 2nd binding in hand. Given that Justin has done absolutely nothing, that could be something that he's drawn into and wants to save it.
A reasonable conclusion as Consign hits the graveyard. I do wonder, I haven't looked at Justin's deck yet because we don't feature much here. Is Justin playing the Quantum Riddler version of Zoo or the Fable version?
He's on Fables.
Fables, okay.
Yeah. The one interesting aspect of his list, especially for this matchup, he's on 2 copies of Doorkeeper Thrall.
Okay, that's huge. That will stop those Solitudes and all those other powerful ETBs. As here comes Ragavan. Raja deciding, do I want to Solitude and Ephemerate this? Gonna go down to 8. See what's on top of the old deck here. And then Ragavan back to the hand. Thoughtseize, the draw for Raja.
So now he gets to see everything that's going on and understand that Justin's hand is quite weak.
Yeah. And honestly, it's funny. You're going to want to cast a Thoughtseize. It's going to get the Ragavan at worst. But you're definitely like, I'm getting kind of dangerously low against this Flage Tribal Flames deck.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a lot going on. Maybe going to end up regretting letting his Psychic Frog go.
Flicker Wisp coming down. Gonna hit the planes. Then we're gonna failure the Flicker Wisp.
Could have flickered out the Leyline binding and then failured out the Psychic Frog and have the binding come back before the frog and force him to take something else. That would have been cool.
That'd have been nice. The failure gets a counter from a thing being exiled.
Just wants the land to hold up Ephemerate. And I think the real motivation is exiling one of his own permanents. So now the Philia is a 3/3. It can check the Rogovan next turn.
Definitely. Looks like Flicker Wisp is going to hit the Leyline binding, which is going to get the Psychic Frog.
Okay. And then now the Ephemerate is up to Ephemerate whatever the binding hits on the way back.
Yeah. And since this is in the end step on the Flicker Wisp, we'll come back on the end step of Justin. It's kind of a weird interaction. As Flage tied into Fire's Fury is the rip here.
Whew.
And Justin has a lot of mana as well. Looks like we're sitting on 6 currently. If we have another land in hand, that could be the ability to return it immediately to the battlefield. Teammate says, I'd probably play that one.
That's a good one. So the hand is Flage, Rogovan, and what is it? Last card's the another Leyline. Okay, so no 7th mana to escape Flage immediately, but can dash the Rogovan after playing the Flage. And now Raja has to make a choice. Does he try to save his Philia? Which, if Christensen wants to answer the Philia, he can bind it even if you Ephemerate here. So if you seems like you should just protect from the binding. But maybe he also cares about the life gain. Because Justin's only at 11.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because you could also... Really weird spot here for both players.
Yeah, Raja is going to give up the dog. Justin will go up to 14.
And just hard casting the Ragavan. Don't want to dash it into the Psychic Frog in case Raja has a card he just wants to discard. And now Leyline Binding, I believe, was targeting Psychic Frog again. I didn't get a clear look at where the finger was pointing. But yeah, we are going to Ephemerate the Frog.
Now Raja doesn't have a white card in hand to evoke the Solitude.
Yeah. No Arena of Glory, at least for Raja, not to have to worry about. That in midlife, extra tough.
Nothing he really wants to Ephemerate here. There's not...
Hitting the Flicker Wisp then get rid of the Ragavan means you get the card off Psychic Frog, which just might be needed to find that white card we were talking about. You could also just not let the Ephemerate, you don't have to cast it.
Yeah, it would be Flicker Wisp if he's targeting anything. It's just a question of what he can do with the Flicker Wisp, and it's not much because you can always jump the Psychic Frog if you wanted to. He might want to attack with the Flicker Wisp as well.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what Roger's deciding. He started to target the Flicker Wisp, and actually, now I'm going to leave that in exile. Rip second Psychic Frog off the top.
That one does not help very much. Can't double spell with Thoughtseizing Frog because of that Plains, and it doesn't really help him in the face of this Flage.
Yep, Frog jumps here. And attack in for 4. Curious to see if we're going to discard this Thoughtseize in order to get an extra point in. Decide against it. Draw a card from the Psychic Frog. I think that's Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, but that's a little late.
Yeah, that had been 1 card deeper. It would have been an absolutely absurd draw. Raja can get down Psychic Frog, though, right now. Notably, it is a card that he can use that the Flage can't kill, and then open the door for Ragavan to attack and potentially find even more things. So we have to lose a lot of our hand to do that, but we could. And Steven Dykman has tied things up in Standard. So they're going to have a game number 3.
Okay, so this turn is really just about how Justin wants to use the Flage. Will almost assuredly be the play. Can't imagine what he would draw that would be better. What he really wanted to draw was Arena of Glory, but that clearly did not come. Flicker Wisp down. Just doesn't want to deal with any of the frog nonsense. So thought we might see a target on the untapped frog and then an attack with the Rogavan to either get a Rogavan attack in or force a trade, but
looks like Fatal Push was the draw here for Raja.
Fatal, he has no way to turn on Revolt.
Yeah.
If he had a white card, if he could evoke Solitude, then sure.
And it looks like he's just going to jump a Psychic Frog. I wonder if he's going to discard all the non-Solitude cards to the frogs and then jump again.
Yeah, just to try to hit the white card and give himself 2 draws to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're all inning, but like you're kind of in that sort of position either way. All right, it looks like Raja's just going to hope the top of the deck is good. He hits Psychic Frog.
Ugh. 3 straight non-white cards for Raja Suleiman, and now he is really under the gun against this Flage.
Yeah, and of note, I mean, so if the Flage shoots the frog, he can let the frog die and then Fatal Push, which is something. But yeah, I mean, Raja is sort of getting pretty unlucky not even to draw lands, because at least with lands, he could have gotten close into casting the Solitude on this turn. You know, if he had just been flooding out, he could spend 5 mana, but hitting the very few number of cards in this deck that aren't white, like you're saying, this is mostly a black-white deck. And yeah.
Looking at the mana base, the fetch lands are still in play because of Leyline for Justin Christensen. There's 1 card in the graveyard. So if say Justin kills the Emperor of Bones here on the Flage attack and Raja Fatal Pushes the Flage, can he potentially bring the Flage back immediately? You can fetch for a Surveil land and get up to 3 non-Flage cards, and the other fetch is number 4. You need 1 more. He has another fetch in hand. So as long as there's a Surveil land left in the deck for one of those fetch lands, Flage can be escaped immediately after a Fatal Push. Raja, likely knows this. Oh no, he goes going for the push, not jump and hope to draw a white card.
Yeah, maybe hoping to actually try to win the game here with these Psychic Frogs. But Territorial Kavu comes down. Land, notably a fetch land for Justin.
Yeah, that's also a little late. The push has already been used. Raja's still missing the white card for Solitude.
This fetch land does let you get a Surveil, though, and a card in the yard to jump the frog. So you get some looks.
And for as much as Raja needs to answer this Flage, the Kavu is really threatening as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of what the Zoo deck does, right? It plays a couple pretty good creatures that can kind of carry the game on their own, maybe a little hard to answer or, run away with the game quickly, and just plays removal spells from there. And Justin hasn't had a lot of ways to clear the path, but it's been very frustrating for Raja, despite you might thinking on the glance that this might be an easier matchup.
Yeah, at one point in this game, Raja had Solitude Ephemerate, Flicker Wisp in hand with Philia Psychic Frog, and he kind of used the Flicker Wisp for very mediocre value, thinking he would find another white card later, and just didn't.
Yeah.
And that's sort of been his undoing. Now the Solitude is sat useless in his hand, and there's another non-white card, but just a swamp. So if he can survive this turn, the Solitude could be hard cast next turn.
Yeah, and Hardcast Solitude is a good way to get back to the game. We are going to start seeing some fetching here. I'm curious to see, is Justin going to... How many Surveillance do we have? What are we exactly going to get? So first we're going to start with the Indatha Triome. Then we're going to fetch with the Flood Strand.
Usually there's 2 Surveillance in these lists, Thundering Falls and Lush Portico. And
that's a Steam Vents. Now, there is a tapped fetch land thanks to the Leyline of the Guild pack. So on our turn, we can fetch with that and then do our thing.
Yeah, I do see those 2 Surveil lands in the list. I think that they might both be in play. Isn't that Lush Portico underneath the plains?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's hiding out over there, and there's Thundering Falls.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he actually couldn't have brought back the Flage last turn. He didn't have another Surveil land left.
All right. It does look like Lightning Bolt was the draw for Justin. A lot of reach here. Has Territorial Kavu. Draw discard. Or discard draw, pardon me.
Bolt definitely complicates things for Raja. He's at 7. There's a Flage in the graveyard. Flage plus Bolt is lethal with any other less loss of life. So,
and Raja's going to be thinking about that, thinking about Tribal Flames. Definitely is going to want to try to block if at all possible.
Yeah, imagine we'll see the Thoughtseize get discarded to the Frog on Ragavan just to keep that around. And then the other Frog will get lost to the Chump block. And then there's a real question of whether Justin wants to go upstairs with the Flage or go towards one of the Frogs.
Yeah. Going towards the Frog means Raja will either lose it or the 2 cards in hand. While going upstairs sort of puts you at any damage source away.
Got a 2/3 with 2 damage on it and a 1/2 with no damage on it. So the 2/3 is both the juicier target and the more vulnerable one to damage-based removal.
Yeah, you don't really want to give Raja the choice, I think, here. You know, like if you want to kill the Frog, you want to kill the Frog. So we are going to exile 5. And now Flage is back. And yep, it's going to target the Psychic Frog. Raja knows he can't save it. It goes to the yard, and Justin gains 3 more life.
Okay. So Swamp Solitude can answer the Flage. But then Justin just bolts it and has the giant Kavu that trumps the Frog at this point because Raja's so low on cards.
Yeah. Raja does have the ability to jump this Frog, so we can get in another look. Looks like Overlord of the Bailmerk is the card draw for turn.
Okay, and there's a Quantum Riddler left in the graveyard after all the Frog activations. Wow, still no white cards. That was Overlord land. Overlord could return a white card if you wanted to.
Yeah, you just got to hit one.
So this could be cast Overlord. Try to return a white card. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's see what happens. All right, we hit a Solitude.
Yeah.
Solitude. I think Ophelia is the other one.
Yeah, and the Overlord is big enough to trade with the Kavu, so that's a much better blocker than Solitude would have been. Also not going to die to the Lightning Bolt. The Overlord was a great hit for Raja.
Okay, Raja doing this in the upkeep. If the opponent has a consign, he's going to die either way. Has the Doorkeeper's going to die either way. But if there's some card he can't think of, he'll just do it now. He's going to pass the turn. Scion.
Scion?
That gives first strike to that Territorial Kavu, which means it can attack into the Overlord of the Bailmerk.
Wow, yeah, first strike and trample, but the first strike is the relevant part here.
Yeah.
And with Raja on just a land, he may take this attack and just say, I can't beat a bolt.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a tough spot. You kind of need this Overlord to hit a Solitude on its attack trigger. And yeah, as we know, there is a bolt. So that's going to do it. Raja Suleiman down a game here. Justin winning here. Other 2 teammates up 1 for Raja. Let's check out some of the other tables and see where we're at. As it looks like we're going to hop over to Pauper. And in Pauper land, we're seeing the High Tide deck try to do its thing, but it's getting tempoed out a little bit by Blue Terror.
Yeah, this seems like a tough matchup for a High Tide. Pressure and counter magic has always been a great combo to have against combo decks. And that's exactly what Mono Blue Terror was doing.
Oh, looks like we got Giga Droust.
Ooh, That's a good start. So this is the turn. If Max Smith wants to win, it's going to be here. High Tide. There we go. So now all the lands make 2 mana.
Oh, and Steven Dykman just won the standard match 2-1 because of the deck reg error for Dimir midrange. Let's see what we can do here. All our islands tap for an extra mana.
So here's a Peer Through Depths. No mana floating because that island tap for 2. Look at the top 5. Find one of them. Instant or sorcery, I believe.
All right.
That's a Reach Through Mists.
Preordain in hand as well.
Needs to find a way to untap some lands. So Reach Through Mists, Splice Ideas Unbound. Is that what's happening, or just Ideas?
I think so. I think we are.
Oh no, that's Psychic Puppetry.
Oh, sure. Tap or untap a permanent, splice into the arcane. So that with your High Tide means you can untap these lands, go up a mana.
So we're splicing Puppetry onto Ideas Unbound.
Yeah, and that's what I was just saying there.
Yeah.
Land for turn has been played. Another High Tide here. I think extra crazy. It looks like Mac kind of shaking the head there. I think Scroll was one of the cards. Brainstorm is going to be the pick. We mentioned this before. It's sort of do or die moment here for the High Tide deck. Not only is all the mana tapped out, we're also at 4 with 2 different huge attackers in the way.
There's another Ideas Unbound. I assume splicing a Puppetry, but we only tap the 1 land.
Yeah, we might be verbally shortcutting.
Yeah. To say I'm going to do this, so probably an extra mana floating now at this point.
Yeah. I would guess it is possible we messed up. Yeah, draw 3, discard 3 cards at the end of turn. Yeah, this would seem to indicate we talked about before.
This should just be free. So should still have 1 mana floating from the previous splice, and there's another High Tide.
Yeah, but is it too late? I'm not exactly sure. So we High Tide here. Now all our lands are making 3. Okay, so we did have the 1 floating, yeah.
That now 3 mana. Does he have another way to splice the Puppetry? I don't think so. Goes for a Brainstorm.
And then picks up the cards. Wow. All right. Max Smith tried to go off, but could not do it against the Blue Terror deck. We'll hop back over to Modern. Maybe we'll see what's going on here. As it looks like game number 2 is starting up. Once again, Steven Dykman did win game 1. So Raja or Mac just need to win in order to win the round, but the other team needs to sweep it. Leyline of the Guild Pact on a mold of 6 here.
That's the way you want to start.
And it looks like we do have the Scion in hand.
Raja does have more ways to potentially answer a Leyline and then answer Scion after board. Has another March. Has a Teferi Time Raveler that could have come in. Could have also brought in some number of his consigns. They can counter the Scion. They can also counter the trigger of Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
So they have some functionality in this matchup.
Surveil, leave the card on top. Slam Psychic Frog.
Nice. Looks like the Scion is going to resolve.
Now, we do have Witch Enchanters that can blow up the Leyline of the Guild Pact. We can Flicker Wisp it away and then do something, but this Scion is going to prove to be an issue for right now. Felia is in hand. That's a way to get rid of the Guild Pact for a second, along with this. Excuse me, I thought we had Assaulty. We do not. Looks like we have double Fatal Push in hand and Emperor Bones, and we're just going to pass the turn back. Hold up Felia.
Leyline or no, Fatal Push never answers Scion of Draco.
Yeah, despite your best efforts.
But they played it for 2 mana, Mason.
Yeah. Maybe consider a tragic trajectory in these trying times. So it looks like, okay, it's double Felia, double Fatal Push, Emperor of Bones for Raja. Sean here might be talking. This looks like Psychic Frog's going to get Leyline bound. Trying to maybe clear the way for this Scion of Draco. We have another one in hand as well, and a Doorkeeper Thrall.
Thrall will definitely play. That'll stop the Flickerist from exiling the Leyline, even temporarily. But there's multiple Fatal Pushes waiting for it.
Yep, here comes Felia.
No, it's not Flickerist, it's Felia, so Thrall not so good against the dog.
Yep. Yeah, it's double dog. There's another one in hand there in case this one does get bolted or whatever.
Yes, the double dog dare hand.
Yes. As here comes a little surveilling action. See what Raja hits on top of the deck. Looking for an answer to this Leyline of the Guild Pact. Gonna put a land in the graveyard.
That one won't answer a Leyline. And another land off the top.
Polluted Delta the Rip.
Emperor of Bones, not particularly impressive here, but we'll check future Flages. And Raja's hand just does not line up well against the Leyline Scion.
Yeah, and honestly, part of the reason to be the Zoo deck, right, is that people just struggle with this combination. Sometimes you just get a lot of free wins. Flage off the top.
So I could hit the Philia. It could waste the adapt on the Emperor as well. Wouldn't kill it, but. Oh no, Philia just entered with the Thrall. Excuse me. So that's actually much better. Avoid the graveyard entirely for the Emperor, stick around. Now that's a real threat. Will likely get fatal pushed after the fetch land, and then the Emperor can exile it.
Well, everything is hexproof.
Oh yeah, because Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean,
every color.
Yeah, everything is every color. So they're first striking, vigilancing, hexproofing.
Yeah. These fatal pushes are just embarrassing. They're just blank pieces of cardboard.
Yep. And that's the weird part of this matchup, right? Sometimes they're really great, If this Leyline wasn't here and, Justin just had another spell, it would be like, oh, yeah, I'll fatal push some of this stuff, I'll have to work through the, Flage later, et cetera, et cetera. But
yeah, so Flickerist is turned off by the Thrall. We need, and Witch Enchanter is too. We need March of Otherworldly Light.
Yeah, I think we're on a March Robust angle.
Spend 3 mana, exile the other Philia that's in hand, deal with the Leyline, then you still have a mana left over for push. But need it basically right now. And even that might not be good enough. You're at 6, staring down Scion Flage still. Yeah, it has Witch Enchanter on top, but that's useless at this point. And there's just another land. Raja staring at his cards, desperately hoping they will change into better cards. But that is not going to happen. Good news, Raja. Your Pistons are a lot better than they were 2 years ago. So at least you got that going for you.
Yeah, take the win so you can get it. Getting the Witch Enchanter under here will be helpful if we ever do answer the Leyline, right? Because then we can blow up the Scion. You'll blow up this binding if we need to. But I've got a feeling we're going to have our first Game 3, Match 3 moment of our tournament today on coverage. So Felia can flicker. This.
Okay, so we can I guess we can temporarily deal with that. Then fatal push the Thrall.
Yeah. We Fatal Push Thrall, and then Witch Enchanter the Scion and Fatal Push the Flage. That should work out.
Yeah, this is very nicely set up.
Okay. And now you might have to fetch Shock because you don't have a Delta to get your Swamp.
And that is quite scary. Down to 3. So any Bolt, Tribal Flames, or Flage.
Well, isn't it? How many fetch lands are in play? There's at least 2 with 2 cards in yard. So that's dangerously close.
So it really just needs another untapped land. So it can fetch for a Surveil.
Yep. Leyline comes back at the end of turn from the Felia. And looks like we drew Territorial Kavu.
And it's Kavu Leyline. So well played from Raja to find the line out of it. Surveilling into the Witch Enchanter actually worked out. Got to put that in the graveyard and then use the Philia to just deal with the Leyline long enough. Certainly not out of the woods.
He's definitely not out of the woods, but kind of closing in. And this is part of why, Raja Suleiman was one of our NRG champs 2 years ago. Excuse me, 3 years ago now. Soon to be, at least. Time flies, as Territorial Kavu does look to be the play.
Witch Enchanter, of course, had to be exiled on end step. Players forgot that, but fixed it there.
And Quantum Riddler off the top. We can warp that in, draw 2, and then Felia it.
Yeah, hopefully play some cards before Feliaing it and drawing 2 more on the second trigger.
Be Still My Heart. If Raja can find something like Solitude White card as well, he'll be safe from the Flage. Oh, I guess this Emperor Bones is actually going to eat the Flage now.
Oh, yeah.
It survived the turn cycle. My mistake.
Okay. Maybe Raja just goes for a hard cast so he doesn't have to attack the Philia into the Kavu.
Reasonable. It's weird because he has the other Philia in hand, but that is a card to pitch to Solitude. So, all right. Thoughtseize and Polluted Delta were the draw here for Raja.
Not good.
Not exactly what the doctor was wanting. Flage is at.
He has the board stable. Answer the Flage.
Probably wants to play the land for turn still, just to get closer to triggering a Quantum Riddler later. Maybe also have a use for the mana. 3 and 2 and 1 are all basically the same against this deck. As Flage is gone, and yeah, we're just going to hold back, it looks like. Make sure this Territorial Kavu doesn't cheese us with a Leyline binding.
Yeah, has a good double block regardless of any removal spell, so.
Justin here can fetch.
End step fetch Surveil.
Yeah, I wonder if you fetch twice just to, get the land out of your deck and then Surveil. Could fetch again with the Surveil trigger on the stack. Get a little fancy with it.
But if you find something you like this turn, you may want to save the other Surveil land for next turn.
Well, you've already got one in play, though, with the Portico.
Oh, this is the last one?
Yeah, the Portico is hiding. It's hiding this time for you. You see trigger on the stack. I'm going to fetch here. Ship this land out of my deck. I think we're just double checking to make sure we have the mana in case something happens to the Leyline of the Guild Pact in play. That way we don't have to play the other one to have perfect mana. It's small, but could matter. Looks like Sacred Foundry. All right, Thundering Falls, Surveil trigger. Put that land in the graveyard. Got a couple of those out of the deck. Was that like a consign? I think it was a blue card.
I thought so too, but didn't get a great look at it. We know the other card is another Leyline.
Consign is weirdly powerful against Felia. Sometimes your opponents flicker out their own stuff, and you can sign the return.
If Justin really wants to see another card, he can send this Kavu to its death, turn the Leyline into the top card. Like discarded the card he drew,
which was a land, it seems.
Yeah, found a stubborn denial, and that's no help here. Raja playing around a Leyline Binding with the triple block. It's still only one creature that Justin's going to trade for here, since the two smallest creatures still combine to 6 toughness.
Okay, going after the Emperor of Bones, leaving Felia behind, has another Territorial Kavu.
It's the biggest creature he can deal with in case he draws Scion to give the Kavu trample, and it also makes it easier for him to flage in this game. If Raja gains a little bit of life, so he's out of range of 1 flage trigger, you can flage and cast it from the graveyard. Another Quantum Riddler, the draw.
Yeah, it's kind of it's weird. It's like playing it is actually kind of nice just because the body is really big. Like you need to keep checking these Kavus, and you're kind of in this, I don't want to say hopeless position, but this dire straits of needing to kind of have things break your way a little bit.
Yeah, that 6th point of toughness seemed unnecessary. This card has so much going for it. You needed to give it a 6th point of toughness too.
Yeah, I wonder if that was like a standard consideration of like this card wasn't landing because it was losing to like some 5 damage spell, and they're like, yeah, we'll put a point there. Maybe it sees play. I don't know. We'll have to get the story on that someday.
We know now it's seeing a lot of play in all the formats.
It's very good.
Raja getting aggressive.
Yeah, this is very aggro. If we're going to do this, I much prefer warping the first one.
Okay, so gives up the first dog.
Yeah, you have second dog in hand, so maybe Roger was really banking on Solitude there. Summer Denial number 2 here for Justin. Excuse me, another one. Pardon me, not a number 2. This is this Leyline of the Guild Pack you can discard. But if you don't find a lethal burn spell, your Kavu goes away. But what else is it really doing besides holding back Riddlers from attacking? Weird spot.
Yeah, again, enter the point where the Zoo deck's lack of card advantage and card selection is really killer. You draw a lot of blanks in the late game, extra ley lines. Your deck doesn't flood nearly as well. On 4 lands and a land is completely dead, while Raja's over here using 5 and 6 mana every turn.
And Raja draws the 3rd Thoughtseize. He needs them in the early game to stop the Leyline Scion that we saw was so powerful. But here, just basically blank draws. I also wonder if Justin sideboard out some of the Lightning Bolts and Tribal Flames, and that's part of why we're not attacking, right? Like maybe game 1, we go for the loot here when we have so many hits. This game, maybe we know we're on a little less. Emperor of Bones comes down.
Anything juicy in that graveyard? I don't think so. The Witch Enchanter is exiled since that was returned earlier.
Yeah, we don't have a white card to... Actually, yeah, we don't have a Solitude, excuse me. We have a Felia and a bunch of Thoughtseizes. All right, so Emperor of Bones.
I wouldn't mind putting the Scion underneath this, because the Scion can temporarily give your Quantum Riddlers hexproof, and the Emperor can put it into the battlefield at instant speed.
I really want Doorkeeper Thrall for Flage, but maybe I'm a coward.
Yeah, that would also be a good one.
A lot of options here.
I mean, he doesn't have an answer to the Flage in hand either way. He'd have to rip one the next turn because the Flage would stay in play with the Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yeah, but at least I don't know. I guess I don't see the vision on the Emperor of Bones as much. Well, all right, there's Leyline Binding.
That Leyline Binding is going to be really awkward. Suppose after the untapped Riddler is exiled, if the Kavu comes in, you can just put the other Emperor into play and double block, effectively trade Emperor for Kavu.
All right, Alex Hamilton on Terror has defeated High Tide 2-1. This is the deciding match of the team. It all comes down to this. Quantum Riddler just going to take a little block ski poo. Leave this Emperor Bones out of combat.
Interesting. So Justin lets Raja get off the clean block. Wonder if Raja's going to try to set up one really big attack. You end step, activate Emperor, put in Emperor. Then on your turn, you activate the second Emperor after exiling a creature with it, say like Scion or Kavu that's in the graveyard. Kavu would be the most damage, and that's 21.
Yeah, and it looks like here Raja was double checking his mana, because now if we try to Leyline Binding this Emperor Bones, we can adapt again in our response. We will obviously lose the Emperor Bones, but so yeah, this is 12 damage currently, 14 with the Emperor Bones. We don't put any mana into it.
And if the Leyline gets used on Emperor, it's still 17. You just lose the first Emperor to Leyline, get the second one, get Kavu. You have 3 4s and a 5. So I think Justin figured that out and realized that he has to let this one go.
Yeah.
And it actually has to exile.
Yeah, the fresh
the
one.
Second, the one that's didn't cost Raja a card. And that will also stop any shenanigans with his own territorial Kavu.
All right. It's so funny all this too, because if Raja draws Solitude, so many of the outs just go away, right? He does Solitude his own creatures. So, lot going on here. We'll have to see what's going to happen. Felia comes on down. Felia also representing there's Solitude. Oh, okay. So coming in here, this is 14 damage. Justin's at 17. Now, you maybe don't want to attack everything, but you can definitely chunk Justin for a good amount here. I'm kind of partial to attacking with one of the Riddlers, flickering the other one with your Felia, and hitting for 6 down to 11. Maybe the Emperor Bones as well is just we're sending in. Now you have the Solitude as well.
We send in with the small creatures, blink a Riddler.
This makes sense to me.
Just play a little patient, go for the kill next turn. Which is what he, would have had to do anyway, but doesn't need to do max damage this turn in order to kill next turn. So might as well have some blockers back. Finds a Ketramos.
Yeah, Ketramos allows us for a free Solitude if we needed it. And it looks like Arena of Glory is one of the cards in hand here for Justin. That could be a way to get some sneaky damage in.
I don't think there's another creature.
I don't think so either.
No, is that a Ragavan?
It could. Yeah, it does kind of look like Ragavan on top. Dashed.
Okay. Now, what does the Kavu bring? Discards the Arena.
Celestial Purge.
Can hit the Emperor Bones.
Yeah. There are worse draws in the deck by a lot. Now Raja needs to figure out, do I want to flash in this Solitude? Do I just want to block? Where am I at here? I think Raja just wants to throw guys in front of guys and yeah.
Make Justin commit more. There's no. I feel he should have had a counter from the blink last turn. So
yeah, might have also been a thing that they said, but just forgot to grab the die, especially in the heat of the moment like this. Very easy for everyone to be like, yeah, this is a 3, And yeah, it looks like Justin's just picking the cards up, even though we have the Purge, just can't actually close the door out from here.
The extra point on the Philia was lethal.
Yeah.
Purge on the 4/4 left, exactly 11 damage. So,
yeah. Yep. Well, congratulations there to the team of Dykeman, Suleiman, and Smith winning it there. I was winning that game, but they still have game number 3. Pardon me. I had a moment that this has been going for so long. March of the Otherworldly Lights here in Raja's sideboard, it looks like.
This is our first game 9. All 3 matches went the distance. They split the first 2. Big game. We're about halfway through the tournament, 7 rounds of Swiss. So when you're 4-0, you're knocking on the door of the top 8. If you're 3-1, you're back against the wall. Another loss and you're likely out. So I feel it's a really, really big swing. You can either be 1 win away from the top 8 or 3 wins away from the top 8.
Yeah, and here's Raja's deck. We got to see a little bit of how Raja was sideboarding. Put back in a bunch of consigns and March of Otherworldly Lights. Unsure what was being cut for those, but I mean, this sort of deck is quite popular right now in Modern.
I think maybe Consign is a play draw consideration. It has very narrow utility, but being able to counter a Scion when your opponent is on the play could be important. And it's a lot harder to break up the Leyline Scion combo with your main deck tools, the Witch Enchanters, Flicker Wisps, and things like that, and Philia. It's just harder to set that up when you fall behind. And if you end up taking too much damage trying to set it up, then you get into burn range. So Raja may be thinking, I need a couple, at least a couple of these consigns on the draw to have more direct ways to stop a turn 2 Scion without having to rely on those more expensive, slower answers.
All right, let's quickly take a look at the Zoo deck as well. We can see the players are shuffling up and about to present a cut. So quickly taking a look over here. We saw those purges came in. Potentially, Mystical Dispute, probably something that's over there. A couple of good cards.
Yeah, and this is another matchup where Consign does some work, but isn't an all-star. I usually like Consign out in this matchup if you're really concerned with Solitude, and I believe Justin is. Maybe you don't want all 3, but it seems like a better card than Stubborn Denial to me because there's just so few spells that you care about in the Esper deck.
Yep. And it looks like we have the Leyline for the game 3 as well. And I see a Scion in hand, Ross.
And, not Turn 1 Ragavan. I thought we were going to have the nuts, but just a Nile Spellbomb. So that came in out of the sideboard. There are some graveyard elements. It's a little awkward against Overlord, though, because you can't actually stop the Overlord if they mill a creature with the trigger.
Yeah, all you ever really do is if they had something they wanted to with it on the stack, you can get it, or trigger on the stack, I should say, as well.
But it does come with, a very low opportunity cost because it cycles. If that was something like Tormod's Crypt, no, I don't want it.
Yeah, definitely. Exerting the Scion here. No consign for Raja. And yeah, I mean, we're at 15 now.
It's beat down a clock. There is a March of Otherworldly Light in Raja's hand, so we may see him pitch a couple cards to answer this ley line.
And it's a high price to pay, but a price you have to pay if you're going to be able to kill this Scion. Obviously, Raja has a couple of the ways to temporarily remove the ley line, but not many permanent ways. Especially in time, too. This Arena of Glory, getting in this attack a turn sooner is so massive.
Yeah, effectively, 1 fewer turn, 1 fewer card. That is a huge deal.
Yeah, and Raja's deck fetch shocks a lot. So, I mean, it's pretty fair to assume that Raja is probably going to hit 12, which means he knows he kind of has 3 turns for this game. Maybe he can string together enough basics and fetching tap to make it work, but it's not an easy task.
Then you also have to consider the burn out of the Zoo deck. So maybe you only have 2 hits that you could really afford to take.
True. Consigns the draw here for Raja. He kept it on top with the Surveil.
A little bit late. A little bit late. If he had that one last turn, he'd be in great shape.
We do have a Psychic Frog. That's kind of our very strong turn 2 play we can make.
Okay.
Looks like we're kind of checking out time here. Plains, not very good at Psychic Frog.
Once again, well, it had a Marsh Flats in hand, so clearly just didn't want to play Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
That was a conscious choice by Raja.
All right, fetch land. Looks like we have Purge and Leyline Binding in hand here for Justin. So we are just playing the Delver game. Up to 28 goes Justin. Down to 11 goes Raja. Passing of the turn. We do have the Spell Bomb. Time is called. Okay. So I believe Justin be turn 0 here as Felia enters the battlefield. Leyline Binding that Felia. Get it out of here. It's going to protect our Leyline of the Guild Pact. Thoughtseize the draw from Raja. Raja was turn 0. Okay.
So now we're on turn 2. So Justin has 2 more turns of his own to try to close out this game. He might come up just a little bit short. And players are in a position where a draw is a lot better than a loss.
Yep.
We had 71 teams, I believe, just over the cutoff to get to a 7th round. That usually means that X11 is quite safe.
Probably going to see the spell bomb get cycled here at the end of the turn, just to try to draw into some sort of creature like Territorial Kavu or Burn Spell. We do have this Arena and a Bolt in hand, so Raja's at 8. If the Scion connects the 2 more turns, that would be lethal. Oh, and Raja maybe going for the Thoughtseize, hoping to pick apart what Justin has, and Justin can bolt in response.
And he does. Raja's going to go to 6 here, and the Purge will go away.
All right. Purge down.
A couple huge draw steps for Justin Christensen. Can he find some creatures to give haste with this Arena of Glory, get over the finish line in the last 2 turns of round 4?
Yeah, I mean, and can Raja stop the Scion? Part of the issue here is these fetch lands, too, are losing us life. All right, Upkeep, we're going to fetch for a Surveil land, try to find one of our mini 2-mana or even 1-mana creatures.
But you take yourself off of Territorial Kavu haste this way.
Ooh, you do. That's true.
So it's really only Ragavan and Scion.
And burn spells.
And burn spells. So
yeah,
quite a lot. So the extra look on slightly fewer cards, I think, is worthwhile.
I think so, too. Leyline of the Guild Pact.
That was just an Arid Mesa. So now we could pop the Spell Bomb and still hit Burn Spell, Ragavan, or Scion.
Yeah, I mean, I like popping the Spell Bomb here and just take your redraw. I mean, you were willing to do so much a second ago to get another look. Might as well. That's Flage.
So if this Scion comes across, Raja at 2, he needs to. I guess he can consign the trigger.
He has to find an answer to this Draco, though, Ross. We still get one more attack step. Even a Chump Block, I guess, does the job, but
yeah, if Raja can find one of his other basics and be able to play Psychic Frog, hold up Consign, and just block for a turn, consign the trigger, he can live through turn 5.
It's so crazy, too, because if we main phase the Flage, we get to use the Consign, right? Which would give us the... we can discard cards to jump. Excuse me. Okay, I was thinking we needed to have the cards in the graveyard. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Raja, we got outs. Let's see what we draw.
Swamp!
Let's just play the Psychic Frog.
Now, and he has enough cards in hand.
Plenty here. Here's Psychic Frog.
Oh my god. Now there's still some good draws here for Justin Christensen. A Ragavan, because he can haste with the Arena of Glory and still have 3 mana for Flage. Another burn spell. But it would have to be a Bolt. Because he only has 4 mana, so it has to be a 1-mana card. He needs Bolt, Ragavan, or Stubborn Denial if Stub is still in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't a creature work too? Because a creature he can just attack. I don't think Raja.
Sure, yeah, if he goes for it instead of the Flage, but it can't be Scion because that also gets consigned.
Yeah, it can't be signed. Yeah. And the teammates are talking about something. If it's a Bolt, they've got to be feeling good. Although I guess. All right, so oh no! And they just attack immediately. They drew something. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it wasn't attack. It was just a fixing of the cards. It looked like we were pushing forward. Unclear. The Stubborn Denial. I wonder if they're playing around like solituding his own frog. Is maybe
yeah,
what
I think that was the card that was on their radar exactly. And oh my god, this is going to be. That's a tough one.
We're gonna jump the frog. It's gonna live. Justin gains a lot of life.
First strike, trample. So on lifelink. And Raja could discard it. He has one other spare card. He could eat the Scion.
Yeah, I think eating the sign is probably the play that gets the most likelihood of your opponent conceding, too, of like, maybe I would have actually won this game. Obviously, I think this game is far from over.
Yeah, so now the Scion dies. Justin gains some life, tries to show him the Flage, can sign the trigger with Replicate. I guess actually, yeah, the stub wouldn't have been good enough because Raja could replicate the consign.
Isn't replicate cost blue, or is it one? I'm sorry.
No, it's colorless.
It's one color. Okay. So yeah, so stub would not have done enough. You're right.
So this is not nearly this level of feel bad, but it looks like this is going to end as a draw, and it would have been a tough spot for Raja. He would have had 2 cards, draw step and frog, to find an answer to the Flage in the graveyard.
Yeah, and tough place to be in for both players. What a game and a half. I mean, oh my goodness, just back and forth the whole time. Well, that was time in the round, as you just saw. It's one of our last matches. We need to set up for the next feature match. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with round 5 of coverage. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Mario, and we are here with round number 5 of our team events coverage. Let's check out our players to watch leaderboard, Ross, really quickly and see how everyone is doing. You're going to notice here we got 2 4-0s up at the top here, and we might be seeing a bit more of them here as the day goes on, as it is only 7 rounds. We just saw Dykman's team go with a draw there. They'd be 3-0-1, and then a lot of 3-1s and a couple 2-2s. So for some people, tournament's probably basically over, but still very live for lots of the teams of French, Harvey, and Kiefer.
Yeah, that leaderboard competition is tight right now and doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. All these players chasing points today, and a lot of them are picking up big chunks.
Well, let's go to our feature match area and see the team of Hayes battle against the team of Newman. We saw Ryan Hayes' team earlier here with Fletcher Johnson and Jake Cohn play the Vivi Cauldron, Gruul, Brood Scale, and Blue Terror matchup. On the right, though, we got Vivi Cauldron, Amulet Titan, and Flickertron, and we're going to be starting out here in Pauper.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these decks before. I think Terror is one of the more popular decks in the room. We talked about how this is a pretty easy deck for players that are a little newer to Pauper to pick up. The Brainstorm Delver kind of play style is something that's going to be familiar to players, especially if they've played a lot of Legacy, and it's performing quite well. The Flickertron deck, definitely the control deck in this matchup, trying to get to the end game, set up that powerful engine of Ghostly Flicker plus Mnemonic Wall. But that's going to be tough in the face of all these counter spells and the early pressure from Mono Blue Terror.
All right. Well, Terror is on a mulligan. It looks like Tron has kept. Looks like that sleeve might be a little dirty. Clean it up. Battling hard out here.
So taking a look at the list for Jake Conan, 4 counterspell, 2 dispel, 2 spell pierce, all in the main. So has 8 good counterspells for the matchup. But what he's looking for right now is a turn 1 Delver. There it is.
All right, pass of the turn. Mine of the Urza variety. Delver taking a peek-ski-poo. Not revealing, but maybe cleaning up the top of our deck. Lorian revealed. We're going to go search our deck for an island. Top card. Maybe a Stinky Terror when we need to hit land drops. Maybe it's also just a land anyways.
Yeah, nice little bit of card selection. It's like Fetch Land Mishra's Bauble, right? This is the Pauper version.
Yeah.
I even see another Delver in Jake's hand.
And that's a good play.
If those transform next turn, this game could be over quickly.
Yeah, we saw earlier, and we talked to Dom's as well, the Tron deck, where they weren't really sure exactly what its greatest matchups were, but they knew it took a while to win. And these Delvers are very good at punishing decks like that. Oh, is that Camp? Oh, that's Prismatic Prism, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a Prophetic Prism, which is what you wanted as the Tron player, but no second Tron land. Prophetic Prism and Natural Tron would have been the ideal to catch up from this double Delver start. So not going to have a huge mana advantage as of now, and staring down a ton of pressure.
All right, and we're going to mental note to actually mill that Ponder. We don't want it. We had another one in hand after we flip the Delvers. Maybe looking for stuff like Tolarian Terror here.
At this point, if you're Jake, you're just looking for counter spells. You have the pressure. This is a 4-turn clock, just barely.
Thought Scour.
couple counter spells here should clean up this game.
Looks like we have a couple lands in hand.
Maybe regretting getting rid of that Ponder now that the other cantrips didn't show the goods.
We're just bouncing Prophetic Prism back to the hand to kind of cut off the colored mana. We talked about it earlier. This deck plays a lot of spells that cost actual mana of a colored variety, and uses these filtering lands and Prophetic Prism to pay those costs. So early on here, that's going to be pretty terrible. Looks like we do have some Moment of Pieces in hand, so maybe some fog action coming our way.
Double Moment's Piece, which means 4 fogs available. Okay, that will buy Michael a lot of time.
Speaking of double the same Tron land.
Not a double you're usually looking for.
Cryogen Relic, new to Pauper with the release of Edge of Eternity, has been making big waves. Stun counter here could be real, Ross.
Could end up delaying the point where Mitchell has to use the fogs.
All right, and here's the Serpent.
Now, even if the Relic locks down one of the aberrations, it's still a lethal attack. So the stun counter no longer relevant, and it is Fog O'Clock.
All right, we're going to move to discard.
Wow, no lands. Goes for the upkeep just to try to play around a top deck counterspell.
I thought Scour into something. Spell Pierce. Ooh, got him. All right, Mono Blue Terror doing its thing, winning that game. A fast start with a good punish. Looks like we're going to check in on Modern real quick and see what's happening there. All right, double Amulet Scape Shift stuff. So that's probably a win for Colin. Let's check in on Standard. It does look like he's
going fast and furious.
Yeah, it looks like that one is over real quick. So checking out Ryan Hayes here on your left with VV Cauldron versus James Newman on your right with VV Cauldron. Looks like we're in the middle of a prof sing.
Or stories.
A stories time, yes. One side was prof, one side was Agathos.
I saw VV in hand for Ryan and has Cauldron in play. So if there's no interaction from James Newman, this game might also be ending rather quickly.
All right, VV hits the graveyard. All right, we're going to target the Agathos. Oh.
I will VV your Soul Cauldron because that card does everything, apparently.
Yeah. A Braid will do the job fine, though, as that's going to go. And the VV still does get exiled despite the Agathos being destroyed. So it won't be there for either future versions of Cauldron from either player. Pardon me.
And a counter will get placed on the other FOMO for Ryan. So no mana, but I think he has Delirium. I see Profs, Mako, Stories, Cauldron.
That's enough on its own. And I think these are in play, given that we started this tournament with the Winter Night Stories. So that's the 3 mana. So these Fear of Missing Outs can attack.
Yeah.
Now, there is a other Fear of Missing Out on the other side of the table that is big enough to kind of bump heads for a little bit, but
attacks with 1 Fear of Missing Out, untaps itself. Now, when the second one attacks for the first time, he'll get another trigger and a 3rd combat. It amounts to the same amount of damage here. It's advantageous to stretch yourself to 3 combats if you have Profs or Steam Core Scholar that can take advantage of the additional one, but
it looks like James might be playing around like a Torch the Tower type card here.
Yeah.
And then Ryan kind of bluffing said Torch by attacking. Could have left it back to potentially defend, but it's going to play this Agathos post-combat.
But as you said, the VV gets exiled, so that was not available for Ryan. I think his hand is Marauding Mako and a land, so not a great hand, but does have the Winter Night Stories in the graveyard for next turn to find more action. Now, looking at James Newman's graveyard, I see the 2 lands in the Abrade. Is that a Fear of Missing Out underneath them? Looks
I'm
like
not
it.
sure. Yeah, it has a nice border, which is, kind of a sign that it could be something like this.
If it is a FOMO, that means Delirium is enabled for James as well. And with Profs in play and this Fear of Missing Out, that could be game. But I guess Ryan can exile the Fear of Missing Out with the Cauldron.
Yeah.
So he'll have to assemble Delirium through the Cauldron activation if he wants to go nuts with his own profs and FOMO.
All right, here comes Winter Night Stories.
At the very least, he can just attack. Well, without Delirium, he can't attack at all. So looking to discard potentially Artifact Enchantment, or I guess, anything with 2 types that aren't land instant will get him there. So 2 cards that are not lands or instants and do not overlap on their type.
And then, is there a way for us to get close enough to lethal here? I think we're a little short. There's a Profs and a land.
Oh, and the stories actually gives you sorcery. So he just needed 1 card. Yes. So this is fine.
All right.
And here's a FOMO. So that'll be a 4th card drawn this turn. So the FOMO will get 4 counters, become a 7 power, then get 4 more, become 11. So that's 18. Newman needs to draw 1 more card this turn, but doesn't have any mana left.
Yeah. Now we could just put a bunch of counters on the first Fear of Missing Out, hit for a lot, and then beginning of the next combat, put it on the other one and just have big blockers.
Yeah, that seems like it will likely be the play here.
Yeah, we're double checking. And we're going to stay here till the end of this game. It looks like it's about to end on one of these turns.
Yeah, James takes the defensive line. And he's pretty well set up.
Yeah, and now Agatha's. Okay, that was a Fear of Missing Out. That's going to help reduce Delirium a little bit over there, but also just put a counter on our Fear of Missing Out for attacks. And we drew a Torch the tower.
That one's not any help. The FOMOs are too big at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if Ryan can cycle this Marauding Mako as a way to get some redraws, if you find something like a Profs that could help start to burst down this wall. Looks like he's just going to hardcast the Mako. And then flashback Winter Night Stories. A Braid, one of the pickups, along with some lands. Interesting.
So a Braid plus Torch, even with Bargain, is still not enough to take out either Fear of Missing Out on Newman's side of the battlefield.
Yeah.
Once again, we're seeing players have enough disruption to stop the Soul Cauldron aspect of the game, and then Profs being the card that actually decides it. It's the Profs advantage for James Newman that is making this game a struggle for Ryan Hayes.
All right. Discard those lands. That does put 2 counters on the Mako.
Now, does it take Ryan off Delirium? I see creature, artifact, land. I think there's a Profs in the graveyard as well.
Yes. So there should still be Delirium. But an opposing Agatha's could take us off of that from James if he ends up drawing that card. Looks like Ryan's attacking. And he's going to untap his big Agathas. Okay, double block.
So now you have 3 damage on a 7 or 8 toughness creature, your choice.
Yeah, with the 3 on the 7, you can then, I guess you can even put 4 here with Agathas if you wanted to, but you can have Braid and Torch to finish off one of the Fear of Missing Outs, right?
Yeah. So that'll be 5 plus 3 from the FOMO is 8. That'll kill the bigger Fear of Missing Out without even having to use the Cauldron. Then you can use the Cauldron to exile the Winter Night Stories in Newman's graveyard.
Yeah, and that'll put you in a much better position. And the Torch will make it so the Fear of Missing Out gets exiled, which I think helps a little bit on the Delirium.
Yes, there's instant sorcery. You can exile land, and that's another Abrade. So yeah, if you exile the stories, you also leave Newman with only 2 types. And you don't even have to bargain anything with the Torch. So that worked out reasonably well. As reasonable as a 3-for-1 can.
Yeah. Looks like a Braid into Torch. So, yep. There goes the exile on that Fear of Missing Out.
Now Ryan will just want to exile the Winter Night Stories before we get to Newman's main phase.
Little status update. Colin did end up winning that game of Amulet Titan, went through the motions correctly, and Winter Night Stories is gone.
Okay, I see a VV in Newman's hand. Not sure what else, though. Is that another Winter Night Stories?
I think we did draw Winter Night Stories.
Oh, my God.
All right. Here's a Marauding Mako.
That'll not only make the profs incredible, it'll also likely reestablish Delirium. He gets sorcery just from the stories, needs to discard any fourth type other than land instant sorcery. So just a creature, which is what you want to discard the stories anyway.
All right.
Ryan can take one hit from this FOMO. It's 6 power right now. Just stories and profs will pump it to 9. And he can go to 4 and jump block it on the second attack. At that point, Newman likely uses the profs to start pumping the Mako even more.
All right. Newman discards prof land. That's 2 counters on our Mako. Plays land. Plays another profs. Just get a redraw and get an extra point of power. So this
also establishes 2 enchantments in the graveyard. So, but but it does have just the 1 sorcery. So Ryan can take away Delirium next turn.
But Ryan Hayes.
Yeah, got to take this 10.
Yeah.
Now it's the FOMO's big enough to survive a double block, so you might as well use the second trigger to pump the Mako.
Yep. Then it becomes, do you want to attack? Attacking means the Mako dies from Ryan.
Yeah, the Soul Cauldron means that it can be a 4 power attacker. So this is just comes down to Floodmaw with Newman at 4.
Yeah, into the Floodmaw, big draw step here. Has a lot of redraws too in the VV Cauldron deck. Ryan also told us he was playing a bunch of Quantum Riddlers earlier. So, all right, Marauding Mako's a redraw. Let's see what we hit. Cycle.
Tursa would also be an excellent draw here.
Ooh, starting town is not it. Okay, Hayes is going to be down a game here. Unless there's something in graveyards we couldn't see. Like a hidden Winter Night Stories, but it doesn't seem to be that way. And Ryan's going to pick it up. And then, as we said, that Popper won already by Jake Conan with the blue Terra deck. So let's go check out Modern here.
Okay.
And see if Colin can tie up this match.
So no early Amulet for Colin Sabor. Looks like just an Arboreal Grazer getting some more mana.
Boseiju happened on a Damping Sphere for Colin against Fletcher. So Fletcher up a land. Thanks to that Boseiju.
Yes. So the tough part about this matchup from the Brood-Scale side is you don't have a ton of interaction for the really fast draws from Amulet. But if they let you set up, you have the ability to find Haywire Mites. You have Boseijus postboard. You have Damping Spheres. You have some ways to disrupt them, and you can combo yourself. So usually you're looking for just a fast combo, but you can also win a disruptive game if they don't have a fast Amulet draw. See Torpor Orb in Fletcher Johnson's hand, so that came in out of the sideboard as well.
Yeah, it seems to be coming down this turn. Looks like we have 2 Glaring Fleshrakers in hand for Fletcher. We talked about that when we saw this team earlier, how in multiples those can kind of get some sneaky wins with things like Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, this game could easily end in 2 turns for Fletcher with that double Fleshraker. So pressure is on Colin Sabor. Untaps with 3 mana in play, but not working towards us an Amulet via Saga. May have an Amulet in hand, but okay, there it is. No lands. Could still have a bounce land that he wants to keep in his hand and didn't have a reason to show, but still
There's
not a good
Kozilek's
sign.
Command. Okay, so
we can play the 2 Fleshrakers this turn, and then next turn try to Kozilek's Command into a second Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of damage, right? Like your second Fleshraker this turn is going to deal 1 and get you a Scion back. And then next turn, if you draw no lands, you're going to have an X of 6. Excuse me, X is 4. Pardon me.
With 2 Flesh Rakers, Kozilek's command deals 2 times X plus 4 damage. You get
10.
Yeah. You get 4 damage from the triggers of the Flesh Rakers. You have 2 triggers that each deal 2 damage. And then you get 2 damage for each of the spawns from the X paid for command.
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good. We're also going to get a Urza Saga pop. So we'll be able to kind of get something from our deck. Maybe get something like a Blade. Because you still get to attack with the Flesh Rakers in the next turn. That means we have 2 damage coming across, assuming there's not anything that can block. Besides Set Laser. And yeah, I mean, Glaring Flesh Raker. Looking nice. Looks like we're doing a little counting here. Maybe figuring out if we want to use the construct to be a thing, but we talked about this before. Don't get the world's biggest constructs in this deck.
Definitely not. But with the Torpor Orb and the Flesh Rakers, 1 construct, just representing a few extra damage can be relevant.
It looks like a Zusa was played after Echoing Deep's copying one of the lands in Fletcher's graveyard. Looks like we are going to pop. Oh my gosh, the people have to be reminded of a Zusa that's not common anymore. Be still my heart. Need a robot token.
So this construct will also trigger the Glaring Flesh Raker. So this should bring Colin down to 19. I wonder if Fletcher is going to play this a little bit slower and go for Construct plus Flesh Raker this turn.
Yeah, maybe trying to hold up Kozilek's command so that no graveyard shenanigans can happen.
Yeah, and the Torpor Orb really helps insulate him from the worst of what Colin can do. Because even if a Titan comes down, it's not going to find any lands immediately, and then you still have 1 more turn to kill.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like we're thinking about if we do want to make this construct with the Urza Saga being our draw, kind of parse that new information. Looks like we're going to float.
Could be a float, find something like Haywire Might, ping for 1 with Flesh Raker, play 2nd Flesh Raker, deal with the Amulet.
Yeah, totally reasonable.
There's a lot of options here. Things get a lot better from the Broodscale side as soon as your opponent doesn't show you an Amulet by like turn 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
They just give you a little bit of breathing space, and you have a lot of good tools in the matchup. But when they don't give you any breathing space, it's really about whether you can race with your own combo. And you usually need to be on the play for that.
Yeah. Looks like Fletcher is double checking we do want to get this Haywire Might. We saw in our first feature match of the day, Fletcher decided against the Haywire Might, and it was disastrous. Maybe war flashbacks running.
And the Haywire Might should also trigger the Glaring Flesh Raker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Colin's life total changing, so those might be some missed triggers from Fletcher Johnson. There were 3 of them between the 2 constructs and the Might.
Yeah, every damage matters, especially if we're going to end up winning with these Kozilek's commands and chaining them together. All right, Urza Saga, land for turn.
Now you have to choose between the ability to use Haywire Might or casting the 2nd Flesh Raker.
Well, yeah. I mean, at this point, you're kind of just, I think you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, but.
Okay, Haywire Might takes out the Amulet. Now next turn, Fletcher will have Glaring Flesh Raker, make a token, but then only 3 mana left to sink into K command, only a K command for 1.
Does Torpor Orb stop the Glaring Flesh Raker?
Oh, it does. Yeah, it's
okay.
My bad.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So
I was thinking too because they're Eldrazi. They do cast triggers normally.
Yeah, it's cast trigger to make a thing, but then enters to
Yes.
So
Okay.
not missed.
So no
I'm
missed triggers. That
even.
was a test. Good job. The rest of you passed. Yeah, no, I was just thinking so many
Oh,
draws
man.
are fast. Yeah.
That's very awkward. This Torpor Orb is shutting down the entirety of Fletcher's draw. He has the combo double Flesh Raker, and with it.
Yeah, and I mean, this probably explains too. I always saw multiple damping spheres when Fletcher flicked through the deck, but only one Torpor Orb, right?
Yeah.
Going to have, a card for Storm, but also can't have a lot of these as you're playing against Titan. Looks like, is that a Lotus Field in hand for Colin?
I didn't get a great look at it, but
It's just a big burst of mana.
No amulet anymore, but with Azusa, you can just play some lands you don't care about and have the Lotus Field for next turn.
Yeah. Just pick up your land, replay the forest. We have Scape Shift in hand. Nothing we can do with it, though, because we don't have an amulet.
Yeah, taking out the amulet was a big game for Fletcher Johnson.
And Walking Ballista was the draw here. Really weird game, because if Fletcher can also apply enough pressure that if Colin destroys the Torpor Orb, he might be able to still do the Kozilek's command kill, right? Like if he can just get enough now. Looks like we're figuring out how we want to play this Ballista for how much versus make another robot. You could play it for, X is 1, still make a construct, you'll get a spawn because the cast trigger part isn't stopped by Torpor Orb. All right, looks like we're going to lead with Glaring Flesh Raker.
And then the Ballista on 1 will make 2 spawns.
All right. That still leaves Kozilek's command up to get something out of the graveyard.
Now there's 4 artifacts, so Construct's coming across for 8. Flesh Raker coming across for 2. Fletcher doesn't even want to risk losing the Flesh Raker. Maybe Endurance.
Yeah, Endurance might be the thought, and then also Arboreal Gracer is just going to be able to block it pretty freely. Obviously, maybe you're okay with that because then the robot gets through, but Fletcher doesn't want to risk it.
All right, 8 damage. At this point, a Kozilek's command just to remove a blocker might be enough. Although,
this is Spelunking. Yeah.
That's going to set up the Scape Shift. But there's no, I guess, can we set up an Analyst loop without being able to mill cards each time?
I'm not 100% sure.
Certainly not through the Kozilek's command, because I think you would do it with the Lotus Field, right?
Yeah.
And if Fletcher can just exile the Lotus Field, that should shut down an Analyst loop off the Scape Shift.
Can you Scape Shift for anything that can keep you alive? We don't really play Colony Gardens much anymore these days.
You can get a Titan into play if you wanted to. It wouldn't find any lands, but it would be a 6/6. Colossal Dreadmaw mode.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
There's Lotus Field floating 3 mana and then sacrificing itself. I imagine we will see the Scape Shift next, although a little awkward to Scape Shift now with only 3 lands in play because of the field.
All right, Summoner's Pack now. Maybe we're doing all this too with the hopes of sort of sitting up, and maybe Fletcher messes up. I don't even know how he could, but that's Aftermath Analyst.
Is there a Shifting Woodland in the graveyard?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, because if we came in a turn late, but there was only Boseiju, I think, at the time.
Yeah, so there's the only lands in the graveyard are Boseiju and the Vestige and the Lotus Field, which is 6 mana. Fletcher gonna take a look, see what he wants to do with this Kozilek's command. Likely exile the Lotus Field. Then probably scry 1, draw a card. Seems better than making a spawn. Could exile the Arboreal Grazer too, if you wanted to clear away the blocker.
The nice part about making the spawn is you do get 1 for Blade of the Blood Chief, which you can search up in a second. All right, looks like, yeah, getting rid of the blocker was the plan. I don't know why we're in standard. All right. So it looks like we did get rid of the Lotus Field. Then we got Echoing Deeps, Boseiju, Crumbling Vestige. Deeps is, I think, entering as a copy of Crumbling Vestige.
Okay, so this is 7 mana then?
All right, here's Scape Shift.
Oh, it's 5 mana. There's no other Lotus Field.
Yeah, there's no other Lotus Field. So
now we can Scape Shift.
Right,
with the Analyst in the graveyard, and you can get, but we're going to have Scape Shift, Analyst, land. I guess you need to get an Urza Saga, a Lotus Field, a Shifting Woodland. And if you can get those 3, you can put the Saga in the graveyard to complete Delirium.
Yeah.
And then sack that during each loop of the Analyst to maintain the Delirium.
And then from there, but can we win this turn? I think it's looking close.
Well, eventually you just return the Boseiju with a bounce land, then deal with the Torpor Orb that way and continue going off. So true. I think this is a combo through the Torpor Orb.
Yeah. I wonder if we were supposed to get rid of this Aftermath Analyst then?
Yeah, if you just get rid of the Analyst, then the loop is not a problem. There still might have been enough mana, because then there's no constraint on trying to get Delirium. Then you just go for mana, Teleria West, Boseiju, and multiple bounce lands, and try to go off with Titan. But you're down Lotus Fields. You might not be able to go fully off with Titan with only the 1 Spelunking. To me, the story of this game is Torpor Orb. I think it actually hurt Fletcher more than it hurt Colin. Colin was able to win through it here, and it slowed Fletcher down multiple turns by shutting off the triggers from Glaring Fleshraker.
Yeah, I mean, this game would have been so different without that Torpor Orb. If it had just been the 3rd Damping Sphere or whatever, it also just would have been a very powerful card against Colin still. All right. Yeah, it looks like we're doing it. Shifting Woodlands. That Spelunking was a very good draw.
We've reached the explain portion of the game.
Yeah,
it's easier if I just tell you what's about to happen.
Yeah, this one is very weird. I remember the first time this happened to me, I was like a little lost in the sauce. But once you kind of understand the basics of it, it all makes sense. And yeah, it looks like Fletcher is just double checking or walking through it together. And then, yeah, we have the Teleria West in hand, which will get a Boseiju, and we'll Boseiju, and then get a Pact, and because it'll be my graveyard, and it get bounced to my hand. And yeah, I have infinity mana from here.
Yeah. Colin knows how this works.
Yep.
So he's going to take down this game and match, leveling the team match at 1 apiece, which means this one's going to come down to standard and our VV Cauldron Mirror.
Yeah. And this is deterministic from here. They're just double checking the mana, I think, at this point. And let's head on up to standard, since there's actually something going on. Even if it is VV Cauldron, it has got to be a bit more action-packed than that.
Well, the script is flipped here. It is Ryan with the profs and the giant FOMO.
All right. Hayes has got to hold it down for the team. Top 8'd yesterday on standard, playing the same deck.
Yeah, lost the finals. So even though he missed out on the automatic invite to NRG Champs, if they make another deep run in this tournament, he'll have a ton of points to be up there on the leaderboard. Look to punch his ticket to that tournament.
Winter Night Stories getting harmonized back here. VV Dylan 1 getting some mana, or some counters, excuse me, for future mana. James trying to figure out, talking with what I assume is Mitchell about what we want to be doing here. Discarding Tashani's Tidebinder. And it looks like a passing. Oh, there's a Prof's off screen. Okay. So now this VV has a ton of mana. 6 to be exact. Although add 4 life with all these creatures. Into the Flood Maw, the fear of missing out. Play this Profs to redraw. Down to 13 from all these triggers as well. Yeah, and the VV I think is at 9 counters.
It's big.
Yeah, these players know each other. They're playing a little fast too, just to make sure we don't run into time.
Yeah, especially Ryan, because if he wins this game, they need to play a third.
Yep. All right, Ryan has Agatha's in hand. Can't make out the full graveyard, but there's 2 Fear of Missing Outs in hand as well, and I think that's a Winter Night Stories. Ross is the last card.
That'd be pretty good if there's a VV floating around in either graveyard.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're going to discard something. It's looking like it's going to be Winter Night Stories. Oh, maybe hold it. See if we draw a land. Yeah, kind of a weird spot because you could keep the Fear of Missing Out in order to take another look. You get to draw a card, Ryan. Don't worry about it. All right.
Quickly. Yep,
okay.
There's a VV.
Yep. This makes a lot of sense. Looks like we drew Winter Night Stories. Excuse me, I drew another FOMO. Misspoke there. Sort of in the same spot we were a second ago.
Either way, his hand is the same as it was before.
Yeah. I was trying to say the hand was the same, and I said the wrong thing, but I'm still in the right spot.
Oh, wow. There's a Wild Ride, too. If Ryan can find a way to bounce the VV, because he doesn't even... Oh, no, just Wild Ride on... Oh, but he doesn't have the mana. Wild Ride is a sorcery.
Yeah, so we're casting this now. We've the Fear of Missing Out's upside down because we've used the VV ability. So we have 2 mana left. And this is a Summoning Sick Fear of Missing Out because we bounced on the last turn. So you can't do something like play a Mako, then Wild Ride it. Try and sneak your cross lethal. But yeah, I mean, if you Wild Ride this FOMO, does it survive combat with the VV? I don't think so. But does it trade with the VV? Because it would be 6-10 power and 12 toughness for VV. So VV wins that war yet again.
Oh, so close for Ryan.
Yeah, it looks like Fear of Missing Out is going to be the play where you discard Wild Ride.
Finds just a land. So you can put 5 counters on the new FOMO, has 7 mana available. So you can harmonize second main.
Yeah, maybe find something like it into the Flood Maw. I mean, it seems like you kind of have to do something like this. I guess you could hold and hope that James has nothing to do.
James is on 1 card in hand, and it's a random card that came off the top of his deck. So there's no guarantee that he has a really powerful turn. Ryan going to go for the full cost harmonize. So made 7, used 5, has 2 floating.
All right, found a Braid. That's a way to answer that Tursa in play.
Yep. Okay.
Might have been very relevant. Sometimes Tursa's cast a random spell from your graveyard effect can come in huge handy.
So now James needs quite a bit, because even if he forces a chump block with the VV, 1 FOMO represents 2 lethal attacks. And there's also the Soulstone Sanctuary that could come across.
Yeah, also I think James drew Quantum Riddler. So now we're figuring out, do we need to hard cast this Riddler or warp the Riddler?
I think you want the blocker, and you have plenty of mana from the VV.
Yeah, the VV is doing fine. Just get it in play.
So draw 2. So he only has the 1 card left after the Riddler. That was an excellent draw. Still has 11 mana available.
Might win the game here if we can find something like Wild Ride for the Quantum.
I think you found Into the Flood Maw.
Okay. That's going to get us another counter on the VV and a damage to Ryan down to 14.
Does James have another removal spell for the other FOMO? I guess it's still not quite lethal. 14 life for Ryan, 10 power for the VV.
Yeah, the VV is going to get 2 more from the profs. So if you have something like just spells you can cast, then that will get the job done as well. There's Tursa using 3 of the VV mana.
A little awkward that James decided to tap his lands for his first spells. It didn't maximize the amount of mana he has.
Yeah.
But could make getting a good card off of the Tursa trigger much harder.
Yeah, and James does draw 2 here. If he discarded 1 card, has no cards in hand.
Yeah, so it's only 1 from the Tursa, but the Riddler increases that. And that also buffs the prof. So now it's been 4 cards drawn this turn. So the VV is a lethal attacker by itself.
Yeah.
And there is 7 mana floating.
Surveil, can we find a Winter Night Storage or something like that? Maybe a Wild Ride to put in the graveyard. Looks like it's carded 1 on top. All right.
You got to... Oh, yeah, you can go on Tursa and force a chump as well. So get in for 17.
Yeah, this is... Oh, interesting.
No Tursa attack, so now Ryan can leave the FOMO in play.
Looks like maybe we're still figuring out if we're going to be attacking or not. But yeah, I mean, the Tursa attack is the same as blocking, except FOMO is not in play, which is just better for you.
Yeah, it also limits the amount of mana Ryan can generate with the Cauldron VV.
Looks like maybe, yeah, I think there might have been... So to us, it maybe looked like we were still figuring it out, but James might have said attack like all this, and Ryan said no blocks, and then James was like, I should have attacked maybe more. Maybe a teammate said something, but we kind of changed phases. Looks like there is a judge call going on. Awkward spot. Big advocate of think through your entire turn and then execute, even in these like really tough spots. Will end up being sort of faster and prevent little stumbles. You mentioned the mana, from the VV kind of being the same as tapping here, so little things like that can come back to us. Ryan here, it's going to take damage either way, though. He's either not blocking or he's jumping and taking some. So he's going down. Hand does Fear of Missing Out, and I don't remember the second card because so much has been happening for James.
And there is a Wild Ride in his graveyard. So there's the potential for, even if the Fear of Missing Out has to chump, there's the potential for Ryan to generate several big attackers.
Little discussion happening here, and we can discuss the upcoming NRG events. We have 2 more this year while these players are talking to the judge, just figuring everything out. First up, we have Mundelein, Illinois, Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, September 13th. And then Sunday, September 14th, we have a Legacy Trial, which we're going to be streaming here. So make sure to follow along so you don't miss any of the action. And then an Edge of Eternity Sealed Trial as well going on there for the players there in case you don't want to play Legacy. We understand that can be a format that maybe is a little hard to get into. So come on down and have some fun. And then November 1st and 2nd, we're going to Elmhurst, Illinois for a Saturday Team 10K Showdown, Standard Sealed Modern. Is going to be that format. The winning team of that will all go to our champs at the end of the year. And then Sunday, last event of the year 2025, Modern Showdown. Winner goes to champs as well, along with our leaderboard stuff. And we'll be keeping you updated on all of that. So don't miss the action, whether you're in town, you can go play in it, or here on Twitch. We're going to head back to our feature match area as the players seem to still be discussing a little bit, maybe of the minutia of sort of what happened. Does look like a judge is kind of either explaining or clarifying something. Kind of looks like, hand talking, as you might do.
Yeah.
All right. And it looks like
trying to think how Ryan can get 2 attackers next turn if the FOMO is gone. You animate the Soul Stone, you put a counter on it with the Cauldron, you get your 4 mana back from animating it.
Okay. So looks like the ruling is we are going to get to walk back, that not enough had changed / we don't know all the details. We were, inferring a little bit there. So Ryan's going to pick a random card. It's going to get cast. It's a mountain, or be able to be cast, excuse me. I believe you already played a land this turn.
All Ryan needs is a land here.
Yeah, because land goes animate Soulstone, give it the VV ability, FOMO, Wild Ride, go crazy.
You FOMO Wild Ride, tapping the Soulstone. Then you put a counter from the drawn card from Profs, make it so it trades with the Riddler, because now it's a 6-power FOMO. And then you untap the Soulstone with the trigger, and now the Quantum Riddler's gone, and on your second combat, you kill with the Soulstone, which is a 4/4. It'll get another Profs trigger to a 5/5. But he needs an untapped land for that. He animates the Soulstone, makes it a 4/4. He has Soulstone, another land, and that's 6 mana. He needs 7 for FOMO plus Flashback Wild Ride.
Well, we have Fear of Missing Out, Profs. So we're going to discard the Fear, number 2. Drew a basic Mountain, Ross.
So, this could have also worked if he kept the other Fear of Missing Out instead of the Profs. He plays land 5, plays Fear, plays the Wild Ride on one Fear, tapping the other one. I guess he doesn't need the other Fear. So you play land, you Wild Ride, you go to beginning of combat, you put a counter on the FOMO, you make mana before you declare attacks, activate the Soulstone, attack, untap the Soulstone, then on second combat, you get a counter from the Profs on the Soulstone for lethal. So land Wild Ride was lethal here, but I don't think Ryan saw it.
I don't think so either, and I can see the Wild Ride hiding out over there. Senior Core Scholar, draw 2. We found End of the Flood Maw.
That should be good enough.
Yeah.
But can he Wild Ride, though, at this point?
Yeah, so let's see here. We've drawn 3 cards because of Profs, right? So that means we're going to go to 5 power, 6 power with the Agathas. Wild Ride, I believe, is 5.
Well, Wild Ride's it's a sorcery.
Oh, yeah, but we need to do in the beginning. That's right. So we can't.
Yeah, and he had to discard the land to the Winter Night Stories. He can put a counter on one of these creatures, but now he has... So you put a counter on the Scholar. You make 3 mana with it. You tap it to Harmonize. You target the FOMO. Then you go to combat. You Profs onto the FOMO. You use that mana, and you're good to go. Yeah, with the Into the Flood Maw, it's easy. Actually, he didn't need the Flood Maw. This was still good enough.
Well, this is a tough turn, to say the least. With perfect information, we had to do our powers combined, but it looks like Ryan Hayes has found it. Wild Ride here, and then it's going to show the Flood Maw.
Yeah, he just has the mana floating from this. He gets 3 mana, and he needs 5 plus reduced by 3 from the Harmonize. So he has 1 floating.
Okay, so we're going to have a game 3 here. We're going to pull up these 2 VV lists, talk about them really quick here. So over on the sideboard, Ross, what jumps out to you as things you might want in the mirror?
So the things you want in the mirror are definitely a Null, definitely Quantum Riddler. Those are the guarantees. Some players like Pierce in the mirror, some don't. So that's an alternate for Ryan. And then there's a question of some of the removal spells. They're kind of clunky, but sometimes dealing with an early creature that got some Profs counters, like a 5/5 Tursa or a 3/4 FOMO, can be relevant. So you might want some number of Obliterating Bolts or Broadside Barrages. Mainly you're relying on Into the Flood Maw in the mirror. But Quantum Riddler and a Null are the definites. Oh, and the Ryan has the Abrade in the board. That'll come into. A lot of people have 3 Abrades main. Ryan has gone for a split.
That makes sense to me. Now, we don't actually have James's deck list. A little behind the scenes here. Our thing is getting a little bit here, but we imagine it's going to be very similar. There are some small differences that come around between these VV Cauldron deck lists, as players are still trying to optimize those last few percentage points, and there's going to be some amount of shifting week to week, right? Maybe some weeks you expect more of this deck that's trying to prey on you, some weeks you expect others. Maybe you want more things for the mirror, right? We saw how Dom had no Makos and a Nulls in the main deck. So there is a lot of variation still going on in this deck.
Oh, absolutely. Some people are on Meringue River Regent. We saw that from Will Kowalczyk in the top 8 yesterday. A lot of players on Riddler, but how many exactly? Ryan is a huge fan of the card. He plays the full 4, as did our champion yesterday, Harrison Canfer, but most players are playing more like 2 or 3 copies of that card. Some players have cut Marauding Mako entirely. That's what we saw from Dom Harvey earlier. And then there's the split on Tursa versus Steam Core Scholar. So there's definitely a lot of choices here on exactly how to build the list.
All right, and these players are shuffling up. I'm going to get a time check here on the round 2. I'm going to guess, Ross, that we're in sub 10.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we might even be sub 5.
I'm willing to think we're sub 6. They have 7 minutes. Oh, no, Ross. They have a time extension as well from the judge call. We have been hoisted by our own petards as we have double Verge into Agatha's. It looks good from a distance when it comes to the mana, but up close, it's just a bunch of fancy mountains here for Ryan Hayes. Is this a Tursa? All right, Steam Core Scholar, very powerful.
That's a nice one. Build some card advantage, make a big flyer. And Steam Core Scholar is the card that really allows you to dominate combat. We've seen these profs games come down to who can make the biggest thing. Steam Core Scholar not only will be the biggest thing if you can pump it, it'll also be vigilant, so it plays offense and defense and flies. So definitely the best target for Prof's Eidetic Memory.
Definitely. Looks like Into the Floodmaw was the discard there. Got Agatha's. That's why it's exiled.
Ooh, just a Marauding Mako for Ryan. So he is behind here in game 3 on the early going. We'll need to find Into the Floodmaws of his own to reset this Scholar and then start trying to build his own battlefield. Looks like he has a Null, a Braid, Wild Ride. So nothing really to help him contain what's already on the battlefield from James. He can stop a lot of the further bleeding. And then maybe try to steal this game with a surprise Wild Ride attack, but that's going to be tough in the face of a big Scholar because of the Vigilance.
Yeah, Scholar's Vigilance is so huge with this card. It comes up in so many different matchups. All right, let's see here. James talking out with teammates. There's a Verge into Agatha's. Attack for 4.
One of the things you always want to do when you're ahead on the battlefield is make sure you shut off any potential combo turns from your opponent. So that Soul Cauldron doesn't do a lot here, but it gives James a lot of peace of mind that the worst possible things aren't going to happen to him.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ryan had a Null, but also has a Braid, and is thinking about maybe upbraiding this Agatha's instead of annulling it.
Yeah, the more mana efficient play. And that's what he goes for. No Pierce for Newman. That would have been devastating.
Yeah, Newman has his own Abrade. We can just remove all the Agathas. It was a Braid after all. It's a little Marvel reference for you there, Ross. I know you're not a... Actually, I don't know that, but I assume you're not a big...
I went right over the head, Mason.
Hey, you know what? That would land for somebody, and that's what they're here for. As another Agatha Soul Cauldron comes down. Once again, it looks good from afar on Ryan's mana here, but it's just all mountains, which I forgot about myself when talking about a Null, because I'm tricked by these Verges.
They look like dual lands.
Yeah.
They aren't always. This is about as awkward as the mana can get.
And a lot of conversing from teammates here. It's good to check in on the super important plays, but like we talked about, time is important. Winning here locks you for top 8. Drawing here, it's not the end of the world, but it's a lot worse than locking it. As here comes VV into the Flood Mob, bounce this Marauding Mako, get a counter on my VV, and then attack here for 4 again. Ryan Hayes down to 12. And Ryan just checking what's in the graveyard, trying to keep Delirium down, gets rid of Agatha's, draws Profs, can cycle the Mako and look for a blue or a mountain, Mountain would turn on these Verges. Hits Mountain!
Okay, that might have been in time, but it is an uphill climb.
Yeah, Ryan is definitely on the I need you to just kind of blank for a turn. If you do, I have Wild Ride, I have a Profs, I have a Quantum Riddler. I can try to do something. James is just going to Legend Rule a Prof here, trigger the VV down to 10. Massive. Sort of representing 2 damage here.
Yeah, so this is an attack for 6. 2 more spells would be lethal. There's also a point from the profs.
Winter Night Stories. So that's going to be 4 counters there. And Vivi hasn't used mana yet. So Prof's Island goes to the graveyard. Winter Night Stories heads to the yard. Going to use the mana to play Tursa from our hand, Ross.
That will likely end this game.
Ay, Dios míos. No discards. We're happy with what we got. And I'm going to move to combat. I don't think you have anything. And I don't think Ryan does either.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's going to pack it up. So congratulations to Newman Saber Orquesta and winning.
It would have had to have been 2 into the Flood Mods there. No, just wasn't coming. And sometimes the mana gets awkward. That's one of the downgrades that we had after the rotation, losing Shivan Reef. And players have found out that starting down is not exactly the same as Shivan Reef. And we've seen mana bases kind of cut back on that over the coming weeks. And with fewer dual lands, sometimes you get bit by those heavy Verge hands.
Yeah, it really can come back to bite you. So congratulations there. Ryan Hayes' team, not out of it yet. X and 1 still has a very good chance to make top 8 still. But that's going to do it for me and Ross today in the booth. We're going to tag out and let Corbin and Devin take you home for the last rounds of Swiss in the top 8. So stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series. We are in Lansing. We are here for a Team 10K. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are going to be taking you through the afternoon and the evening into our top 8. Looking forward to it. So welcome in. And hey, welcome in, Doom.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to be here. Like you mentioned, we were talking about during the break, team events are always some of the best to watch. There's just, the camaraderie between the teammates, getting to play with a lot of your friends, and there's really nothing that beats team events, Corbin.
That's true. They are the best. And you know what? We are deep into this one today. So we want to go ahead. We'll get down to our matches here in a minute. But let's take a look at how the players to watch in this tournament are doing so far today. You see it there. Look at these teams at the top. Dykeman, Suleiman Smith, 4-0-1. No losses. Going down the list there. A lot of these teams we've had our eyes on doing quite well. You may recognize lots of these names from the NRG leaderboard. 4 teams there you see at 4-1, including a whole bunch of players from that leaderboard. Moving on down the list, 3 and 2s, and still struggling. Brickman Hickman calling at 2 and 3. But a huge day for our players because remember, there's not just money on the line. There's not just trophies on the line. There's not just bragging rights on the line. There's also points in the NRG series, and that's what a lot of people are playing for. So I think we're going to have, in fact, some of these players to watch as we get ready to head on down to our match here in round 6. And there you go. You see on your left, Harrison Canfor, Alden Cates, Grayson Nimitz taking on Miguel Chavez, Ryan Bellamy, and Patrick Selly. We are starting things off in, and I think you all will like this, the Popper seat.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, so two very, very interesting decks here. You have Is It Terror on I think we actually have them swapped. Is It Terror is on the right-hand side of your screen, and Burn is on the left-hand side. Now, you might think of that, this Burn deck and Popper. Traditional Burn decks have a whole bunch of lava spikes, and you do see a lot of that in the Popper version of Burn. There's stuff like Fiery Temper, Fire Blast, Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart. But this Burn deck is really interesting, Corbin, and the way that it's sort of constructed. It's utilizing a lot of discard and draw. So you saw Faithless Looting there cast from Patrick, stuff like Grab the Prize and Highway Robbery to take advantage of the madness cards like Fiery Temper, discarding a Lava Dart to the graveyard just gets you some extra value. And I'm not gonna. Well, it's already in the graveyard, but you'll notice there's a gold card in the graveyard. That is Sneaky Snacker. If we can get that one up on the screen, this deck list has 18 mountains. And that's it. We're not casting that card. We are getting that thing back from the graveyard to the play, from graveyard to the battlefield when you draw cards off of things like, Grab the Prize, Looting, and Highway Robbery.
I'm not a Pauper aficionado by any means. It was the first format I ever played in Magic 18 years ago. But I have to say, when we queued up Pauper Burn, being a little unfamiliar with the format, I didn't expect Sneaky Snacker. I'm just going to tell you that. I didn't expect Faithless Looting, but I really didn't expect Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah, a lot of these cards you would not normally associate with burn, but it's not necessarily trying to be as fast as the modern burn. Like a lot of times when you see modern burn, they just kind of look at their hand, and it's a simple math equation. It's
Right.
can I cast 7 of my 3 damage spells before my opponent kills me? And there's some of that, right? There is the fiery tempest and the lightning bolts, but no lava spikes, no bolt waves, none of that stuff. Really just utilizing like trying to play a little bit of a longer game with some more card advantage type stuff. And yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this matchup plays out. My guess is that Grayson's deck on the other side playing the Terror deck. So for folks who are maybe not familiar with that, it's similar to like Delver style things where you're playing a bunch of removal spells and cantrips early on, some interaction along the way like Counterspell and Lightning Bolt, and then you're trying to stick a big threat, something like a Talarian Terror, which is a mainstay Pauper threat, just gets a huge discount after playing all these cheap spells. And speak of the devil, there it is.
Yeah, this is we'll get some more Pauper on queue today. This is fun. We got a player on the left playing their commander deck where you just burn all your opponents with every spell you cast. I'm a big fan of that. And on the right, the Terrors, you mentioned it. That was a limited archetype in Dominaria United. It's also been at times a standard archetype, Simic Terror, where you just play a bunch of spells and the 8 creatures that were like the Terror. But then you go further into Grayson Nimitz list here, and you see not just modern all-stars like Lorien Revealed or Preordain, but straight up banned cards like Ponder, Brainstorm. You
Oh
have
yeah.
anything you want. But then what I love about Pauper, of course, is that they are alongside cards like Murmuring Mystic. The Guilds of Ravnica make birds whenever you cast a spell, 4-drop. Great and limited. Only playable in this one constructed format of Pauper, and that's actually why Pauper I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about like card you brought up, the Murmuring Mystic,
Yeah.
a card that was not initially released as a common. This was an uncommon all the way back in Guilds of Ravnica,
Mhm.
but due to the supplemental products, it eventually ultimately got released as a common. I think it was like a Battle Bond or Commander Masters set, something along those lines. And the ruling is if there's a card that got printed as a common, it is legal in the format. So able to play those threats that would normally not be able to due to those the supplemental products. And Terror coming into the red zone. This is kind of exactly where Grayson wants to be. Has a big threat in play and presumably has some sort of interaction here to be able to, stop Patrick from casting a lethal burn spell. And also at 15 life, we're pretty far away from getting bolted out.
Yeah, if you are Patrick, right, a lot of what you want to do is you get some of these 2-drops into play that are going to ping your opponent every time you cast a spell. Heck, the deck's even playing Gutter Snipe at the 3-drop spot. But if you're Grayson and you just remove all of those creatures, now your opponent actually does have to play True Burn. And as it turns out, the deck is not necessarily as optimized for going 15 to your face as it is for doing 1 or 2 at a time to you while playing a normal game. So just being able to land a big terror, and there we go, the Murmuring Mystic we talked about, but just being able to get that terror down early and put the pressure on, really just kind of swung this game to Grayson super fast. Like when Patrick wasn't able to stick a body, that was honestly kind of it, because 1 terror for Grayson is probably more than Patrick can easily handle in game 1.
Yeah, you mentioned, like you said, in game 1 situations, there's not really a lot of recourse here for Patrick in terms of removing a 5/5 off the battlefield. I mean, technically you can double bolt it, but with Ward 2, that's going to cost you 6 mana. But once we get to the post board games, Patrick is featuring 4. Actually, okay, so Patrick's sideboard, there's 15 cards. 7 of them are the same card. There's 4 Pyroblast and 3 Red Elemental Blast. So I think Patrick might have a little bit of an easier time handling those large 5/5s in the post.
I would say so, yes. That, of course, being another feature of Pioneer is that just some of the most powerful cards ever printed, your Red Elemental Blasts and Pyroblasts of the world, you can play alongside your Talarian Terrors and Murmuring Mystics. And there we go. The Snacker comes back. probably a little too late. He does have Grayson down to 10 here. But you are getting a display of what these decks can do. Mono red sneaky snacker.
Yeah, and Snacker is an interesting one because, Solarian Terror, as good as it is, doesn't have any sort of evasion, no trample, no flying, none of that stuff. So if you can get an early Snacker into play and you're able to actually, untap and then chump block with it, that could be a way to, sort of answer, quote unquote, answer the Terror for a couple turns. But unfortunately for Patrick, that comes into play tapped. So he's not able to, block the turn it comes back.
We did see a Lava Dart flash back out of the graveyard there. It's worth noting that the deck is also running, make sure I get this right here, Fire Blast, the classic. You can sacrifice 2 mountains to do 4 damage. So the burn deck, it had a bunch of lands in play there, but it doesn't necessarily equal flooding out. In fact, we can see a Fire Blast in hand there too. Not that it matters, because that's the game. Game 1 going over to Grayson Nimitz in the popper seat with Is It Terror? And you know what? We have what shout out to the backing crew was calling the red zone of Magic today. Now that name is a little maybe the NFL wants it. Maybe I'd say it's pretty good in Magic too, though, and that means we can hop right into another match. So here we go from Popper over to Standard. We are going to go Miguel Chavez on your left with Vivi Cauldron, Harrison Canfer on Vivi Cauldron on the right, and they're deep in the mirror here, but it does look like Harrison is in fact deep into the combo phase of the mirror.
Yeah, I wanted to point out we were going to take a look at the modern match because I know how much the folks at home love watching the Vivi Cauldron mirror, but the modern game, the Amulet Titan player was in the middle of comboing off, so it looked like that game was just about to finish. So we're going to go ahead and go over to the standard match when we absolutely have to, and this is, like you mentioned, a Vivi Cauldron mirror. This is not the first time we've seen a mirror match on camera today, and probably not the last, given. There you go. It's already over. We missed it.
Oh, man. So it looks like all 3 matches in sideboarding, actually. So let's see who picked up, if maybe we can get a winner on that middle match. But as it looks like, the team of Cates, Canfer, and Nimitz is going to be up a pair of games, 1 in Standard, 1 in Popper. Now, obviously, in this team event, we are not seeing a ton of the Vivi Cauldron mirrors. It was, as anyone who watched our Standard event yesterday knows, extremely successful. We saw some blue-white decks kind of rise up to fight against it, but a week
Our
after
hero, Dylan Brown.
Yeah, that's right. A week after the Arena Championship, though, the Vivi Cauldron deck seems to be as good as advertised over in Standard. But hey, the team events give us plenty to watch. Where are you at on we've talked Popper, we've talked Standard, Doom. What about Modern? If you're on an Amulet Titan side of a matchup here, are you comboing off with Amulet these days, or you like to be on the fair side of things?
I myself, I don't have the requisite math degree like Ross Merriam to be able to play Amulet Titan, so that one is not really in my wheelhouse. I'm more of I've been playing a lot of Boros, playing a lot of the Domain Zoo deck, so I'd probably lean towards one of those two. I mean, I think that as far as deck choice is concerned, I do think Amulet Titan is a reasonable choice if you expect a lot of Boros, because Boros, as good as it is at playing the fair game, it is much, much worse at playing the unfair game, and it doesn't have the fastest clock. So that is something that certainly Amulet can prey upon. But we got a little action here in Popper. So, like I said, very curious to see the dynamic of this matchup shift in the post board games, given how many blasts there are now. I believe Grayson has some of his own. Yeah, okay. So we look at Patrick's deck list. He has 4 Pyroblast and 3 red Elemental Blast. Grayson has 4 Pyroblast and 3 Hydroblast. So, it's a blast of a time, I guess.
Also, a card I've never seen in my life is in Grayson's sideboard, and that card is called Campfire, and it has words about commanders on it. I'm going to presume those aren't relevant here. I don't even know if it's for this matchup, but it's a 1-mana artifact. When you get pulled a Campfire on screen, you can tap to gain 2 life. So perhaps that comes in here against the deck trying to burn you out. I don't know.
He's got one in the main deck too, so he's prepared for the burn deck. We got 1 Campfire in the main and 2 more in the board. So if you want to gain some life, you can also put all commanders you own from the command zone and from your graveyard into your hand. I don't like you mentioned. I don't think we're going to be utilizing that aspect of it, but it is nice to gain a little bit of life.
Yeah, that's an interesting, just it's very cheap, repeatable life game. All right, here comes the highway robbery that was plotted on the second turn by Patrick, uh, setting it up,
Ooh.
discarding a fiery temper, and this is the value, right? Because that's a madness card. You can just point that when you discard it at the face, pay the alternate costs, which of for fiery temper is just one, and that's lightning bolts 5 through 8 when you get to do that.
Yeah, I think Patrick would much rather have had something like a sneaky snacker to discard because what's really nice about snacker and these discard a card draw twos is that you draw your card for your turn and then you play one of these discard a card draw twos. Snacker triggers on the third card each turn, and when you resolve the draw two, that's your second and third card. So if you discard a snacker on your turn to one of the draw twos, it immediately comes back into play. So that's an easy way for Patrick to sort of mitigate the downside on those discard draws and get a little bit of pressure as well.
Yeah, this game at least seems to be setting up maybe a little better for Patrick. He's actually getting some madness value here. I believe that's a Voldalian Epicure that hit the battlefield, creates the token along with it, the blood token. We see that one drop in a lot of different decks, to be honest, a lot of different red decks that are not just pure burn.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see as we get towards the later stages of the game, where I think we're going to have a big turn where we try to maybe fight over a terror, where Grayson has a little bit of
Yeah.
setup here, play some cantrips here and there, and then set up a turn where he goes terror with a counterspell or two backup, and it's going to be a question of does Patrick have enough blasts of his own to sort of win that counter war and have that terror not resolve.
Yeah, it's interesting how very different that game one was from what any of these other games are going to be now that the players have the dueling blasts. And you saw Patrick there always had the 1 mana open, and that just in this format that means a counter spell, right? That means a removal spell. It just means basically anything you want when these cards are involved, like that. The blue elemental blast
Oh, yeah.
onto the spell there. So, and we're gonna fight.
Yep. So there's our first blast sighting. That was the card that was countered was a Kessig Flame Breather, kind of a weird one, but that card you pointed out in the first game, 2 mana 1/3. Whenever you play a non-creature spell, you deal 1 to each opponent. So even in situations where your spells are getting countered, you're still getting a little bit of damage. And the campfire here. We got a bit of a reader here from Patrick. He's not going to like what he reads.
He's not. He's already pointed. I mean, at least the thing is when you're pointing a madness fiery temper at someone's face, that card was going away anyway. It doesn't feel as bad as if you just cast pure lava spike and then your opponent played campfire. But well, sometimes your opponent plays SpongeBob. That probably doesn't feel good.
Yeah, that was a brutal counterspell there. So, as good as those draw twos are, they are certainly there's a downside, right? Because you have to discard as an addition to play the cost, or addition to pay the cost. And if that card gets countered, then you've already lost the card and you don't draw the cards off of it. But, thankfully for Patrick, did have a second one, so is able to draw a couple cards and get back that snacker.
Yeah, that can be a real blowout, though. But all right, here we go. The shields were down for Patrick after that turn, and that means that while he was able to return a snacker to play, it meant that Grayson was able to clear the way for a Tolarian Terror. And we're just going to gain the life in the main phase. It gets him back. I believe that's what's happening. Put Grayson back up to 11. Try to keep that life total healthy now that you do have a threat in play and 1 blue mana open to fight if you need to. In fact, or a red mana open, we're going to go for a removal spell here on the snacker.
Yeah, this is kind of going to work out for Patrick. So he drew a blast off of the second draw two after the first one got countered, and we do actually have the requisite mana. Is Terror's? I forget. Is Terror Ward 3 or Ward 2? Ward 2. Okay, yeah. So Ward 2, we're going to go ahead and Pyroblast that and pay. But yeah, Patrick, didn't have the blast in hand when he had 2 mana up after the first draw got countered last turn, but was able to draw it and then kind of trade that for the terror. And you see here, Grayson does not have any threats, but he kind of does. The campfire sort of counts as a threat.
I mean, the Campfire's put in work, right? Now his mana is a little constrained, right? It's been sitting at 3 lands for most of this here. So it's not like you always are just, it's free to activate the Campfire, but it's certainly not hurting. And as we see another flurry of exchanges of spells, you are getting pinged down by the Flame Breather that Selly has. So it is helpful just to have some of the life gain from the Campfire. But Grayson going to go for a Ponder here, staring down 2 creatures with none of his own. Gaining life is good, but these creatures do actually just kind of poke in as well. So, like we talked about in game 1, this is how the burn deck kind of aims to win, is to build a bit of a board state, and then just every spell I cast while playing the game normally burns your life total away a little at a time. So this is where you want to be if you are Patrick.
Yeah, and you the last turn you saw there was the Flame Breather. There was a fight over that, and Patrick did have a second blast to sort of win the fight. But what's interesting about this board state is now you have 2 creatures in play. They're both 1 power, but those sort of check the Campfire. Grayson's gaining presumably 2 life in every turn sequence, and Patrick is dealing 2. So you've sort of, I guess, in a weird way, answered the Campfire. But also worth noting, Grayson only on 3 lands. If he, say for a turn cycle, which that turn, for example, wants to go cantrip, hold up, counter spell, doesn't have an extra mana left over to use the Campfire. So effectively, if you think about it from that perspective, Patrick kind of got an extra 2 damage in that turn because Grayson didn't have an extra mana.
Exactly. We do have the 4th land now for Grayson, so maybe we'll be able to do it a little more freely in the future. I spot a Brainstorm in hand there, a couple other things. So plenty of cards for Grayson, just kind of a question of if they line up in the right way at this point, because a lot of what you're worried about is in fact just on the board already. And now there's another pinger as well.
Yeah, the second Flame Breather is gonna, really make that Campfire do. It's gonna need to do some extra work. We're gonna have to light the bonfire on that one. But yeah, you see how different this game is when Grayson just doesn't have an unchecked threat, right? When there was Grayson drew 1 terror this game, but it was answered basically immediately with a blast. And given enough time, the burn deck will eventually draw enough burn spells. And it's sort of like this weird dynamic where, Grayson's deck, as good as it is at answering, countering spells and things like that, if you let 1 or 2 things slip through, he doesn't have a ton of threats to actually close out the game. I mean, Patrick is still at 20.
Right.
Like how long, realistically, even if he finds a terror at this point, it's just going to take him too long to win the game.
Yeah, because it's not like Patrick has any reason for at least 3 or 4 turns to get into any kind of combat with it, and his creatures don't need to attack to deal damage. So, yeah, worlds of difference between the first and second game here, it seems. And this, the Gutter Snipe now landing as well, it just means that any spell from Patrick becomes a lightning bolt to the face. In fact, more than that.
4 damage, yeah, because we got 2 of the 1/3s. Yep. So Fire Blast would just deal 8 damage. That's lethal by itself. So it doesn't really need a lot to close out the finish line. And I was a little curious about the inclusion of Lava Dart, but now that I see the way that this burn deck plays out, Lava Dart looks a lot better when you have 1 or 2 of those things in play, the Gutter Snipes and the Flame Breathers, because for example, if he drew a Lava Dart right now, that's 10 damage. Just 1 spell, 10 damage. So
yeah, just in the same way. I mean, it's essentially prowess triggers, right? And then Lava Dart's very good in the modern prowess deck for the same reason, just multiple spell casts.
All right, I'm getting in with everybody. The Campfire's doing how much life do you think Grayson
I
has
was
gained with the
just trying to
Campfire?
think about it. It's at least 10, right? Maybe 12, minimum of 8,
Yeah.
I suppose.
I was thinking like 12 to 14. We should have
Yeah.
kept track.
Yeah, it's a lot.
This
It's
is-
funny you asked. I was literally just trying to think about, I wonder how much life he's gained off this Campfire this game, because it's quite a bit. Not enough, though, as it turns out. Grayson is at 2 life, staring down 3 creatures. Don't think we have very many board wipes available to the Pauper Ace deck here, but he hasn't picked them up quite yet.
So in Grayson's deck list, in the main deck, there are 2 copies of Breath Weapon, which is 2 in a red instant Pyroclasm. Well, it's 2 to each non-dragon creature. I don't think there's going to be a lot of dragons in this matchup. The weird thing about Breath Weapon is, yes, it kills stuff like Gutter Snipe and Voldaren Epicure, but it doesn't hit those Flame Breakers and the Flame Breathers, and there's 2 of those in play.
Yep, that 3rd toughness just being huge in this matchup. So a virtual 4 is Grayson with the campfire. And you know what? This isn't bad. He has the Murmuring Mystic in play, is able to go for a removal spell on one of the pingers. So unfortunately, Lightning Bolt from Patrick. Doesn't matter if you have the ping, Lightning Bolt goes upstairs. 1-1 in the popper seats are we between Patrick Selly and Grayson Nimitz. I think that means we've been trying to get over to it, Doom. Let's jump into Modern.
Let's do it. Boros versus Amulet. This is game number 3. Players have, I think Ryan took the first game and Alden took the second game. So coming back here in game number 3, what are we looking at? So there's an Amulet and a Spelunking in play for Ryan, couple of lands, and a whole bunch of cats on the side of Alden. You would imagine that's where you want to be with Boros and a pile of energy. I'm assuming we have entered here. This is what I'm going to guess. I'm guessing that Ryan has one turn to win the game as we see the slow peel, and if
Taking
not,
a
he's
peek.
dead.
Taking a peek at that last card. No, I think you've nailed it. It says he is a 12 life, but it is Guide of Souls, Ocelot Prides, all kinds of things happening over on Alden's side. But look at that. We've got an Amulet of Vigor for
second one
for Ryan, number 2, which means he may or may not get there, but he's going to do some stuff. And this is looking pretty good, actually. Here comes prime time.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's enough. I'll be honest with you, Corbin. I haven't played Amulet in quite a while. I played it like once or twice a while back, but these Amulet decks just keep evolving and changing and adding different sort of kill conditions and packages.
Yep.
You see Ryan's deck list here playing 3 copies of Scape Shift. That's been a more popular recent inclusion. You can set up a Scape Shift kill with multiple amulets and Aftermath Analyst loops and all that kind of stuff. So Ryan's going to go through the motions. I'm pretty sure it's going to involve utilizing Mirror Room to make up, copies of Primeval Titan, and we'll see. So, if we assume that Ryan is winning this game, maybe we should go take a look at the standard side because this game looks, or actually, is Popper playing? Has Popper started?
I was going to say, it looks like Ryan is well into his combo there. And I just assume that if you're an Amulet Titan player and you have 2 amulets and a Titan, you're probably winning the game, right? Like, seems to be how that works. That deck itself is just one of the most fascinating deck building stories ever in Magic, but certainly probably the most interesting history in Modern specifically. Very, it's a beautiful evolution of that deck to get to where it is today.
I know, it's crazy how much the deck has gained over the years. If you go back to the first Pro Tour, I can't remember the name of the person, but
Justin.
Justin Cohen, right?
Yes, there we go.
Okay, there
Thank
you
you.
go. Justin Cohen.
Through the power of teamwork, we got there.
Yeah, and in the initial list had stuff like Hive Mind in them and all these kind of weird things, and they've just been getting refined over the years. But game 3 here in Popper, we got Burn against Izzet. So just kind of players sort of jockeying for position. Corbin in the graveyard. I don't know if you took a look at this. There's 2 snackers in the graveyard. So any draw spell is going to put 2 of those into play.
And this is one of them. That's a Faithless Looting. That's why it runs right into that Hydro, or that's a Blue Elemental Blast, I think. Maybe a Hydro Blast. I always get them mixed up. From Grayson there. That would have done it, though. That would have been huge because that would have just been so much power, basically playing almost a mono-red Dredgeless Dredge deck at that point. Just bring these creatures back from my graveyard without casting them on turn 3 would have been huge. Conversely, though, with Grayson having that counter spell, pretty big. Now, you can flash back the Faithless Lootings, of course, from the graveyard eventually for Patrick, but Grayson bought himself a lot of life by having that counterspell there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Patrick, didn't have a second draw spell there to kind of pair with it. Patrick does have a lot of draw spells. If you look at the deck list, 4 looting, 4 grab the prize, and 4 highway robbery. So the full 12 ways to get back those sneaky snackers. As we see a blood token, and then it was a little fiery temper action. So even more ways to utilize those madness cards, just to sort of give you a little bit more value. And big turn here for Patrick. Really wants to find one of those draw spells and will preferably resolve them. But
Right.
See a blast in Patrick's hand, so maybe he could go for a 2-mana draw spell and then blast to back it up.
All right, grab the prize. Yeah, pitch the Flame Breather. We run into counter magic of some kind, I believe that is from Grayson.
Ooh, that's a big one. So that is lose focus. So lose focus is 2 mana counter unless they pay 2, and you can replicate it. And what's really important, very heads up play for Grayson, he
Yeah.
replicated the lose focus to play around the blast from Patrick.
Yeah, what a nice piece of tech here. This is replicate. If people remember Giga Drowse, maybe it was, you could do kind of the
Oh,
same
yeah.
thing where counter spells basically didn't beat it. And in this case, he's doing it just to play around a possible counter spell. Really, as you said, heads up from Grayson there. So between this is 2 turns in a row now that Patrick has been set up for what really would have been a pretty big turn, and just a key point of Grayson in both instances to stop it.
Yeah, no, I did get a glimpse of Grayson's hand, and there was a terror found, and Grayson does have, I believe, 6 spells in the graveyard. It's a little hard to see, but I'm pretty sure there are 6 there. So that's a 1 mana Tolarian terror. It'll be interesting to see if Grayson has a way to protect it, something like his own blast or something along those lines. Spell Pierce as well could be an option, because we know about the blast that Patrick does have to fight over the terror on the stack.
Yeah, this has
All right.
been a good one. We're getting deep into game 3 here, and now it looks like we may be coming to the big turn because there is the terror, there is the blast, there is a second terror.
So it didn't have a way to protect it, but just had the second terror anyways. So
That works too. All
yeah,
right,
it'll
this
work
is
just
an
as good.
interesting spot because remember, Patrick doesn't have to attack to deal damage, although in this case, I think it's just that Epic here in play. He would, but the terror is a long way from killing him still with only one of them. And now Faithless Looting is going to resolve, and now the Snackers become part of the equation. So this is a truly a kind of a novel spot we find ourselves in.
Yeah, and I wonder from Grayson, maybe that is the thing about tapping out for the second terror. There is you do open up the window for Patrick to resolve this looting, which will get those snackers back. But as I mentioned, in one of the previous games, they are very good at blocking, but only every other turn. So
Right.
even though they can be good blockers, you still take a big 5 chunk of damage every other turn. But I guess with 2 of them, it's different because you can
We're right. I mean,
block.
it's 5 on
Yeah,
5 right now, right? I mean, the
that
second
is fair.
terror
I guess we're
obviously changes that, but
ooh.
like up until this point, Patrick was doing okay in the race, but now a second terror is going to make that very difficult. And the Crimson Fleet Commodore turning Grayson into the Monarch, I believe that is.
King
It's
Grayson.
gonna add another layer.
Yeah, and that card, if we can get that one up on camera, that is a 4 mana 5/2 trample. So we mentioned earlier how the snackers are very good at chump blocking terrors every other turn. You can't chump block that thing. You could trade for it. It only has 2 toughness, but you are going to take a big chunk of damage given the fact that it's trample. And that's going to provide Grayson more card advantage as well. Maybe can find some removal spells. That's the other interesting thing about the snackers is that the removal spells aren't normally good against creatures that come back from the graveyard, but
Right.
because they come back tapped, then Patrick has to wait an additional turn to be able to block with them. So it really can, put Patrick in a really tough spot.
And we don't have a lot of turns left here.
Oh no.
Right? Like there is 15 in power in play for Grayson. And while Patrick a turn ago probably would have felt pretty good about racing with the snackers, I'm not sure that is. I mean, there's a lot of math involved here, but it looks like we're actually going to go for the Power Blast paying the ward to to get rid of the one terror. So now, do we keep back a snacker to block, or do we send them both in? That's the question.
Yeah, this is tricky. You can attack with one. Let's see. The thing is, I think Patrick it kind of has to assess like how long does he want this game to go? Because if you
Exactly.
leave
Yeah.
both back to block, you could we had a kill spell for the Commodore anyways. I was gonna say you could trade for the Commodore and chump block, but now with the bolt on the Commodore, I like this. Just
I love this
racing and
line.
stealing the Monarch too.
Yeah, I think Pat that whatever led to this line, we saw the discussion there with his teammates pointing in to his hand. One of the best parts about a team event, of course, being that you get to make these decisions as a group. And I think that this line was really good for him. You were actually able to get rid of 10 power in play. Grayson only had 1 card in hand that he had just drawn for being the Monarch. You have at least a couple. Like, again, Patrick decided that I don't need to race. I think I can actually play this game straight up because your terror doesn't have trample. I can block it long enough. I can get in damage. And I think Grayson is now dropping down to just 6 life. Now, of course, more spells mean Grayson with that Mystic can make some blockers, but it also means if he just whiffs, it's over.
Yeah, and with Patrick having the Monarch, it's going to be pretty easy for him to find a couple of burn spells to close this one out. So, in Patrick at 15, Grayson is not really anywhere close to killing him. The Mystic can maybe help a little bit if, Grayson can find some spells to be able to do that and find some more SB. There's a counter spell.
That's big, actually. We've got a target for it. The Temper tries to go upstairs to knock Grayson to 3. Grayson has the SpongeBob for it, and that means a token gets made as well. Now he's going to drop to 5 from the Epicure, but that basically saved the game for him there, that counter spell, because it was in all likelihood going to be over. Now it may still very well be over, but Grayson needed that to have a shot.
Well, and Grayson also has the flyer here, that 1/1 flyer that got made off the Mystic. Patrick's plan was to play the Epicure, chump block the Terror, and then hopefully hold the Monarch for a turn. But now that Grayson has found a flyer, he actually has sort of more options available to him, where now he can just attack with the flyer, take back the Monarch, leave the other 2 back to block, find some spells to make tokens to block the snackers.
Yep.
This is, it's a very, very interesting. It's really going to depend on if Grayson can, maybe ideally for him, he wants to chain some cantrips together and make a whole bunch of tokens off Mystic, but we'll have to see what he draws.
Yeah, this has been a really good one because, like, if there wasn't that counterspell, exactly that counterspell on the last turn, you'd see Grayson sitting at 2 life, and in all likelihood, it would probably be over. You're not going to get back out of that one. But now, because you mentioned it with the Monarch giving the not just going one way and actually able to get it back, get some cards, Grayson is trying to find a line to sneak through this one. Now, the problem, of course, is that Patrick, you're worried about the creatures in play to an extent. Now, one more spell will give you a second chump blocker or a second trade in the air. But at any time, you just get lightning bolted to the face, right? And that is still going to be the biggest problem here, is that you both need spells to interact with the board, and you need some spells to interact with the stack in hopes you don't get burned out. Now,
yeah, this attack is pretty interesting. That sort of signifies to me that Grayson did not draw a spell, because if he drew a spell, I think it may be better to also attack with the bird token to guarantee, because if he had a spell, he would have a guaranteed blocker for the snackers, but holding back the token signifies a little bit of weakness here from Grayson. And if he didn't find a spell off of the Monarch trigger, we may just be just about done here if Patrick can find one more burn spell.
Yeah, all
Love
3.
the teammate coming in there and said, you know what, just get that guy in there.
Clutch. Okay, well, that's huge right here, though. He did have a spell. That spell is I think that's a lightning bolt. So that removes a creature. It also creates another blocker. And this is what Grayson needed to get back in this game. Now, look, Patrick has no board at all. Now it has to be the lightning bolts off the top.
Yeah, so now Patrick has no board, doesn't have the Monarch. This would be a big turn because I think Grayson's last card is nothing. I was going to say, if he can find a draw spell to get back those snackers, this is going to be very, very interesting, Corbin, because now I don't think Grayson has a counter spell. So we're going to draw 2, get back the snackers. They'll be tapped, so they won't be able to block this turn. But, Patrick is in a position where he can take one more hit, fall to 4, or fall to 3, rather, and then have those be able to attack on the following turn.
And he still has 4 cards in hand, it must be said. So, and remember, this is a format where you can just simply sacrifice mountains to do damage. You don't always have to spend mana to do that. So even when players are tapped out, when life totals are sitting where they're at, there's a lot of tension here. So it looks like another Epicure is going to put Grayson down to 4, which is pretty key, just in the sense that that means Fire Blast range. And the second one is even more key, putting him down to 3, meaning almost any burn spell range.
Yeah, you may not think the Epicures are really that threatening, but when your opponent is this low, they effectively represent 2 damage. You get 1 off the ETB and 1 when on the attack the next turn. And, Grayson says, you know what, just get them both in there. I believe 2 lands in hand for Grayson.
Well, and Patrick, I think, has land in at least some land in hand as well, but he also has that token. And as it turns out, Grayson doesn't have the flyers. So I believe that is a scoop. It is Grayson extending the hand, saying, congratulations, Patrick. You've taken it down in Pauper. That was a great match there.
Yeah, that was, we spent a lot of time on Popper during that match just because the way that the timing worked, there wasn't a lot of time to get to the Amulet and the VV Culture matchup. But, I got to say, Corbin, after watching that match, I'm a lot more interested in Popper now.
That was fun. I do have to say that was fun. Now, I have not watched Popper in a long time, but that was very back and forth. Lots of things to consider. It's like low power legacy almost, because a lot of the cards are legacy, which is really cool, but it is, not a huge power level, right? We're not killing people on turn 2 in the format. Pretty fun. I think we're going to try to get an interview with our winning team there. But yeah, well, welcome into the booth. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are in Lansing for our Team Trios 10K here at the NRG Series. And there's been some fun matches. We have Standard, Popper, and Modern on tap today. That's what we've been watching players battle it out in. And while Standard, we know what's going on there. Modern, pretty wide open. We saw Amulet and Boros, and that one kind of showing off what each set can do. Ultimately, it came down to Popper. I think we're getting the winning team ready in there. So we'll down to them in just a second. Hey guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Corbin Hostler, Devin O'Donnell here. Tell us about those 3 matches you just played. We watched a lot of Popper there, and it was a blast. How tense did it come down to those last few turns?
I was fortunate enough to draw very well, and he didn't, so I burned him out.
There you go. Well, I mean, that's what your
this time.
It's all good. It's all good. Well, that's what your deck does do. Yeah. Speaking about the Popper deck, I mean, do you play a lot of Popper? Is this sort of like something that you've been playing this burn deck for a little bit? You were, trying to figure out what to play for the event, or is this something you kind of just picked up and weren't really sure what to play?
What round was that? 6?
Yeah.
That was 6.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've played it for 6 rounds.
Well, there you go.
I've played different burn decks before. This is like pretty easy to pick up. I don't play Popper ever.
Yeah.
I just, yeah.
We were chatting, and I
got-
told him that this deck that gets to play Grab the Prize and Sneaky Snacker is just very nice.
It's Arclight Phoenix, basically.
Yeah.
Sneaky Snacker equals Arc like Phoenix in Popper. You know what? That statement actually that checks out after what we just watched. They were great there. That was awesome. So talk to us about the other seats. Now we've got some Vivi Cauldron in Standard. Shout out for one of you had to take the seat, so shout out for doing
That
it.
was Miguel.
Unfortunately, it was me. We decided whoever the weakest player was going to have to play VV Cauldron Mirrors all day. So here I am.
Big fight in the hotel the night before to see who gets stuck with the seat. But you know what? Hey, you're doing a great job. You all are in a great spot now, 6 rounds in. One more round to go, and then possibly a top 8. How are you all feeling?
Pretty happy.
Yeah,
Super
pretty
excited.
good. Yeah.
He's been having to play VV Mirrors all day. As happy as he can be.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing great work there. So your teammates appreciate it, and we appreciate you all for joining us. Good luck in the next round, and perhaps we'll see you once we get to our top 8.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
That's the dream.
Well, welcome back in. I think we are probably headed to a short break here before we come back with our final round before the top 8. So, Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, we'll see you on the other side. Hello, everyone. Welcome back in to the NRG Championship Series in Lansing. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by my co-host for the evening, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and we are here to take you through our Team Trios 10K. We are about to head into round 7, and then, of course, our top 8 after that. So there is a lot going on today in Lansing. Of course, we're coming off of a standard 10K yesterday where we saw some standard gameplay featuring a lot of some very popular cards. We'll leave it at that. But the 10K team trial is today. And as we talk about, these team events bring out everyone, and they are always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, gameplay is certainly a way to describe it. But yeah, we do have a little bit of EV in our feature match, but not a ton of it. But yeah, last match we started off on the popper side, and I think we're gonna get you a little bit more popper action as well. Because,
That's
but to be
right.
honest with you, Corbin, that watching that popper match, that was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and we've actually got some good decks across the board lined up for you in this round. But what are these teams playing for? Let's check that out before we head down to the match. This weekend, first place is playing for $3,000 per team. That's $1,000 a player if my math checks out. Also 30 points per player, which is, of course, massive for all of those players trying to earn points on the NRG series towards the end of the season championship. That is what everyone wants to make, what you want to qualify for. And this is how you do it, is by putting up a big finish. Second place finishers, of course, going to get $1,500 a team, paying on out down to 12th place with points going to anyone, but even the top 128 get you 2 points there. So let's look at some of those players who have been at the top of the NRG series leaderboard all season. How have they done through 6 rounds today? Well, the team at the bottom has dropped off, but everyone else doing at least okay here. Of course, Dykeman, Suleiman, and Smith doing very well. Looks like they are probably on their way to drawing into that top 8. And 3 more teams, at least on the bubble, as you see there. Canfor, Cates, Nimitz, who we just watched in that last round, they are sitting at 4-2. Bedell, French, Ayers, Fogue, Gonzalez, and Smith, all at 3-3. So that is who you have been watching throughout the weekend. They hit up all of these NRG events. They've been putting up points towards that end of the season championship. Some of them you're going to see there. And I think these players who are still battling it out in round 7 are going to hope to join our already qualified players. So here we go. Coming in on popper, Patrick Selly on the left. We watched him in that seat last round burn out Grayson Nimitz. He's against Aaron Mitoki on Affinity this time around.
Yep. So we're going to be seeing a little bit more popper action. I did just want to bring up. So you mentioned players drawing into top 8. There was a bit of a weird kind of thing that shook up with the standings. So after towards the end of the round, it was looking like if both of the other X1 matches had concluded and finished in not in a draw, then there would have been a clean cut. But we actually had we had a draw towards the end of last round, which created 2 separate win-ins here, pair downs, and it was not clean, so not everybody could draw. So excited to see some win-in magic here for top 8. And you mentioned we saw the burn deck from Patrick in the last round defeat the Is It Terror deck from Grayson Nemitz. This time, we're going to be playing up against Affinity. Now, if you're familiar with Affinity, in the current Modern and past iterations of Modern, it's really a lot about, fast mana, Springleaf Drum, Mox Opal exploding onto the battlefield. And this Affinity deck is quite a bit different than ones that you're maybe used to in Modern. They have a lot more card advantage, with draw spells, things like Thoughtcast and Fanatical Offering and Reckoner's Bargain, and pairing that with Cryogen Relic and Ichor Wellspring, really trying to play a little bit of a longer game and utilize that card advantage.
We're not in for a long one, perhaps here. These players playing lightning fast. We saw the Sneaky Snacker as the Dredge mono red deck here puts it into play on turn 2, thanks to that Highway Robbery. But yeah, lightning fast play from both players here. And it looks like after that attack, a Gutter Snipe has entered play for Patrick, who's at 20. The Black Mage's Rod there, you saw, kind of does the same thing that Patrick's deck does. We're all about this non-creature pinging. There we go. There's another Shaman coming down for Aaron. But he is down to just 12 life here, staring down a couple of power and play in addition to pinging from Patrick. And I think it's just maybe 1 card in hand for Patrick, but if he has a couple of spells, it could really get things going, although he's going to lose a couple of his creatures there to that spell.
Yeah, the Shaman's kind of interesting. So that was actually what Aaron decided to do there. And there's actually a weird thing. So Shaman, if we can get that up on the screen for the people at home, it is a 1-mana 1/1. You can sacrifice an artifact to deal 1 damage to each creature without flying. So what happened there is there was a Wellspring that was cast, and then what Aaron decided to do was sacrifice the Wellspring to the Krarkland Shaman. But then in response to the own Shaman ability resolving, you can sacrifice another artifact to get the Gutter Snipe out of there as well.
Yep, well explained. That's how you get up to 2 points of damage there. And it, amounts to a pretty important board wipe there. That said, it looks like a flame breather has arrived as well. So there is still some more pings from Patrick, but Patrick, it appears, is top decking. So down to 9 life is Aaron, but he's got a chance to get back in it. I think that fountain as well can get. Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, I think there was a fire blast there from Patrick that just kind of ended the game in
That's a good
pretty
one to have.
quick fashion. Yeah, that card has been ending games of Magic since the dawn of time.
I was going to say, I was sitting there looking at that fountain that Aaron had put into play, thinking, "Oh, there's a way back into this. There's a way back into this." Well, no, Patrick just ends it off the very, very efficient burn spells, and that means that we can take you over to the modern seats, where we have a deck that you know about, Amulet Titan on the left, but on the right, Jeffrey Carr is playing what we're calling Azorius Blink. Now, for those of you who were with Mason Clark and I yesterday morning, he was actually talking up this deck where you have Ephemerate making its way into some blue-white lists, and kind of, it's a controlling deck, but it's also got this whole other angle to it. So here it is in action from Jeffrey Carr as we join this game midway through. Looks like an Amulet, but not too much else going on the Ryan side.
Yeah, deck is labeled as Azorius Blink, but as you mentioned, it is really like a control deck. It's playing a lot of elements that you're probably used to, things like Counterspell, Wrath of the Skies, Teferi Time Raveler, Force of Negation, has a couple of cantrips with Tune the Narrative to, fuel your Wrath of the Skies, stock up Prismatic Ending. But the threats, that's where it gets a little bit different here. So, yesterday in the standard seat, we saw a lot of Quantum Riddler in the VV Cauldron deck. And Jeffrey here is sporting 4 copies of that card in his main deck. Now we've seen a little bit of this in other future matches with like Raja Suleiman was playing an Esper Blink deck, and the Esper Blink deck is maybe utilizing more things and more creatures that have enter the battlefield triggers and ways to blink it. Really, the Riddler is just, we're pairing it with Ephemerate, but besides Riddler and Solitude, not really a ton of other things to blink, and just kind of utilizing that as sort of like a powerful control tool, interactive spell, card advantage kind of thing like that.
Yeah, the Ephemerate play can really just take over any kind of creature matchup very, very quickly out of the deck. So it adds just an entirely new angle to it. So on the other side, though, it looks like there are no responses as Ryan Bellamy is resolving Escape Shift out of his Amulet Titan deck with 2 amulets in place. So
I think this game is over.
We may be maybe not getting to see too much cool stuff out of the Azorius Blink deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's some Riddlers in the Exile Zone. Those got warped, so
that was cool.
Jeffrey's saying like, oh, well, if I get a turn, I can do something with those. So yeah, the land's gotten here. Teleria West, Shifting Woodland, Lotus Field. Presumably, this is going to be a kill. You can pick up the T West for Pact for, I think, Titan, get Titan, start copying with Mirror Pool. I'm fairly certain this will be a kill. So maybe we can see if we can take a look at, looks like Popper is in the middle of mulligans. So maybe we can head over there real quick. Yeah, okay. It looks like Popper is maybe about to start. Not 100% starting yet, but we presume that game is definitely over from the Amulet side. So let's get back to Popper.
We've talked through a lot of this Popper format and some of the cool cards you see. And I have to say, one of the ones I spotted in Aaron's hand there, Mirror Enforcer, the original Affinity card.
Talk to me.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff. So for those who don't know, Affinity, not only is it a deck archetype, it was once a mechanic that was actually on the cards in the deck, where your artifacts reduce the cost of other artifacts, and therefore you can just play them all out, including the terrifying Mirror Enforcer, which is a 7-mana Affinity card that could be played for not 7 mana. Now, these days, you hear Affinity and Modern, etc., they don't actually play many Affinity cards, or maybe in 2025, we're actually back to playing a few Affinity cards after 10 years of not playing Affinity cards. The point is, what some might call robots, what we're calling Affinity, here in the Popper format, it's got all the classic Affinity cards. So Mirror Enforcer, I hope, hits the board here.
I mean, you talk about classic, there's a great Furnace in play, Corbin. You can't even play that card in Modern.
No, you cannot.
They don't let you do that. One thing that I was taking a look at during while we were switching games here is the sideboard for Patrick. Now, you would normally associate affinity being it like if basically if affinity is good, people will have sideboard cards for affinity. And you probably would imagine that the sideboard cards are very impactful. There's a lot of cards that destroy artifacts. And there's one card in particular, which is not present in Patrick's deck list, that is Gorilla Shaman. That is a popular card for these red decks, sometimes to utilize in post-board games, but that is not one that Patrick has. Actually, looking at the sideboard, there's no ways to remove an artifact, period, at all. So there's no shatters, no smash to smithereens, nothing like that. So, if he can stick something like a Mirror Enforcer, that might be in play for a while.
All right, well, here we go. We're going to get the action moving as Aaron fires off Galvanic Blast. Safe to say he has Metal Craft, so that'll do enough damage
I think
to
so.
remove that.
I think so. Yeah, so Flame Breather is going to hit the graveyard. That, as you pointed out, was a very powerful tool in previous games for Patrick to be able to. Oh boy!
There we go.
See, Patrick, or excuse me, Aaron basically just cast Shardless Agent into Crashing Footfalls.
You are very right. What a time of Modern that was. I missed that. Well, so Patrick is getting his own free creatures, the 2/1 flyers. They are not as powerful as it seems as Aaron's pair of 4/4s that he played for free. So I'm not sure. Now we do have cards like Fire Blast that can theoretically try to deal with them in a 1-for-1 basis. Is that aligned towards actually winning the game? That's maybe a different question. But Patrick does have a grip of cards here to go about trying to progress his game plan.
All right, so what do we draw here for Aaron? And the life totals they're close right now, but if you look at the battlefield, certainly Aaron definitely pretty far ahead in the race. And you almost have to wonder if Patrick has something like a Fire Blast. Do you consider pointing it at a Mirror Enforcer if you don't feel like you can kill Aaron next turn? Oh, Corbin, we're going to see something real nice here. So Refurbish Familiar, make sure opponent discard a card. What if I wanted to discard a card anyways? And just discards that Fiery Temper, get a little bit of value. That's actually pretty nice too, because Patrick could not discard the Fiery Temper at instant speed, so that's going to give him the opportunity to play more spells than he maybe thought he was going to be able to.
I was just looking at its hand and thinking, wow, he really is going to have to pay mana for these, but nope, there comes the Familiar to help him out a little bit, and here comes a Faithless Looting, so I guess he would have got there regardless. But let's see. He's taken the hit. He's down to 5 life, but I guess he's got Aaron down to 10. In the last round, rather, I should say, we saw Patrick work out of a situation where we thought maybe the 15 power he was staring down was going to be too much to overcome, but it wasn't. So, this mono red deck's got a lot of play to it here.
Yeah, as good as Faithless Looting is at digging through your deck, it doesn't actually put you up cards. So at the end of all of this, Patrick, has a land and a Fire Blast. So if he goes land, flashback, looting, draw 2, discard 2, he only has 1 card left over. So can't keep something like 2 Fire Blasts in hand, because that's really what he needs, right? Is double Fire Blast plus the flyer. But I guess that wouldn't even work because the Familiar can at least block the Snacker. So I think, presumably, Patrick, I don't think, maybe he's thinking about Chump Block 1, Chump Block a Mirror Enforcer, Fire Blast the other one, take 3 damage, go down to 2, and maybe he can do something from there.
Well, not to make too much of a pun out of it, but I do think Patrick might be cooked in this one with just the 1 Fire Blast.
Okay, we'll work on it. That's not bad, but I don't hate it.
He's going to Fire Blast. I'll take that as a win. I was expecting a groan. You know what? I'll take that. And Aaron will take that game, by the way, picking up the first win for his team, which was down 3-0 in the games. They're not what you want to see when you're in this spot of the tournament. But he does get him back on the board. Maybe that'll be the start of something. I think we are going to bring it back to the booth here for just a second before we head back down to Modern, because it has been some back and forth gaming through here. We've got Amulet up a game is now going to be on the draw, so we'll see how that one plays out. As Jeffrey Carr's Azorius Blink deck that we've been talking about, we do want to catch in action. We didn't get to see it do much in that first one, but maybe in this next one we will. But I'll tell you, the Pauper gaming we've been watching today, Devin, it's been pretty fun.
Oh yeah. I'll be honest with you. I really have not played not much Pauper. There was a format that I played a ton way back in the day, like
Mhm.
when I really first started getting into Magic Online. Not a lot of money in the account,
Yeah.
easy to get into Pauper, and I played like a mono black control deck with Crypt Rats and Pestilence and all that kind of stuff.
I started Pauper with the Storm deck back
Okay.
in the day. The bounce all of your permanent Storm, just probably the most toxic Pauper deck you could imagine. I think most of it ended up getting banned, but it was a way to play Magic, and I had fun.
Yeah, no, Pauper's fantastic. A lot of good gameplay. Been loving what we're seeing out of Pauper. But yeah, Modern is a format that we haven't really had a lot of time to get to. So hopefully players are just about ready. We can get you back down there in a second. But looking at this matchup in particular, this Azorius Blink deck, I wanted to mention the sideboard here because there's some interesting things that Jeffrey can do in the postboard games. It's labeled as Azorius Blink, but don't let it fool you. There is a Watery Grave and a Shadowy Backstraight in the mana base to support 3 Psychic Frog and 3 Thoughtseize in the sideboard here for Jeffrey. So
Wow.
Jeffrey has kind of an option to maybe board into, almost certainly going to want those Thoughtseizes against the Amulet combo deck. But I wonder if he wants to go towards something like Psychic Frog as an early threat that he can deploy, where you kind of do this kind of sort of Delver style thing where you just play an early threat and then start protecting it with a bunch of counter spells, while the Psychic Frog is getting you more cards to be able to answer all of the things that you need to from the Amulet deck.
Psychic Frog out of the sideboard, I think, is a really interesting choice, right? We've seen plenty of Psychic Frog main decks where that is sort of the game plan A of what they want to do. Bringing it out of the sideboard after your opponent thinks perhaps you're just on a much lower creature plan, at least in that kind of creature, is an interesting way to go about it. I'm not sure necessarily against Amuletide if it changes too much in what the sideboarding would look like.
Well,
But
there it is.
you called it. There it is. The turn 2 Psychic Frog.
Yeah, I will say Psychic Frog not as good against Blocks Diamond in the 03 over there, but
Yeah.
I mean Jeffrey can discard a couple of cards, get the Grazer out of there for a turn, and then have that threat looming over the next couple of turns. But Ryan does get a pretty easy free block here, at least on the first attack, and kind of put Jeffrey to the test. Like, do you want to discard the cards? And I imagine Jeffrey probably would want to do that because you want to get that frog through eventually.
Yeah, and it does get, this gives Ryan the space to just cast this Malevolent Rumblings, which has been one of the Modern Horizons 3 additions to the format that took a little bit to come through, I would say, but it's been really powerful in several different decks, including this one. But just if you're Bellamy, you feel pretty good. You've just been able to go ideal turn 1 into pretty safe setup turns. You're under no pressure, and now you just kind of, after hopefully sculpting your hand, kind of think about, okay, well, now how do I start working through the counterplay that Jeffrey might have?
Yeah, I don't know if you got a glimpse of. Okay, I was gonna say, well, now you got a glimpse of it. Jeffrey has one copy of Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, in the sideboard, and that card is lights out against Amulet. It
Yes,
stops
it is.
all of their triggers. But you see here, it is a 5-mana card, and unfortunately for Jeffrey, does not play a third land, so it's going to have to discard that Elish Norn to the Psychic Frog to get past that Grazer, as we mentioned earlier. But yeah, if that was something maybe Jeffrey wanted to play towards, but without land number 3, respectfully, has to go ahead and get rid of that.
All right, looks like Force of Negation there, taking out a Spelunking, so no enters untapped effects for Ryan in play right now.
And you see Jeffrey really getting just as much, wants to try to get as much value off of this frog as possible. Prismatic Ending, getting that token out of the way. And I can't quite tell. That's a Thoughtseize. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Thoughtseize and Ryan had 3 Primeval Titans. So, well, we got one of them. One's down.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him getting to set up, and this was the other piece he needed, and there it was waiting on top of the deck with that Spelunking.
And Ryan chooses to legend roll a Beseju here to be able to cast a Rumble.
So that gives him what he really probably was looking for here, right? I believe that is a bounce land. So now you seem to be well set up for next turn, going up to 6 mana.
Yep. So there's. Oh, okay. Yeah, he put the Beseju into play off of the Spelunking. I was confused. So Beseju was put into play off Spelunking, and then land for turn is the Gruul Turf. Makes sense.
Yeah, Spelunking, again, we talk about the cards that this deck has picked up over the years. Just kind of an innocuous uncommon out of Lost Caverns of Ixalan that happens to be amulets. I mean, not necessarily 5 through 8, depending on how many you play or whatever, but additional copies of amulet in your deck.
Yeah, the frog's going to get jumped here to not get jump blocked by the spawn token, and Jeffrey really looking for a counter spell here. Has the 2 mana available to play it, but Jeffrey's deck list does have 4 copies of subtlety as well, so has plenty of answers to Primeval Titan, but he's gonna need to find one this turn, or presumably Ryan's just gonna if that Titan resolves. I don't know if it's lethal 100% this turn, but can imagine it's probably going to be very hard to beat if that Titan does hit the battlefield.
Yeah, and the problem is even if you do have a counter spell, again, you're putting very little life total pressure on Ryan here, so he'll just run out another Primeval Titan next turn.
Yeah, there is still 2 of them.
And unfortunately,
seeing 3 of them was a little.
Unfortunately, for Jeffrey at least, the first one just resolves, so that second one may not even be relevant. So now we are in that. I do want to stick with this for a minute. We can watch, at least see how this plays out. We don't know what Jeffrey has in hand to try to interact here. But we see a Lotus Field, another land picked up here for Bellamy. We pick up Boseiju back to hand. We start all of the sort of shenanigans here, and a second Titan has hit the battlefield.
Sir, a second Titan has hit the battlefield. So we can haste one of them. Okay, I'm just gonna double check because pretty sure. Yeah, we have a Battlements. Okay, so Battlements is the haste land of choice. We're gonna Echoing Deeps here with the Vestige. I think the Battlements got milled, and that's why we decided to Echoing Deeps.
Okay,
got it. Okay.
All right, well, here we go. The subtlety has arrived from Jeffrey. That gets rid of one of the Primeval Titans.
Okay, so no haste attack this turn. And if Jeffrey can maybe answer the second Titan, potentially has sort of managed.
I'm showing my age here, but my initial thought was, oh yeah, we're going to go get the Boros Garrison and the land that gives +2/+0 and haste and double strike, and it'll be 16 damage out of a Titan. But it's not that year anymore.
No. Not quite. Well, they still have the haste land, right? The Battlements does give haste, but yeah, no more Garrison Slayer Stronghold. Remember there was that one time where Titan played the Garrison Slayers, and then they had the double strike lands.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah,
I don't
2
remember the
double
name
strike.
either.
I'm sure chat's gonna tell us, but I also can't remember the double strike land's name.
Oh, I said subtlety. I apologize. Yes, you are. Chat does have our back. It is Solitude. Sunhome. That's right.
Ah, the Sunhome,
Fortress of the Legion or something like that.
There you go. That sounds like a Boros land.
Yeah. All right. Well, this one has turned out pretty interesting here because there is a Titan in play, but the game is not over, and Jeffrey is making attacks, drawing cards, has mana open. So we'll see what he wants to pull the trigger on next here.
Jeffrey did find the Riddler. Now, there was an interesting decision there from Jeffrey. So Jeffrey drew, so it was Riddler 1 card in hand. Warp the Riddler, drew 2 cards. So drawing 2, one of them was an Ephemerate. Actually did have the option to discard one of them to the Frog. So then when he Ephemerated the Riddler, he would have drawn 2 more, but decided to keep both in hand. So that signifies to me that the 2 cards in hand that Jeffrey found are indeed good. Question, are they good enough?
Well, another Titan has arrived, so this is just
the 4th Titan.
Not like the idea of I'll just get rid of the Titans and go from there is not exactly panning out for Jeffrey, because now you're still going to have a Titan attack trigger on top of this. So we're deep into the part of the game where Amulet Titan is sort of off of just point A, point B, point C with what I get. And now we're going to see deeper into the bag of tricks.
Well, hear me out, Corbin. You said you can't answer all of them. Well, now if you answer the 2 that are on the battlefield, Ryan literally can't play another one.
It's true.
That's all. That's all. That's it. That's all of them. So now I don't know if Jeffrey can answer all of them, but we'll have to see. I'm guessing probably not.
All right, is that the mirror pool that hit the battlefield there as well?
That was the mirror
If
pool.
we can get mirror pool pulled up on screen, that card has a whole lot of words that do a lot of very good things for the Amulet Titan deck when you are at this point of the game in particular. You can copy your spells should you need to. You can copy a creature should you need to, and that often comes up as well.
I'm curious, and I mean, maybe if Ryan does win this match and we get another interview, I want to see, because I know Ryan's played a ton of Amulet, and he's like, this is basically the deck that he plays. I wonder if he's ever mirror pulled an instant or sorcery. I wonder in what circumstances that would come up. But
Scape Shift, perhaps.
Yeah, copy Escape Shift to play around counter spells, maybe.
That was what I was thinking of. That's the
Okay.
only real thing I can think of. But yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, and we do remember that there's an Echoing Deeps in the battlefield. That is a copy of Hanweir Garrison. So that was a land that got milled over early on from a Malevolent Rumble. So that is the haste land. So if you're wondering if Ryan can haste, he definitely can. Excuse me, with that Echoing Deeps.
There we go. I was going to say, I wondered if we might be getting there. Jeffrey does extend the hand Amulet Titan. Goes, like we said, pretty deep into the bag of tricks, but it's got deep pockets, does that deck. So Ryan Bellamy picks up the match, gives one over to his team. I think our Popper match is over as well. It went over to Affinity 2-1.
So you know what that means, Corbin?
Down. Yeah.
It's time for Vivi. That's what that means. It's Vivi time.
It's Vivi, and it's up a game on Demir midrange from Dominic Delosio in the right. Miguel Chavez on the left.
Wait, Vivi up a game? Weird.
Hard to believe it. Now, we're pretty deep into this one by the looks of it. No creatures in play for Dominic, but a pretty large graveyard on Miguel's side, and it's not underneath there's no cauldron or anything like that. So as it turns out, 13-15 on life totals. Steam Core Scholars being the only prominent card right now. A couple of Vivis in hand, it looks like, for Miguel.
Yeah, in terms of the Dimir deck list, because this is kind of something that you want to take a look at and see if what. Obviously, Vivi is the tier 0 deck. If you're playing standard right now, you need to have some sort of cohesive plan against them. Whether or not that plan is good is yet to be determined. But in terms of the cards that Dominic has that are that I could imagine are specifically targeting this matchup, there's one Tishana's Tidebinder in the main. And then looking at the sideboard, there is one copy of Annul. That one seems pretty good against stuff like Profs and Cauldron. There is an additional copy of Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 Strategic Betrayal, which is an edict that also gets the graveyard, and then has access to some counter spells as well, negate Spell Pierce. So, is respecting it as a decent number of cards, but again, it's, whether or not those cards will show up in time is yet to be determined. But Curiosity, I mean, if that one remains in the battlefield, that one can certainly close things out.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the Dimir deck has a lot of flexibility after sideboarding and just kind of as a strategy, because there's really, some of its cards are better than others, but it's not like any one of its cards is crucial to the deck in the way that a Vivi or Cauldron are to, the Vivi Cauldron deck. So he does have the Tidebinder here for the Vivi trigger. So this is huge. Yeah.
There you go. That'll turn off the Vivi. So this is a Fire Magic for 1, and I believe that's going to be finishing off the Curiosity, but that's going to come back. So still, Curiosity in play with 2 attackers on the following turn, and Miguel doesn't look like he has a ton, although I think he picked up a draw spell. I think it was a Winter Knight that got picked up this turn.
Yeah, I think so too. So I think he's got Winter Knight, Vivi, and something. So he's got 5 mana untapped right now, and it seems like that may end up being the key point here, right? Because Vivi would take you down to 2 mana. You need to then cast a spell before you're even able to get anything off of it. Winter Knight Stories costs 3. So unless that other card in hand is a land, then it wouldn't be enough. And then, in fact, we just see Miguel pass the turn back.
Interesting. And there was a decision there for Miguel. So the land in hand, I couldn't tell if it was a tap land or an untapped land, because Miguel had the option, if it was an untapped land, to just play a new Vivi, Legend Rule, keep the new one. The new one would not be locked under a Tidebinder, then could have played the Winter Knight, drawn a couple of cards, got a VV trigger, but decided, I think rightfully so, to decide to hold back the VV instead, because now you can get a chump block out of it, play the new VV, prevent Dominic from drawing one extra card off of the Curiosity. But yeah, Miguel doesn't really have a lot going on here.
Well, and yeah, I guess we'll have to see if he's able to really spend any mana here. But Dominic was able to pick up another card. So he's going to have a good attack here. But let's see, there is mana coming out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to remove one of the creatures here.
So it actually wasn't a land; it was a barrage. It was hard to get a look at it. So the hand, it looks like, was Barrage Winter Night VV. So I think what Miguel is going to be planning on is setting up Barrage to kill the Preacher, chump block one of the 3-power creatures, and then only give Dominic one extra card. Maybe rip land 6 to be able to play a new VV and utilize that Winter Night Stories, and maybe can keep going from there. Although, I guess without a Cauldron, there's a limit on exactly what Miguel can do next turn. It looks like we're heading
these
Judgment,
players
maybe.
it looks like they're going to figure out where they're at in this one. So, yeah, I mean, this is a really this is one of the more interesting games. We talk a lot about the Vivi Cauldron deck for its power level, and it is powerful. Obviously, it is by far the most powerful deck in the format. But for what it's worth, games like this, once people at least have sideboarded against it and know what they're up against, do play out fairly interesting. I was around for days of the top deck being, say, Aetherworks Marvel. And that deck was not interesting to watch at all. In fact, it was the opposite. It was terrible. They spin the wheel repeatedly, GP Mirror Finals. It wasn't great. These games tend to be more interesting. Tashana's Tidebinder targeting Vivi, but now if they remove the Tidebinder, then it can unlock the Vivi. There's some more interesting counterplay here, even if at the end of the day, Vivi is just clearly the best deck in the format. At least at this point, no one has figured it out. There's the Spotlight series next week that maybe will draw people who have been holding tech or anything like that. But I think it is more likely that we're just going to see a massive amount of this deck and some plans for the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, you put it very, very well. The games that don't end on turn 3 or turn 4, those games are kind of fun. Where, here it's sort of, there's a lot more nickel and diming and trying to figure out how to sequence my spells, what removal spell do I play this turn. But yeah, the game, basically the games where you don't just go 2-drop, discard VV, Cauldron, do the thing. The games can get a little interesting. The deck does have a significant amount of play to it outside of those completely absurd busted draws.
Yeah, well, and the Dimir deck is basically the one of the heaviest interaction decks in any format in recent years, because that's what all of its cards does. So it's pretty fun to watch. But here we go. We're catching back up. The removal spell does hit the Tidebinder. The Tidebinder does hit the graveyard. The trigger from the Preacher does resolve. And now, crucially, the Vivi in play for Miguel has been unlocked.
Yeah, so I think what happened there is it looks like Miguel, instead of chump blocking with VV, decided to just kill the Tidebinder and just take the hit. That was the other option, because then he doesn't have to commit 3 mana to the other VV next turn. But we'll have to see. Still know about that Winter Night, so that could be a start to this. Yeah, there's the Winter Night.
There we go. And this is, I mean, Dominic has mana open, a grip of cards, and has allowed the Winter Night to happen. So it's hard to tell if Dominic is sitting on, some not so good cards, and this is just going to be a huge turn for Miguel here, or if it's all going to kind of run into one piece of interaction now that Miguel has already tapped down a little bit.
Well, Corbin, Miguel discarded a VV and drew a Cauldron. So
time to find out.
Time to show me what you got, Dominic. Gotta have something. Okay, we're thinking about responding.
showing the team the hand. This is probably not great. Now,
Yeah, I mean, if there's no kill spell, we're probably done here. But he's tapping mana, so we're thinking about responding. Kill
it's
spell?
a Drowner. This is interesting. So the Drowner,
okay.
the Drowner will tap the Vivi. It won't untap. it doesn't. It's not Trickster. It doesn't remove the abilities from the Vivi.
I mean, it might make it a little harder for Miguel to kill this turn because now he needs to find the Wild Ride or set up a sequence where it goes, maybe Tursa into Profs because Dominic's only at 9, so it doesn't need a ton if he can find, there's the
There's the
Tursa.
Tursa. And there goes the Vivi and a land to the graveyard. We'll see what we hit here. I mean, it could whiff. He could end up not getting there.
Yeah, because there should be one more VV activation. Actually, no. 3, 6. Trying to remember. So we haven't flashed back the Winter Knight yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's still Winter Knight the Grave. So we have one more VV activation for 3 mana because Miguel used the first one to cast the Tursa.
So by tapping down the Vivi, you mess up the Harmonize as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So that was actually a very heads up play there for Dominic.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably his only point of interaction. So he may as well use it on that turn. I believe technically that Vivi should also be stunned, but
yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to matter because I think this game is going to end either on Miguel's turn or on Dominic's next turn, one way or the other.
Yeah, because if we do start looking back to Dominic's turn and start counting up that damage, I don't know. It's going to be interesting here, but it looks like we're actually just going to move to combat. We're going to get a Tursa attack, which means a Tursa trigger because, as we've talked about, Miguel has a fully stacked graveyard. So, okay, choose your doom.
Choose wisely.
Yeah.
That was
Barrage.
I think that was the best hit.
Pretty good hit.
Remember, because the other Vivi has 2 uses of the mana because the Cauldron gives it a second instance of the mana ability. Why that works, don't ask me why. But it can make 3 mana inside of combat. So now, because Miguel hit the Barrage, you can actually cast that before blocks. Maybe you can hit the Soul Stone, give Dominic the option to double block. I think I like this better, just letting Dominic go to blocks and then likely using the Barrage to clean up the Preacher, I think is what Miguel's plan is.
What a hit, by the way, for Miguel.
Yeah, that was a good one. So the token chump blocks the Tursa. And then second main phase, you can kill the Preacher. And then on board, there is 2 Soul Stones and a Flood Pits. That is only 8 damage with Miguel at 10. So theoretically can get an extra turn. But there are 2 Enduring Curiosities that have come back and are no longer creatures. So you'd be letting Dominic draw 6 cards there. And presumably Dominic's going to find at least one piece of interaction in 6 cards.
You got to feel like you dodged some kind of bullet there if you're Dominic and you actually get on tap after this. But
I don't know if he dodged a bullet. I think he dodged a wrench.
That's a good point. It's a start. It's the beginning of the training montage for sure. All right. Well, there goes the Drowner. So he can't shuffle away that Vivi now when he untaps.
Yeah. That's pretty big, and that gets another counter on the VV and another damage. And now, more importantly, that actually is 2 less cards for Dominic, right?
Yeah,
because
huge.
Next turn, like Dominic doesn't have the capability to present lethal here. But given how last turn the only piece of interaction that Dominic had was that Flood Pit Stranded, because you would imagine if Dominic had a removal spell like a Shoot the Sheriff, probably would have used that instead of the Flood Pits. So given that, now Miguel probably, maybe assumes that there's not another removal spell in Dominic's hand. So cutting him off of getting access to more cards maybe makes it less likely that he draws one off of those curiosity triggers. Well, there's some nice basics. I don't know where they're from, but they're nice basics. I think those are the Pixel Secret Layer ones.
Yeah, those are you can choose truly anything for your basics these days.
Oh yeah. Whatever your heart desires.
Or whichever basic lands you find next to the draft pile, whichever.
Yeah, I mean you could. You could.
All right, is this a second Preacher then for Dominic?
Now, Soulstone getting in there, so we're going to hit for 6, draw 4. And then
Oh, that's good.
Dominic has already played a land of return, but has access to 4 mana. So big draw steps here. Do we find a kill spell? I couldn't. Dominic's holding his hand close to his chest, so I can't quite tell.
That is a lot. Sorry, yeah. So Soulstone hits give him a ton of cards here to pass back with.
And he just says, go. Didn't find a kill spell for the VV. Oh my goodness. That is disastrous.
Yeah, that's a grip of cards to not get anywhere on. That's a rough development for Dominic because while you were able to dodge that wrench last turn, when your opponent is untapping with the Cauldron and the Vivi already in play, I fail to see how you're likely to get out of this one. And it begins with a harmonized or with a Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Tishana's Tidebinder, but he had already let the VV trigger resolve, so that's not in the cards anymore. Yeah, very unfortunate there for Dominic. Draw step and then 4 additional cards off of the Curiosity, so 5 looks at a kill spell. And I mean, if you look at Dominic's deck list, if I want to pull it up real quick, there are Tragic Trajectory, which I guess wouldn't have worked there, but 3 Bitter Triumph, 2 Shoot the Sheriff, and then post board, I guess there's 1 Withering Torment. So and the Betrayals as well. So had some options, but just unable to cobble together that kill spell.
All right. Well, Miguel's taking a deep look through his graveyard here, trying to figure out how do we close this thing out now that things seem to be going the way we want them to go? Because there's a lot on the line here. Remember, we are at a 10K Team Trios event right now in Lansing, NRG Championship Series. And this is the final round of Swiss. Both of these teams trying to give themselves a shot at either the top 8 or, of course, just the best possible finish they can have at 5-1 and team records of 4-1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Miguel bricked off of that Winter Night Stories. He resolved it, drew 3, discarded 2, and then immediately went to combat attacking with the Tursa. So, you would imagine if he had any other spell to cast, given the fact that he had access to 18 mana, potentially more with the Cauldron. So didn't find any spells that he wanted to play pre-combat. And now Dominic has a decision where do you want to block? Now, if you block the Tursa, it's not a trade because Miguel has the opportunity to do this to make it a 4/4, but you do prevent 4 damage coming across, which maybe makes it less likely you die to a VV. But again, if Miguel had spells, he probably would have played them pre-combat. So you maybe at this point you just have to hope that Miguel bricks, because based on going to combat with the Tursa, it kind of seemed like Miguel did brick.
It seems like he could, especially, I mean, gosh, that stun counter coming in relevant here. And all right, now we're going to flash in an Enduring Curiosity.
Okay, so now if Miguel doesn't have anything, this is lethal. The Soulstone dies and you have 7 damage. Guess not because of the Mako. We can chump block with that.
I think there's an Into the Floodmaw in hand as well.
Yeah, maybe, I think it's Into the Floodmaw, second Cauldron. Okay, now the question is, do you Floodmaw now to not get counterspelled?
Knowing that your opponent would have counterspelled had they had one.
Yeah, because he didn't counter the Winter Night Stories, but could draw counterspell. It's tough. A lot of times these Dimir decks don't play a lot of hard counters. In Dominic's sideboard, there are 2 negates, so maybe he could have boarded those in to be able to fight over the Into the Floodmaw, but just decides to take the safe route, which does make sense.
This game has gone on far longer than I think most of us might have anticipated a few turns ago.
Yeah, 2 turns ago, I thought it was over that turn, and here we are 2 turns later, so.
All right, well, somehow the game is not ended if you're Dominic now. You didn't have the counterspell, but you have now untapped into just a mess of mana and cards, and your opponent's at 4 life. So what do we do? Well, okay, I guess Spyglass Siren.
What do we do? We hit a spell off of this map.
Yeah.
Okay, big map here. Does he find a spell?
This will allow him to take a look at the top card.
That's a spell, Corbin.
We'll get to draw that card on the attack thanks to the Enduring Curiosity trigger.
Well, he won't get the draw card because that'll be lethal damage.
Yep, there you go.
That trigger won't even resolve. Oh, there's off screen. Okay, so you and I can't see it, and the folks at home can't see. There's a marauding Mako off screen. That was the Mako that he hit off of the Terse. I forgot about that. So that is
Okay,
a
so you're
chump
right.
blocker.
It's a chump block in the end.
Yep. I couldn't see it because it was off camera a little bit, but yeah, there was the Mako that was hit off of the Tersa. And again, I mean, Dominic didn't have a kill spell last turn. Didn't draw one this turn. So
I
it's really
don't think there's any Winter Night stories, but now there's just two big attackers.
Right.
So you've got two blockers, at least as it currently stands, if you're Dominic.
It's really interesting how we thought the game was going to be over because, and I think we maybe just assumed that one player would draw a relevant spell. You had that turn where Miguel
Right.
resolved Winter Night, bricked. You had that turn where Dominic drew 4 off the Curiosity, bricked, and it's sort of like this. This is just where we are now, you know.
Maybe more Tersa activations than you see ever.
Yeah.
Game does not often last long after they start doing Tersa stuff. But here we go. That's just a land off of it. That's not going to get you anywhere.
I think Miguel may have picked up another copy of Floodmaw. So I think what maybe Miguel wants to do here is Floodmaw the Soulstone before blocks. That would put Dominic down to 5. And then the Spyglass Siren can jump in front of the VV, but then you can just use the Cauldron to make it a lethal attack. So
no. Dominic's got Dominic has a Curiosity in hand, so can make another blocker.
Can at least do that.
Or has so we know about that because and of course Miguel knows about that as well.
Yeah, Floodmaw is a weird card, but you can actually, if you just choose to bounce a creature, it doesn't say bounce a non-land creature, just return it a creature. So you can bounce the Soulstone as long as you're not gifting them a fish. But here's the Curiosity. So, okay, so we blocked first and then played the Curiosity. Got it. Okay. So no Floodmaw cast, but if Miguel does have that Floodmaw, then he can just use it similar again to bounce the Curiosity.
And then Dominic's in an even worse spot.
Well, now it's interesting because Dominic played the Reef last turn. So Reef plus Curiosity, those are 2 lethal attackers. Miguel's at 4.
Right.
And Miguel doesn't have any blockers here.
So if Dominic sees this and, because Dominic also has a ton of cards in hand, right? So there's a lot of choices if you're Dominic, and you may decide, well, what if I go for this line? They have it.
Well,
they have another bounce spell, something like that. It doesn't work out. Or do you just tap out or tap down anyway and go for it and try to win? Does look like
the thing
that's what
is,
we're doing.
If Miguel had a second removal spell, he would have used it that turn to clear the extra blocker because you go clear 2 blockers, 1 left over. That chump blocks the VV. The Terse is still lethal. So because how last turn played out, Dominic knew that Miguel didn't have another removal spell, and there you go, Dominic taking game number 2.
That was great. Like, that is exactly the line that all of these players are going through, right? As you just go back and forth, and each of those players surely thought on those turns, well, my opponent's probably going to get it here. They don't need much. They're probably going to have it. But instead, the game just kept going. And then it comes down to, if you're Dominic, you just try to figure out what your opponent does have. And you can do that by figuring out by what they don't have. And in that case, you laid it out. You can determine that your opponent does not have a way to punish you for this attack. You can go for it. If it works out, you get there. It did work out. He got there. And now we're going to be heading into a game 3 here in round 7 between these two teams. Vivi Cauldron on the left, Demir Midrange on the right, Miguel Chavez, Dominic DeLazio with everything on the line.
Yeah, and these players wasting no time shuffling up for game number 3. I don't know if we can get production to check on the round clock, but I can't imagine there is much time left given how fast these players are shuffling and drawing.
Yeah, we'll try to keep up with them here, but it's going to be good luck trying to finish this one in time. I think both of these decks are theoretically capable of very fast starts. They have, it seems, 8 minutes on top of time, which was already called. So we're probably looking at about 5 minutes here, and Miguel's starting things off with a mulligan.
Yeah, these players had a time extension, so 8 minutes left in their time extension. So, I mean, 8 minutes is a decent amount of time, and as you mentioned, both of these decks have the capability of having extremely fast starts. The Demir deck can just kind of curve out, 1 drop into Bat, into Kaido if you have one of those draws. Obviously, we're familiar with how powerful and how ridiculous some of the VV Cauldron draws can be, so it's really going to be a question of who is on the play, which is Miguel, because Miguel did lose that last game. But Miguel is on a mulligan here. And yeah, just kind of see, if sort of Dominic on the draw maybe can handle the aggressive start, kind of pair that into an early curiosity and maybe ride that to victory.
So I do want to note, chat's actually been talking about kind of the pace of play, and then we're talking about the clock. Team events are notorious for the final match of the team event taking much longer than the first two did.
Yes.
Because there are 6 people playing this match right now. That's what you should understand.
Yeah, I mean, there it does get to a point where you kind of have to if a lot of this is where the kind of the experience sets in, because a lot of your teammates maybe want to give you a ton of input on each individual turn and each individual decision. There's definitely a period of time where if there's a very close decision, really not sure what to do, then that sort of a conversation can be had. But in these early turns, you want to maybe do that a little bit less and try to save that energy for those later turns where it matters a little bit more.
Yeah, one of the most famous trios, the Peach Garden Oath Redux team, Huey Jensen's team back in the day, just the best Magic players in the world, and they would basically sit behind each other and not say a word until their teammate asked them for input, and then they'd have their conversation and their input. But you really don't want to mess up the player, because that player, in all likelihood, knows the deck better than you do, because it's the deck they've been playing all day.
Yeah, there's a flow. You don't want to interrupt their flow,
especially when they're trying to play incredibly quick here at the end.
All right, Bat's going to clear the torch. That's the removal spell left over. There is still Flood Maw that can unlock it for a turn, but then, if Flood Maw happens, you can just replay the Bat and kind of move about your way. I love this. You're talking about time. Fetching with the Fable Passage and then passing, letting Miguel take his turn while you're fetching. Beautiful, beautiful sequence there for Dominic. Every second counts.
I love that. I do love that.
Because, these players are in a position where a draw eliminates them both. Yeah. Right? This was a win-and-in match for top 8, and if this match goes to an unintentional draw, both of these teams, I think, well, that's not true. Miguel's team
is devastating for DeLazio's team.
Yeah, Miguel's team is good with the draw because they're X and 1. I forgot there was a pair down. So, yeah, Miguel's team, they can take a draw. They don't really mind, but, obviously a loss would knock them out.
Well, this game, both players might have been hoping for a fast one. We didn't get it. It's turn 4 heading into turn 5, and there are no non-land permanents in play.
Yeah, Dominic's hands looks pretty good. I think I saw 2 Tidebinders, a Curiosity. So it has a lot of options here.
Well, the Curiosity on this instep is very big to get to get something going. And in fact, it's actually going to force a Torch the Tower, sacrificing the Soul Cauldron to pay the bargain cost to get the extra damage.
Yeah, that was the torch that was known, because the Flood Mob bounced the Bat to get the torch back.
So that answers the Cauldron, I guess. This is pretty decent looking for Dominic. That was just one card out of your hand at instant speed, and now you get to come back with another Bat to take away one of these last 2 cards. It's a Barrage and then into the Flood Moth. So, okay, the Dimir player looking like they're in a good spot here.
Yeah, Miguel's basically on empty at this point. Has that into the Flood Mob, but that's not a permanent answer to the Bat. Just draws a starting town for turn, and Dominic's hand is stacked. There's still 2 Tidebinders, and I believe another Curiosity as well. So yeah, question for
this one out while he can.
Yeah, question for Dominic here. Do you want to main phase the Curiosity? Probably. You're just going to trade for the Flood Mob, but I think I'm okay with that.
All right, Flood Maw just goes on the Bat. I was going to say, I think you got to just make a decision and move through it quickly. You just need to cast these cards in your hand. It almost doesn't matter what order you cast them in, given how few cards your opponent has, but you do need to get them cast. So the Riddler is coming down here. That's going to get Tidebindered.
Yeah, I couldn't see them off screen. We this whole time we were thinking like, oh, Miguel's hand is, Miguel's on empty, but there's 2 Riddlers in exile. I did forget about those.
Yeah, slow, right? That wasn't helping him on that 3rd and 4th turn, but now he's able to get one down. Now it runs immediately into the Tidebinder, but at least as a blocker. And in this game, that's an important place to be. Now the Barrage is going to go underneath the Bat. So it is officially 0 cards in hand for Miguel, access to another Riddler off screen, and removal on the first one unlocks a Tidebinder attack.
Yeah, that's big. But now the question is, does Dominic have an answer for the second Riddler? Because that presumably is going to come into play here.
Right.
We're lining up some mana. I was going to say, we don't have to think too much about the mana tapping.
Keep the mana open. You obviously can most likely looking for into the Flood Maw or something here. Oh, that was quick. Look at that. All right. FOMO is going to pitch a Scholar.
That's 2 more cards. Oh my goodness, the Riddler. Every single time we've seen this card on camera this weekend, it's been completely ridiculous.
It sure has.
Just in spots like this where the Cauldron deck is so good at emptying its hand, and it just so frequently, there's not only is it good at emptying its hand, but half of the deck says draw a card on it. And every single time you cast one of those, to draw an extra card, it's just this just massive, massive swing. On top of the fact that it's just also a 4/6 flyer.
All right, so there was a Shoot the Sheriff, though, for Dominic. So the second Riddler gone as well. Just kind of the FOMO left. But, man, Miguel saw so many cards right there to keep this thing going. And that is time for these players.
Yeah, I saw that Dominic started to pause for a little bit there, and I kind of imagined that's what happened. So now time, which means Dominic is turn 0. Miguel's going to be turn 1. So Miguel's going to get 3 turns after this. Dominic's going to get 2. Remember, Miguel's team wants a draw. They are in top 8 with the draw. Dominic's team has to win this match. So the question is, can Dominic deal 14 damage in 2 combat steps?
Seems
don't
unlikely.
know how easy that's going to be. Yeah.
Because even if you have Tidebinder here, which I believe we know he even does, that's 4. Then that's going to leave you needing to do 10 on the next one. All right, it's a Mako for Chavez.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic can deploy a Tidebinder end step. That's 4 damage. So in his first combat, assuming you can clear blockers, that's 4 getting through. That puts Miguel down to 10.
You then need
and then
2
you have
more 3. Yeah, 2
yeah,
more
you have
3
4
power creatures
power.
added.
I don't even know if that's possible.
I don't think he's going to get there, especially not since another Riddler has entered play. And even though it runs into Tidebinder, you might be feeling okay about the long game here if you're Dominic, but you're not going to get it done in time. At least if we understand exactly where we are at in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Dominic just had maybe like 2 or 3 more minutes, like this turn he could spend killing the creatures, getting in, and yeah, I don't think Dominic's going to be able to deal 14 over the course of two combat phases.
Brutal spot for him. This is tournament magic, though. This is what it comes down to. The clock is, and we mentioned it with team events, it can be even more of a concern. But also, I mean, that last game just kept going and going and going when we thought it was over several times in both directions. So just a very long match here, especially, end of a day, end of a long weekend. These players are playing for a lot here. So even if this goes to a draw, of course, Delazio's team, they're getting points, they're getting cash. It's not nothing. Just like this Kaido is not nothing, but it might not be everything they were hoping for.
Yeah, Kaido can lock down the Riddler for a couple of turns, attack with both. I mean, it's also just not clear because I think there is a Soul Stone in Miguel's mana base. So there's the situation where, again, given more time, this game would be a lot more intricate where this turn you would have to weigh, do I attack with Tidebinder? Do I hold it back to block the Soul Stone? You have the Restless Reef as well. Presumably you would just want to protect the Kaido in that instance, but yeah, kill spell for the Mako too, man. Yeah, Dominic like I said, Dominic had all the tools he needed if he just had a couple more minutes. So there's an attack for 4. Miguel goes to 10. And I mean, technically there's 10 damage in play, right? There's the Kaido, the Reef, and the Tishanas. If Miguel just forgets that he has a Soul Stone, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dominic, you did everything you could do here.
There's 2 Soul Stones, actually.
Yeah. He's going to fire it up and just attack Kaido down. Talk about stressful. for your last match, right? If this is if this, is in fact enough to propel Ryan, Miguel, and Patrick into the top 8, as we very well think it could be, they're going to have very little turnaround, that's for sure, and a lot of stress coming from their last round. But hey, once you're into the top 8, anything can happen. So down to possibly the key turn here.
Yeah, I think Dominic picked up a Bitter Triumph return too, so another kill spell that would be able to clear one of the Soul Stones. Be trade for the other one. Yeah, man, this game is quite a few turns away. Assuming infinite time, it would be quite a few turns away from natural conclusion. But I mean, you do gotta think that Dominic is in a decent spot. Got a kill spell for one of the Soul Stones, has the Restless Reef, but yeah, they realize it's going to be a draw, and there you go.
All right, well, you know what? That takes us to the end of round 7 here in Lansing. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, thank you for hanging out with us. That has been the end of our Swiss rounds, and that means it's the beginning of our top 8. So when we come back on the other side, we will have that top 8 for you. We will have that bracket, and then we will have that gameplay, and we are going to spend the evening watching some team trios. Cannot think of a better way to do it than with the NRG Championship Series in Lansing. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are in Lansing, Michigan. And as you see there at the bottom of your screen, we're headed into our quarterfinals here on this Team Trios event.
Yeah, Corbin, we are about to get players are sitting down, just about ready to get started. We've been seeing a lot of interesting action, Pauper, Modern, and Standard over the past couple of rounds, and I'm very, very excited to see what our top 8 has in store for us.
That's right. So before we get to that top 8, which we're about to reveal to you, let's look at what these teams are playing for today in our team 10K team trial. Not just prize money, but also points, because a lot of these players came from our players to watch list. That means they're NRG Series regulars. First place team, they'll be taking home $3,000. That's a clean $1,000 per player, along with 30 points per player. Huge on that leaderboard. Second place, $1,500. On down the list, you see we pay out the top 12 teams here. And as long as you finish in the top 128, you get additional points more than the minimum towards the end of the season, which everyone here is trying to qualify for. And as we look at our top 8, some of these players are already qualified. Some of them are hoping to qualify. But welcome to the top 8 of this event. Newman, Sabor, Castledini, Canfor, Cates, Nimitz. We watched them earlier and, in fact, all weekend. For those of you watching yesterday, they'll be squaring off in the quarterfinals. We then have the team of Clayton, Kowalczyk, Alford against Harvey, Ziri, Naguera. So again, you'll note that players who you've been seeing pop up on our players to watch list all day long have now made their way into the top 8. On the other end, congrats to Dykeman, Suleiman, and Smith, who will be taking on Hayes, Johnson, and Conan in the first round. And rounding things out, Geertz, Bolger, Van Til will be taking on Chavez, Bellamy, and Selly, who we watched qualify their way here over the last few rounds. So a pretty stacked top 8, as many of them are these days.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be starting in the bottom right-hand corner of the bracket there. Gerald, Bolger, and Van Til against Chavez, Bellamy, Selly, as you mentioned there. We have seen the Chavez, Bellamy, Selly team quite a bit over the past couple of rounds. There was a win-in last round that they didn't end up winning, but there was a
right.
draw in their case. And then we haven't seen Gerald, Bolger, and Van Til yet on camera. So we're going to get you down to the feature match area in just a moment here. I believe the players are, we're doing some pre-match things. So we're going to be starting off with Pauper, as we have been. Well, we're definitely not going to start in Standard because VV Cauldron Mirror. We're going to try and avoid that as much as possible. Amulet Titan versus Boros Energy. That should be, like you mentioned, a classic matchup. Very interesting. I think typically does favor the Amulet side of things, but depending on what Kamari has in their sideboard, could maybe change things up. Well, we're going to start off with Isaac Van Til against Patrick Selly. So Patrick playing this Madness Burn deck that we've seen a couple of times. As I mentioned previously, not not your grandma's burn deck. There's a lot more card advantage in this, where there's the draw twos, the getting back sneaky snackers, and looking to play maybe a bit of a longer game. But you know who's not trying to play a longer game is Isaac Van Til, playing this really explosive spy combo deck that we haven't seen yet on camera. But I mean, there is a potential for an extremely fast kill here using the namesake card Balustrade Spy.
And it looks like we're starting off very quickly with exactly that. Lotus Petal for the deck, trying to go fast. But also going fast is turn 1 Medallion Epic here. We actually saw that card do a ton of work for Patrick Selly over the last few rounds. I want to note, by the way, these team names here. We want to shout out the team names.
Yeah, here we
Always
go.
a popular thing. On the right, the Chavez Bellamy Selly team. I want to make sure I get this right here. That would be the Apex Predators, pretty aptly named, taking on Team Chicken Fried Rice.
There you go. There you go. Team names are a thing of the past, Corbin. You know, I remember way back in the day when we had team events, and you know there was the classic like Team CMU and Antarctica and all those like really classic powerful teams, and it's a lost art, I guess I would say. But when it comes to the spy deck, so I want to talk a little bit about this one because this is a deck we haven't seen on camera just yet. Sneaky snacker trying to sneak its way onto the battlefield there. But this deck is only playing 4 lands, 3 forest and 1 swamp. And what's happening here is there's a lot of ways to search out lands. You have Land Grant, you have, I believe, Winding Way. Yeah, Winding Way reveals, cards till you hit a land. You have Sagu Wildling. So you have ways to search out these lands out of your deck. And then what happens is once you have searched all of your lands out, you now have a deck that is no lands. So when you play a card called Balustrade Spy, if we can get that one up on camera, this one, if you're familiar with like the Legacy Upsal spells decks that sort of play lands, I use in quotation marks because they're playing the MDFCs. Essentially, what's happening is you Balustrade Spy, target yourself. Once you've gone through all your lands, you mill your whole deck, and then you have Dread Return, because that is reprinted as a common, and I believe a commander set, to return Lotleth Giant to the battlefield, and then kind of one-shot your opponent. But it's not quite as simple as the Legacy version because you actually have to fetch out the lands before you play the Balustrade Spy. So it's a little interesting.
We've seen nothing but interesting decks from Pauper today, honestly, because the design constraints on the format, I guess, sort of, I think it's the famous Mark Rosewater quote is restrictions breed creativity, if I didn't butcher that. And that's what we see in a lot of these Pauper decks is, okay, well, we know that the Spy engine is powerful, but okay, we can't do the thing that they do in Legacy, but how can we make it work in Pauper? And it involves kind of this more convoluted way, but you still kind of end up in the same spot. And we've seen that a lot. Like talking about like on the other side, the sneaky snackers coming in from the mono red burn deck. Like what? So it's a format full of some fascinating deck building decision trees, I guess, really more than anything.
Yeah, Lead the Stampede was the card that Isaac just cast there. Again, another one of these cards where, supplemental products that originally was printed as an uncommon. I believe it got reprinted as an uncommon in Ikoria.
That's right.
But the common printing, I want to say, was Eternal Masters. I think something along those lines. But yeah, it's a card that allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your library, and you get any number of creatures from among those cards and put them right into your hand. And this deck has a lot of creatures. There's 39 of them, including the aforementioned Balustrade Spy, which is, a way to help you find that finishing combo piece.
Yeah, so just go ahead and catching back up to this one. We're on Patrick Selly's attack step here, getting in with the Snacker and the Epicure. That will knock Isaac down to 13 life, I believe, and he's going to follow up with some highway robbery here. So what Patrick doesn't have that it does want to have are any of those pingers, right? The gutter snipes, the flame breathers, the ones that whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you deal damage to your opponent. He doesn't have any of those in play quite yet, but trying to sculpt his hand with that highway robbery there. And Isaac is just really, honestly, he's just playing his own game over there, just trying to sculpt the perfect hand and perfect cards in the deck.
Yeah, there's not a ton of interaction from the burn deck, and even if the interaction, like this spy combo deck is not really a deck that's utilizing creatures to win the game. I mean, it is, but it also isn't in a direct sense. Like creatures on the battlefield, it's utilizing your creatures that are here are mostly just mana producers. The Cerulean Caretaker, the Overgrown Battlements,
Yeah.
you see the Axebane Guardian. These are just ways to generate extra mana. Also, Overgrown Battlement 4 toughness, kind of not that easy for the burn deck to kill. I mean, you can, target a Fire Blast at
Fire
it, but
Blast.
that's a tough way to go about it. But, now if you see here, Isaac has now searched out all 4 lands. So Isaac now has a deck in his hand that has no lands in it. So if there is a Balustrade Spy, which there it is, there goes the deck. Yeah, so Isaac's going to mill his entire library, and then with those creatures in play, sacrifice those for Dread Return to pay the flashback cost, reanimate Lotleth Giant, and we can get that one up on screen here again real quick. I believe this one just deals damage equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard to an opponent. So there's more than 20 in the graveyard.
Music to my ears. This is some classic. I remember the first time I ever looked at a dredge list with Dread Return in it. I did not even know what you were supposed to do. And here we are all these years later with the same combo leading to a different finish, but very much the end of that one is Isaac Van Til takes down game 1 for his team. Modern is in sideboarding, y'all, so we are going to hop in so we can get some gameplay into standard.
Corbin, don't tell me. No, say it ain't so.
It's very much so, and well, there's no cauldrons and there's no Vivies, but we're deep into this one.
Yeah, there's some other stuff going on here. So we are in game 1 here of the VV Cauldron Mirror, and as you mentioned, no cauldrons or VVs to be seen. Although there is 2 in Joseph's graveyard, so something to note there. We see, a lot of this matchup is just trying to manage when there's sort of a couple of different paths that the mirror match can take. Path 1 is that player A has, they're on the play, they have the combo start, player B doesn't draw interaction, game ends pretty quickly. There's another path where both players have Cauldron, neither player can get a VV going, and then there's this other path where neither player draws Cauldron or VV, and I think the most important card in those spots is Profs, because sizing on the battlefield is very important when you get into these like combat focus situations.
Yeah, especially, I mean, look how deep we are into this one. Joseph was at 9, I think, before that, and Miguel was at 4. So just having the biggest creature matters quite a bit, as I guess that must have been a lethal swing, in fact, there. So, okay, we've got actually all of our games into sideboarding as these teams split. Remember, we are in the quarterfinals here of our 10K in Lansing. Popper has been a lot of fun to watch, of course, alongside Standard and Modern. So you can see on your screen there, Kamari Bolger on your left is up a game with Boros Energy against Ryan Bellamy's Amulet Titan, who we've watched a couple times throughout today.
Yeah, Boros Energy stealing game. Well, I say stealing, but winning game number 1 here. And, I wouldn't typically think that would be the case. Usually the Amulet deck is just a lot faster than what Boros can really muster up and not a ton of meaningful interaction. I mean, there's stuff like, you have Thraben Charm to kill Urza Saga. You have Static Prison to tag an Amulet. But outside of that, there's really not a ton of interaction points that matter. So it really is just from the Boros side, just being as fast as humanly possible. And looks like Kamari was able to do that. Now, when it comes to sideboarding, that is, where Amulet maybe struggles a little bit in post-board games because people are more prepared for it. So when it comes to Kamari's deck list, Kamari's going to be looking at cards like Orm's Chant, potentially to be able to stop Ryan from setting up a really big combo turn, especially in response to a Summoner's Pact, where say if Ryan goes and casts a Summoner's Pact, Kamari Orm's Chance in response, now Ryan can't play the Titan and still has to pay for the Pact on that next turn. Maybe you can go towards something like Wear Tear, Wrath of the Skies to be able to kill multiple amulets and sagas. So Kamari has, I would say, a couple of options, but maybe not as much as you would expect to see from the Boros side of things.
Yeah, so what's interesting, I do spot there, and I don't know if this is super commonplace these days, but that's a consigned to memory.
It is. Yeah,
So there
Kamari
is, in fact,
featuring.
just there is exactly one hallowed fountain in the deck, one meticulous archive as far as making blue mana, but that's all you need. And there we see Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, I saw that. So Kamari is playing 4 Consigned to Memory. So this is, you could call it technically Jeskai Energy. It's Boros with just splashing for some blue sideboard cards. Wasn't sure if those were going to come in, but thinking about it more, it does make a little sense. You can tag an amulet with it. You can also hit a Primeval Titan enter the battlefield trigger. So sometimes if if that's all you really need, right? You
One
hit the
turn,
trigger, stop them from killing you that turn, and then you can answer the Titan on the following turn. So it definitely at least buys you a turn, which is sometimes all you need.
Yeah, and it looks like Ryan did have the second amulet here. So it's at least not, I guess if you're Kamari, it would have possibly just been even more explosive. And Voice of Victory is a great 2-drop. Doesn't stop anything that's in play, though, which is now amulet plus Spelunking. So Ryan's getting the setup that he wants. Makes the land drops. Okay, Vesuva. We're going to go fetch one out of our deck here with Talaria West.
Yeah, presumably Vesuva copying the Growth Chamber, untaps, floats some mana. That's going to, you pick up the West, transmute for a Pact, and, Ryan on the battlefield has 5 mana already, and with the land drop next turn, that would be 6.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, how about a flashback spell there? And by flashback, I guess I should say throwback spell. Wear Tear for both the Spelunking and the Amulet of Vigor. That was a huge one. That was originally printed in Dragon's Maze, I believe. One of those split spells, but you can actually do both sides, which, hey, really makes it kicker because everything's kicker. And it really, it was a huge one there. It's another Spelunking for Bellamy, though, so trying to rebuild here.
Yeah, massive turn, massive there for Kamari to have that wear tear. Nice one up in the sideboard, but like you mentioned, cleaning up the Amulet of Vigor and the Spelunking, able to make sure doesn't have the really can't or Ryan can't set up a kill on the following turn. And we see a Guide of Souls here. That's gonna get a little bit of energy here for Kamari, a little bit of life. The one thing here is Kamari's clock is not the fastest, right? Not, you don't have something like can't quite trigger the Guide of Souls this turn, not going extremely wide, but something like Ocelot Pride, Bombardment, Goblin Bombardment would be a huge one here. Bombardment works very nicely with the Voice of Victory because you can sacrifice the tokens before they go away at the end of turn after they've dealt damage.
Okay, well, now another Spelunking hits the graveyard. So just a ton of interaction for Bolger here. Like Thraben Charm, as you see there, that just pretty clean. Disenchant your Spelunking, keep you from having any ways at all to do the broken thing your deck wants to do. And oh, by the way, Guide of Souls, Voice of Victory, that is a very real clock. Not only does that Voice of Victory give you extra triggers, of course, for all of your creatures, but it also it just kind of adds up when you just play it on turn 2 and then just keep attacking with it.
Yeah, Ryan really looking for an untapped land this turn because the Spelunkings, the 2 Spelunkings and the 2 amulets have all been dealt with. I think I saw a Vestige. So, okay, well, I said looking for an untapped land. Technically, that tap land also works because it produces a mana when it comes into play. So we will see a Titan hit the battlefield here for Ryan, but without an amulet or a Spelunking in play, not going to be able to win the game on the spot. So Ryan really in a position now where kind of has to think about like what does next turn look like because he knows he's not going to be able to win the game this turn. So, Amulet deck has a plethora of options. There are 30 lands in the deck. So options maybe like you can get a mirror pool if you're trying to copy the Titan next turn. Could maybe get something like an Otawara and a bounce land to pick up the Otawara to use that next turn. Some options available. Talaria West. There is only one Talaria West in the deck, and that has already been utilized. So we can't go get Talaria West. Okay,
Yeah,
there's a
also
shift in
just looking,
Woodland.
trying to figure out if there's any other one-ofs or anything here that might be worth grabbing. It's always, when we get into spots like this, and maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But watching how deep these Amulet Titan decks can go to sometimes navigate out of spots you didn't think were possible is something to watch. Now, I don't know if it'll happen in this game. Kamari's had really just an excellent hand against everything Bellamy's had. But despite all of that, Ryan has still resolved a Primeval Titan, which is the goal.
Yeah, so looks like Ryan got the Shifting Woodland, is thinking about Mirror Pool as the second option. Yeah, not a ton of this is kind of a weird spot where not a ton of good options because he already went through the Teleria West. Normally here you would maybe expect Kamari to kill the Titan next turn, and therefore you'd want to get something like Teleria West Bounce Land. But given the fact that he's already gone through the one West, don't have access to that. So maybe trying to think of like, okay, well, if Kamari doesn't have a removal spell for Titan, what is best case scenario? And this kind of makes sense because in that case, you can use the Mirror Pool to copy the Titan and kind of go from there. But that is Discharge. Going to kill the Titan. So no Mirror Pool shenanigans next turn.
Yeah, huge discharge there for Bolger, and that clears the way for the combat. Again, don't want to count out. You never count out an Amulet Titan deck, but again, things going to be significantly harder without having a Titan in play already.
Oh, the pact too, right?
Let's see. Yeah, and you have to pay for the pact. So not a lot of mana available for Ryan here. And remember, he's down a game already, so this would be it on the match. And his team, in fact, is down a game across the board.
Interesting. So we're tapping the Woodland to activate it. I wonder what the copy is. It looks like it's either Amulet or Spelunking because that land came into play untapped. Okay. Okay, so copy either Amulet or Spelunking, play the Growth Chamber, have 2 mana floating, then using one of that mana, play the Grazer. That's going to be, so Ryan has a blue floating. That's going to be blue, blue, green. Or just Jading Grazers, okay.
Hey, blockers or something here, right? That's why I actually went looking earlier.
Oh my God.
Wow, look at that.
Okay, so this play was crazy. So what Ryan just did is he used Woodland to copy the Amulet in the graveyard, chain through Bounce Lands to pick up Grazer, then used a Bounce Land to bounce Vesuva to copy Kamari's Red Source to cast the Vampire's Vengeance. My goodness, that was quite the turn there from Ryan.
This is what we said. The bag, as they say, for this deck is endless, right? Like you can go so deep to find ways out of things that you didn't think were possible, and yet here we are. And Ryan just continuing to pull out turn after turn in a game where we thought he was cooked after that wear tear. And I went looking to see even if there were Radiant Fountains in the list, right? The old gain 2 life land, which there aren't.
Gone.
Long gone. But that card used to come in spots like where you just need to gain those extra turns and you start looping it and copying it. You see the deck these days, it's just so good at staying alive.
Yeah, that was a massive swing. And now, now Ryan is untapping with all of the mana and now can just use the Woodland to copy the Titan in the graveyard and start getting in that way.
Yeah, and Kamari just adding has the bombardment in play along with the Voice of Victory. This is the steam ran out very quickly on the aggressive start over there, and he was heavy on interaction, but now about to get swung at.
I wonder if Ryan has enough to make the Woodland a Titan and use the Mirror Pool. I don't think so, because the Mirror Pool activation is 5, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, Mirror Pool activation is 5. So not quite enough mana to be able to do all of that. There's a Thraben Charm. Okay, so Thraben Charm is going to exile the graveyard in response to the Woodland.
That's a great line there. I mean, I think that might have been Kamari's last card even, and it, in fact, was the perfect one because it totally shut down what Bellamy was trying to do. And now Ryan says, oh, you want to move to combat? Wait a minute. Boseiju your bombardment before you get the tokens.
Yeah, so this will present a little bit less damage here for Kamari because those slimy little grazers, they can do a little bit of blocking. Ooh, the value of Kamari getting that surveillance off the Beseiju. Love to see it. I'll take a free scry.
The Thraben Charm did work this game, right? We saw it disenchant a Spelunking earlier, and now we see it hit the graveyard to turn off the woodland. Great work there. Now we're going to get in. I guess we're just poking in exactly 1 damage with the Voice of Victory due to the blockers. It's a lot worse without a bombardment. But hey, look, a bombardment.
Hey, drew a second one. Okay, so Ryan at 4 can, as the board sits, can block voice and a token, take, but still lethal damage. So Ryan does need to find a play here. Will he do it?
Crumbling Vestige coming in. That's probably not going to do it. Are we on Mirror Pool time? What are we looking at here? Is Woodland going to go at something?
I hope he Mirror Pool copy a Grazer. Does that keep him alive? Okay, that technically keeps him alive because he can copy a Grazer,
and have
block
3 blocks.
take 0, and then you can fling 3 and put him to 1. So technically, Mirror Pool on Grazer does keep Ryan alive. I mean, look, these Titan players, they'll find if there is a way that they can get 1 extra draw step, they will find it because that 1 draw step could just end the game on the spot.
It's a Titan. I'm not going to say it's over. I can't. Don't even know. But okay, that we have a scape shift instead.
Oh boy.
Are we?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if Ryan can kill this turn because there's no amulet, but we can scape shift, floating a whole bunch of mana. Okay, so we can have up to, looks like floating 5 maybe and holding on to the woodland. Okay, still thinking here.
Yeah, he's thinking you can put mana in the pool, and then I can activate woodland once things are in my graveyard. So I can also maybe do something with this mirror pool.
See, this is where you would ask me, what the line is for Ryan to win the game this turn, but your guess is as good as mine. I'll tell you that. I'm sure there's some amulet aficionados in chat that maybe could find a line here.
Well, we're pulling out the energy cards here. We're starting time to track mana.
I will say, if there's a line, Ryan's going to find it because Ryan has played this Titan deck a lot.
See, Titan is the kind of deck I think would be incredibly fun if I had it in me to do that. If I just had a month to do that and do nothing but that, I'd love it. But I don't.
I would need more than a month.
So I don't do this. This might be the worst scape shift of all time, has been called in chat, by the way. I'll say that scape shifting and not people scape shifting and not having the requisite number of mountains left in their deck to kill you, those are pretty bad scape shifts too. But this one's not going to be great.
Yeah, do you remember back when scape shift, when you actually had to count the number of mountains that you put into your deck? Now they just let you do it for free with Dryad, you don't even need mountains anymore.
Yeah, it was, I've drawn 7 mountains. I guess I can't win this way.
I can't win. Yeah. There was a long, long time ago. This might be a deep cut. I don't even know if you're going to remember this one, but there was a player by the name of Jayway who used to play a ton of scape shift back when it was in standard.
Okay.
Like scape shift, Valakut, things like that. And the theory was that you would play more than 60 cards to have the to up the number, to up the mountain count. But then also,
how many cards was this?
I think it was 66.
I was thinking 66 or 67 on this one. Yeah. Love it when that's a thing, right? Which is very rarely a thing. But a couple times in Magic history, you'll have people who, to be fair, are probably entirely right because they're Frank Karsten and they're just never wrong, who tell you don't want to play more than 60. I don't care what you say. But then some people just put more than that in their scape shift deck and they win. And no one who doesn't do that doesn't win. So I don't know, just saying. All right, back to this one though. Urza Sagas have entered the equation. So have some other lands. We did keep the woodland up, and there's a Boseiju as well, which we're going to point at the bombardment. Okay, because that's pretty big because you're able to get it, bounce it. I believe that's what we saw there. And now you're able to get rid of the bombardment, and in fact, you're also able to Otawara away the Voice of Victory, and all of a sudden, you're in an okay spot.
And for Delirium purposes, I believe it's just sorcery lands, so we don't really have Delirium covered. We can haste the Voice
of Victory. Or God, Guide of Souls.
Okay, we can haste the. We can't haste the Guide of Souls. We can haste, right? Because you make double red. Make double red. Yeah. Okay. So you can't haste the Guide of Souls because that you can't spend red mana on the Guide of Souls, but you can haste the Voice. So now with the hasty Voice, you have 2 energy. If you stack the triggers, you can get the So the tokens come into play before the Guide of Souls trigger resolves, because a lot of people at home might not realize this. The Guide of Souls triggers even if you don't have the energy already stored up. So if you stack the Voice triggers, resolve those, get the energy, then you can resolve the Guide of Souls triggers as you see Kamari do, putting counters in that Voice.
And back to Bellamy we go. This has been a great one to watch. I'm glad we're in on this one. Taking stock of the rest of the match, Isaac Van Til did spy combo off again, or at least win with the deck against Patrick Sally's Madness Burn. So that's a 2-0 victory over to this team. And of course, Vivi Cauldron mirror Joseph is up as well. So Bolger has a chance to, if he can find a way to deal these last 3 points of damage to Bellamy, send his team into the semifinals.
Okay, so Bellamy doing the slow peel there, and I don't think that's okay. Well,
the Mycosynth Gardens and constructs can now be made.
Yeah, but Bellamy is just dead on board because the two Voice of Victory creatures would get the
There we
God of
go.
Souls 2 more energy that would give it flying. I think it was lethal anyways, but nonetheless, Kamari 2-0 over Ryan Bellamy.
Yeah, that was quite a match there for sure. And the Grazer has reach, right? So might have actually needed that. So, all right, what a win there. So that takes it down. And we are in the quarterfinals here in Lansing. So we have at least one of our semifinalists is known. We'll have to check in on how those other matches are going. But I'll tell you, we saw some good popper action. We haven't seen it necessarily as much modern over the last few rounds, but that was a great one right there, Devin.
Yeah, I mean, I did come into that saying that I thought Amulet maybe had a little bit of an edge in that matchup, but as you saw there, Kamari just kind of cleanly taking down those games there. We didn't get to see how game 1 went, but the post board games, a lot of those sideboard cards did come up. That Wear Tear, being able to hit the Amulet and the Spelunking, that was a massive turn. The 3-bin Charms, all those sideboard cards, they really came in clutch. And Ryan put up a pretty good fight. There was that turn, drew the Scape Shift, was able to get the Otawara and the Boseiju to buy an extra turn, but in the end was just not quite enough.
Look, if you're an Amulet Titan fan, you got to see the deck do basically everything it can do to stay alive there. That was really cool. So congrats to them. But congrats to the other team of Bolger who took down that match to send his squad into the semifinals. And we will be checking in on that when we pick up on the other side of the break. We will either have some more quarterfinals or perhaps moving on into the semifinals, depending on where things are at. So thanks for sticking with us here in Lansing. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back NRG Championship Series. Thank you for sticking with us. I know that it was a bit of a break there, but hey, glad to have you here. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and we are heading into the semifinals of our Team Trios event. We've got to watch a lot of great Magic today, and hey, 2 more rounds to come, Devin.
Yeah, there was a bit of a long match towards the end there, and it involved a Tron deck in Pauper, which is just notorious for taking quite a long time to win. But the Tron deck ended up, I believe, I can't remember. I think the Tron deck may have lost, but we are going to be, we're getting ready for the top 8 players or top 4 rather. Top players are getting down there and situated, but very excited to see this particular Pauper matchup we have. We're going to be starting there, and some interesting decks that, one of which we saw on camera earlier, but this Mono Blue Fairies deck looks kind of sick.
It's going to be cool. I can't wait to get to that. Let's check out the bracket real quick. Let's see how we got here before we go to what it's going to be. So check it out. Harrison Camphor still keeping the dream alive after yesterday has now picked up another victory into the semis, as did the team of Clayton Kowalczyk Alford. And as we saw, Geerds, Bolger, and Van Til. The other team will be Hayes, Johnson, Conan. And yeah, as Doom alluded to, we are going to check out these decks, starting with Garrick Alford. Go ahead and take this one away, Doom.
Yeah, so Blue Fairies, this is, I guess this is as close as we're going to get to Delver in Pauper, where it sort of has that traditional Delver feel where it's, play a cheap threat and then back it up with a bunch of counter spells. You'll notice here 4 counter spell, 2 dispel, little bit of interaction in the form of snap, but also little bit of interaction in the creature suite as well. There's Brine Barrow Intruder, which is a 1/2 flash that when it ATBs, you can give something -2, -0 until end of turn. Harrier Strix, which is a 1-mana 1/1 flyer, taps a permanent for a turn. So there's like these weird ways to kind of push through the creatures and get them into combat for that one swing, and then utilize ninjas like Ninja of the Deep Hours and Moon Circuit Hacker to ninjutsu, pick up the creature, and then ideally in the form of something like Fairy Miscreant, maybe get a little bit of extra value that way. So kind of utilizing cheap flyers, pairing that with ninjas, and then getting the ninjas into play, and then sort of using counter spells to keep your opponent on the back foot and make sure you can keep hitting with those ninjas, get some extra cards that way. Very, very cool looking deck list here from Garrick.
It is. So look, Pauper continues to impress, I'm going to say, because this is very, very cool. Like Ninja of the Deep Hours, classic Magic card right there, alongside brand new card, the Gale Blade from Edge of Eternity. So that's some pretty cool stuff. Now on the other side, also some blue cards, but we're going to put them with some red ones, is Grayson Nimitz with the Is It Terror list here. So we saw this in action earlier. It's not just the Tolarian Terrace, although it's obviously the headliner when you can put in that 5/5 Ward 2 creature for just 1 mana. But look, we've got cards that will make you the Monarch. We've got Murmuring Mystic that can allow you to go wide. There's a bunch of removal. There's a bunch of counter spells. There's a bunch of card draw. There's a lot to like, is what there is in this blue-red terror list.
Yeah, a whole bunch of cheap threats, or excuse me, cheap interactive spells, something like Lightning Bolt, Counter Spell, 4 copies of Scred. All of the lands, the basic lands are snow types, along with the Volatile Fjords, which is the dual land that enters the battlefield tapped. So a bunch of ways to, sort of similar to Garrick, but a little bit more focused on interaction as opposed to just utilizing, like you saw in Garrick's deck list, a lot of the interaction is in the form of creatures. This is in the form of spells, getting a bunch of cheap spells into the graveyard, resolving a cheap Tolarian Terror. And looking at Garrick's deck list, this is, I think, a big point of the matchup is Garrick does not really have a ton of ways to get a terror off the battlefield. There's a couple of snaps, so those might come in clutch, but other than that, there's nothing like Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares or Doomblade, none of that stuff. Just, going to be maybe hoping he can use his flyers and kind of, get tack for lethal that way.
All right, here we go. On your right, Garrick Alford with those mono blue fairies. On your left, Grayson Nimitz. So, team name, by the way, for Alford's squad, Will and His Credentials.
What do we got for Harrison's? Let me look. Standings. Harrison. Okay, I have to click on the deck list because it doesn't.
Sorry, I was actually trying to find the same thing. But you know
Team
what?
Flavortown?
It's
Team Flavortown. We have Team Flavortown versus Will and His Credentials.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah, Spice Rock is weird because it posts them, like it doesn't give you the team name or the player names. So I have to click on them individually. But Flavortown versus Will and Credentials. So a little bit of action early on here, and sort of we saw on turn 2 actually. Garrick, had the 1-mana 1/1 flyer, had that Gale Blade, and then curved that into the Hacker, the ninja, to try and pick that up and draw an extra card that turn. But when sort of this interesting line where when you use the creature, when you use the ninjutsu, pick up the creature, and Grayson has that removal spell to break it up, you lose a lot of tempo because you not only have to now replay the creature, you spent the mana that turn, you're down a mana in that exchange. So a pretty big swing, but looks like Garrick is able to hit a couple of land drops and of 1 mind. That's a cool one where it's 3 divination, but it costs 1 less if you have a human and a non-human. So there's a bit of a split in the creatures in terms of humans and non-humans. I'm looking at the creatures. Looks like 11 humans, I think.
Yeah, that was a Ikoria special right there. That mechanic was. That was a great one. The campfire made a reappearance here in game one, ran into a counterspell.
Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. There was a lot that happened there.
Yeah.
But so what ended up happening is there was a removal spell pointed at a creature. I believe Garrick fought over with a counter spell. The Grayson had another removal spell. What happened is Garrick snapped his own ninja in response. Okay, so Snap returns a creature to his hand. Then he untaps 2 lands, used the 2 lands he untapped to re-put in the ninja with the other unblocked creature. That was a really, really sweet play there from Garrick.
That was. This mono blue deck can do some pretty fancy tricks, and that was just a massive tempo swing for him there. Of course, hey, that's what Snap can do. Spotting a couple of counter spells there in Grayson's hand, and those, while you are tapped out now, will hopefully be relevant later. But the removal spell gets rid of the ninja. You're, at least in theory, not getting attacked this turn. That's a fairy miscreant hitting the battlefield. No trigger there.
Yeah, and that's like you saw that interaction. Garrick basically put a ton of pressure on making sure that Ninja of the Deep Hours can stick, and that is a big part of this matchup. The card advantage from Ninja, where both players, Grayson really wants to try as hard as he can to trade. And another interesting thing about this sort of how this game is playing out, you look at Grayson's hand, there's 3 copies of SpongeBob, I mean, Counterspell. And what's really interesting about how the Ninja's deck plays out is you can't counterspell the ninjutsu ability. So if
Right.
Garrick is allowed to attack unimpeded for a turn, as you can see here, Grayson just kind of stuck with these counterspells. Like he doesn't want to trade them for 1 mana 1/1 flyers.
Yeah, and almost anything you do, you're going to end up down mana in the exchange, and you're already under pressure. This deck's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. This mono blue deck. So many of these creatures either have flash or cost just so little mana that it's almost trivial to leave up interaction. It doesn't take, and you're a bunch of islands here. You've got plenty of chump blockers, as it turns out, for this Talarian Terror that's been deployed by Grayson, who for the first time is able to hold up a SpongeBob.
Yeah, and I mean, ooh, we're even okay. I was gonna say that was so the one there, the Brine Barrow Intruder. Garrick is maybe used to all of his creatures having flying, but that one does not fly. So decides to correctly just kind of hold that let that one hang back on defense there. But yeah, now we're kind of in this weird racing situation where, if you kind of just look at the board, Grayson has a 4-turn clock and Garrick also has a 4-turn clock versus those counter spells. So we'll see here. Ooh, have a little bit of a fight here on this Snap, maybe.
All right, Snap runs into counterspell. Notes the
No,
art.
I think you meant Snap runs into SpongeBob.
I did. I appreciate Garrick pointing to it to make sure we all catch that. But we're gonna fight back with the Dispel and the counterspell, not the actual counterspell, but a counterspell coming back from Grayson there to clean it up.
Yeah, that was an important fight for Grayson to sort of needed to win there because just kind of falling so far behind. And another Ninja of the Deep Hours that's going to pick up which one did he pick up? The Gale, yeah, the Gale Blade. So Gale Blade gets picked up, and the cool thing about that is Garrett can now just hold that one up. And you see a miscreant drawing a card as well. This Ninja's deck is so good at just drawing so many extra cards.
I love Fairy Miscreant Gaming.
You'll love to see it. Yeah, you wouldn't expect to die to a bunch of 1 mana 1/1 flyers, but I mean, they really add up.
Classic Magic, to be honest. Your Flying Men deck, as it were. All right, Lorien Revealed, though, for Grayson has hit the stack, and that's just going to run into a counterspell. And honestly, tapping out, or nearly tapping out for that is not a great sign to begin with. He gets in with the Tolarian Terror, knocks Alfred down to 10. But that's a whole bunch of damage coming back across.
Yeah, another of one mind here. Again, just like being able to. Oh,
wow, look at that.
God. Just chaining up one minds, and now all of a sudden Garrick has 7 cards in hand and has a 2-turn clock, and presumably drew another counterspell or 2 in those cards. Yeah, just playing it super safe here, holding back the intruder to be able to chump block. We're thinking about holding 2 back. Okay. Yeah, and does still have the Gale Blade in hand. That's the one like you mentioned from Edge of Eternity's 1 mana, 1/1 flash flyer. It's kind of like a clue. You can pay 2 sack, draw a card. But that one is a good chump blocker because you can block with that and then before damage get a card out of it.
It's a great card in limited for exactly that reason. It pokes in some damage early, and then eventually you can just kind of soak up some damage and cycle it. And it turns out it can do that in this format as well, because this whole deck is that. All right, Garrick, lining up the attack here. We've got a couple counter spells and a Scred in Grayson's hand. So we're going to block the ninja and go for the removal spell, I'm sure. But first, we're going to ninjutsu the miscreant back to hand, which is obviously great because you're going to redraw a card when it comes back in. So Grayson goes for Scred to try to hit the ninja, as that's the one that's going to draw cards. That's going to bait out a Spell Stutter Sprite to run into SpongeBob. So Spell Stutter Sprite would have countered it because of the number of fairies. I assume Garrick has 2, of course, because of the miscreant at least. But that itself will get countered by the counter spell. But as you see, we're lining up the stack because Garrick's still thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. I think Garrick has another Spell Stutter Sprite in hand. So, weighing the options of what happens if I go for this. Do I want to hold up the sprite for something else? And honestly, Garrick is in a position where, all of his creatures cost so little mana, right? Grayson's all the way down to 2. And because his creatures are so cheap, he can just start getting in there with everything. Even if you saw that combat, Ninja of the Deep Hours just got eaten up by the Tyrant Terror, Garrick doesn't even really care that much.
Still got lethal, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
even after
getting in
the last
chip
counter
shots. That's all that matters there.
Okay, he almost faked us out. Good try, Grayson. It's just a land. No, it doesn't get there. Game 1 to Garrick Alford. That was a nice shot, though. All right, Modern is in sideboarding, and that means you all know it. You all don't love it. It's time for Vivi Cauldron Mirror in Standard.
How does it always happen that we start on Pauper, and every single time we finish game 1, Modern is always sideboarding? We got to tell these Modern players to give us a little bit.
They just love shuffling, I guess.
They do.
I don't know.
They really do.
That's of course Neo Brand, which did lose the first game to Boros Energy from Alden Cates. But here we've got Sam Clayton on your right, Harrison Canfer on your left, of course, coming off of a huge day yesterday, and finds himself in the semifinals again, gets to play more Magic than anyone else this weekend. And right now is playing the most Magic. That's a Riddler in play. There's a Mako in play. There's a Cauldron with a Vivi underneath it. It looks like we're deep into this turn. So the only question is, oh gosh, we've got I think that's the already used note here. So this turn might go for a bit.
Okay, I thought about, so we asked Harrison after he won the event yesterday, like what, or I don't know if we asked him what type of token you want to be, but the more that I think about it, I wonder if you can make a token like an already used token for Vivi, and that could be the token that Harrison makes.
You could. That would have been great during the Nadu years as well. You see it years, the Nadu weeks as well. That's a reusable token, which is what you like. That way you have true staying power with your token.
Because they're gonna keep printing these cards that say once per turn, but they're
like
they're not really
Cauldron. I don't know how long you're going to use it on that particular set of cards, but hey, a set of cards, it's a pretty helpful one. All right, we might be able to pop over to Modern here in just a second as Harrison, we assume, is putting the finishing touches on this.
You would imagine so. There's a Vivi under a Cauldron. Sam is tapped out. I would find it very, very unlikely that Harrison would not be able to win this turn.
Okay.
Lining up the blocks.
Yeah, I'd like to block, please. Will you let me? The profs, though, that'll end it. All right, let's swing on over then as game 1 goes to Harrison. Let's check out Alden Cates on your left with Boros Energy. Will Kowalczyk on your right with Neo Brand. That is an old school deck right there. And it's got some tools that have allowed it to come back at least a little bit in 2025. We haven't talked a ton about Modern today, just the way sort of the games have gone. But there's been a pretty wide variety of what you can play. Like Boros Energy is sort of this default play fair-ish Magic at the top of the metagame. But there are all kinds of decks that are played and are playable in the format, which is not always true.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about this as we go to check in on this match here, Boros Energy actually took the first game over Neobrand, and that is very, very surprising to me.
Right.
The Neobrand deck is exceptional at setting up, the just sort of mulliganing and getting to the Allosaurus Rider plus Neoform or Eldritch Evolution as soon as possible. And usually the Boros Energy, especially in game one, doesn't really have a lot of recourse when it comes to that. So, I'm assuming what happened is Will probably took a couple of mulligans. Alden had a very fast start, and I'm assuming there was some sort of like Will's deck not functioning going on in that first game.
Yeah, it very much has, as we've talked about a couple times throughout the weekend, a fail rate, and Neo Brand is emblematic of that. Which is why, were you playing a 15-round tournament in which you needed to go, 12-3 to top 8, maybe you don't want to play a deck with such a high fail rate. But hey, when you just need to pick up a couple of wins and your teammates can help you, this is a good spot for it, right? Although you hate to lose game one, but you have the ability to just have a nut draw when you need it. And here in the semifinals, Will's hoping to see one.
Yeah, and you see Alden mulligan to 5 there, really looking for some sideboard cards. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Alden's sideboard here because, mulliganing very aggressively towards them. What type of cards could Alden be working with?
Yeah.
So when it comes to this matchup in particular, Orem's Chant stands out to me. That one's really nice because you can respond to the Allosaurus Rider cast, use the Orem's Chant to make it so Will can't cast the Neoform after it resolves, and then from there you can untap and maybe use a removal spell at sorcery speed on the Allosaurus Rider on your turn. Because normally that one gets around removal because you just instantly cast the Neoform after the Rider resolves. So that one's pretty good. I'm going to be honest with you, Corbin. There's not a lot else past that, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine this is a matchup you love. I mean, it's probably oftentimes just pretty much a race. But, picking up game one for Alden, you have to probably feel like you're, ahead of the curve a little bit here. And looks like we're going to tap out on turn 2 for Voice of Victory, saying, all right, well, do what you do, I guess. But I'm just going to develop my board as I can and play this 2-drop, which has seen a lot of play throughout various formats since it was printed just a couple months ago.
Yeah, Voice of Victory is kind of an interesting one in this matchup where, Will has a good, not a good amount, but Will has one card in particular that that is utilizing to sort of stop the sideboard cards from Alden, and that is Pact of Negation.
Yeah.
Actually, never mind. I was going to make a point, and then I'm going to immediately stop that point as we see Eldritch Evolution because I realized that never mind.
Well, we've got Eldritch Evolution here on the Allosaurus Rider. That brings in the Gristlebrand. And, Alden put the shields down, and not that they would have blocked anything anyway, but Gristlebrand begins. So
got to get that counter on it. That's the important part.
Very important.
Can't forget the counter.
All right, so if you don't know, we'll get Gristlebrand up on the screen. It's been, as long as it's been in Magic, it has been played and cheated into play across formats, including Modern and Legacy. But in this match in particular, you've got it into play via Neoform after playing the free Allosaurus Rider, which you pitch 2 cards to do. And now you can pay 7 life, draw 7 cards. Flying, lifelink, you get to keep going with it. So it has resolved, and now we are looking at how Alden wants to try to move forward from this part of the game. And I guess it's just to play this Ajani and pass back. So not the, immediate combo haste ending or anything there, but now gets the Will gets to start doing Gristlebrand things.
Yeah, not really a lot that Alden could have. There's 2 copies of Static Prison that maybe could have tried to, hit that Gristlebrand, but outside of that, there's really not a ton else. Going back to Will's turn, if people who have maybe have heard of Neoform or Neobrand in the past, you're familiar with, Neoform, put my big thing into play, and then Nourishing Shoal, pitch a big card, draw cards, recast Nourishing Shoal, so on and so forth. This is, I guess, more of a dare I say it, fair version of Neoform, where it's just put a big thing into play and pass. So it doesn't really have the one-shot kill potential, although Now that I mentioned that, there is a single copy of Xenagos God of Rebels in Will's deck list. So I think the plan from here, now that you've untapped with the Gristlebrand, is to draw 7, maybe draw 14, find a copy of Galta Stampede Tyrant, or start another Neoform into the Galta, put a whole bunch of stuff into play, and then try to one shot maybe with the copy of Xenagos. I mean, that works too.
Yep, get the Urani, clear your board. No need to mess around.
Well,
I guess it's not quite the whole board,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Clear your board, but it only deals 3 damage.
Usually deals more damage than that, but is in fact still a 10-10. So as long as you don't somehow find a way to take 8 damage this turn, you get to swing for a ton. So you're right. This is a fair-ish version of the deck. You know, you can say it's a less all-in version of the deck. There's a couple Hooting Mandrills in it to even give it, some 4/4s when you want to play fair. Yeah.
Get him. Orm's Chin on upkeep. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Sure.
Alden's doing what he can, but yeah.
Just the life linking Gristlebrand. Remember that? Yeah.
I mean, it will prevent an attack step.
Yeah.
But I don't really know where Alden's going from there. Yeah, the only removal spell that Alden really has access to is Static Prison, but that Urani has protection from white and protection from black. So can't really kill that with a Static Prison. I actually don't think Alden can remove Urani from the battlefield full stop.
Yeah. All right. So we assume that if Will cleans this one up, if we look down to the bottom there, Mono Blue Fairies just ran over. Is it Terror? Grayson Nimitz falls 2-0 to Garrick Alford. And that means that Will and his credentials, they're up at game right now or up a match rather, in this best of 3 as Harris and Canfer is up 1 on Sam Clayton. It looks like we're about to be evened up here in Modern. Another orange chant. Okay.
I respect it.
Eventually we'll be evened up anyway.
You're not giving away free information because Will would have assumed that you're going to board those in anyways. So,
All right, there we go. Officially, Will Kowalczyk takes it down, and we'll have to check back in on Standard. Which, hey, let's look in on that because they're just getting going here in the Vivi Cauldron Mirror. Sam Clayton got to have the play and is hoping, in fact, needing to come back from this 1-0 deficit to give his team a shot at the finals here in Lansing.
All right, what are we looking at here? We're looking at not a lot in play. Fear of Missing Out cast here for Canfer. And do I spot is that a Vivi? Oh, I think that's a Vivi in Sam's graveyard.
That is why sometimes it gets boarded out or boarded down in numbers, because it is a liability for your opponent to be able to do exactly this. However, I suppose if your plan all along was just to abrade it, now it's you've got that out of the equation for good, and all we've got left is the 3/4 FOMO.
Yeah, one thing that you were talking to me about, I think it was maybe during a break earlier, where we were having a conversation about the arena champs and how it was a smaller event, so I think it was 54% VV, but a lot of the players in the mirror match were frequently boarding out their copies of VV, and I think for this exact reason, where it gets a little awkward in terms of sequencing, where you can't really, I shouldn't say you can't, but you don't really want to risk putting the VV into the graveyard when you don't have the information of whether or not they have a cauldron, or if you have an answer rolled up for the cauldron. Like in that instance, because Sam had the abrade, maybe that was the fail safe, and it just said, okay, well, if you have the cauldron, I have the abrade, but if you don't, then it's kind of just chilling there.
So we do see the profs hit the battlefield for Sam, and oftentimes that is considered one of the more important cards in these games, because if you start from this premise that neither player is going to let the other one just do everything they want to with Vivi, then any creature becomes good with profs. And that is oftentimes what can end the game in the end. It's just a more or less fair sort of thing. Like, for instance, Steam Core Scholar with profs triggers.
Yeah, I mean, post board, if both players have maximum annuls and maximum abrades, and they're both good at fighting over the sort of broken half of the deck, which is Cauldron plus Vivi, then what ends up happening is that these players it becomes like I guess, a fancy game of limited where it involves a lot of combat math. And, profs is one of the best ways to use or to make the race and the combat math go into your favor, where you just, put a bunch of counters, especially on a card like Steam Core that has flying and vigilance, plays
Right.
offense, plays defense, and that is one of the cards that can allow you to help win races faster.
Yeah, and that's why you see it eaten into the flood maul there from Harrison. But Harrison, I think it's land a null in hand. So very flooded at this point. The Scholar comes back down, and it's just a full grip for Sam. So it was a really explosive start for Harrison Canfer with that Cauldron, Exile your Vivi, but does not have any reload at this point. 2 lands in hand, even, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Floodmaw is technically an answer to Steam Core Scholar, but Sam's like, okay, I'll just cast it again this turn, which is exactly what he's done, right? It's only a temporary solution because the Steam Core Scholar is going to still get you the cards, and that's going to get the profs counters this turn as well. So still going to be able to make a 4/4 here, and like you mentioned, Sam's got a lot of cards in hand. Let's see how many of them are good.
Doesn't want that one. Puts that in the graveyard. It does look like a lot of gas. I'm not sure exactly what they all are, but what I know is that at the end of the day, into the Flood Maul, as good as it is in this format, and look, it's great, it's still just a tempo spell sort of at the end of the day. And if literally all you have is a 3/4 and an annul, then you're not going anywhere. But you know what? That's Winter Night Stories off the top, and that is exactly what Harrison was looking for.
Yeah, Winter Night's perfect here. I can't really tell in terms of types in graveyard. I want to say it's instant land artifact. So the sorcery, I believe, will give Harrison Delirium by itself without even needing a creature or anything else. So does have to discard a couple of cards here. Looks like lining up some lands. But I mean, if Harrison can find a removal spell or a profs to put counters on that fear of missing out and then have an extra combat step, this could be a brutal turn here for Sam.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he did, though, because he's going to tap it to harmonize the Winter Night Stories. See, we've picked up some more lands. Also, a Soul Cauldron has been picked up, but it's going to hit the graveyard along with an island. So it looks like Cauldron in hand. He had another and a null, and the Cauldron now in play, but tapped out. Okay, so this is there a Vivi in the yard? That's probably the next question then, huh? Looks like probably not, because we're passing the turn. No, it actually ran into a null. Sorry. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, Sam had a null up there to stop any shenanigans from like profs or Cauldron or anything. So, yeah, and Sam gets to untap here with a full grip of cards.
That was
Huge.
Play. Yeah, that was a huge annul there for Sam, right?
Yes.
Because that was exactly the big turn Harrison needed to get back into the game, and Sam slammed the door shut.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a VV in the graveyard because I believe Sam only had the one.
I don't think so, actually.
And I don't think he discarded one last turn. So I think we are currently VV-less. And, it is possible these players may be trimmed on VVs, if not cutting them entirely. Well, we saw Sam at least have one. But, I mean, I watched a good amount of Harrison yesterday, and there was a couple, but not a ton of VVs in post-board games. So it is possible that that one or both these players have at least trimmed on them in these post-board games.
Well, Tursa here for Sam is going to really power up, along with the FOMO, really going to power up the profs again. And like we called it out when it came down, it turns any creature into a threat. And now all of Sam's creatures are huge threats. 19 life is a long way to go, but you're going to get there pretty quickly at this rate.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to get a Tursa trigger here, assuming that Sam remembers it. That's got to be 7 cards in the grave, right?
It looks
it looks like Harrison pointing it out. I don't believe that's a trigger you can miss either, so maybe it is. I actually don't know how that works. But in any case, not missed.
All right. It is an Abrade that's flipped up. That doesn't look like it'll do too much here.
Yeah, not great. Sam definitely had some better ones in there that he could have hit. So probably not going to want to cast that. I mean, this is what 6, 10 damage coming across. And like you mentioned, Harrison doesn't really have a lot of gas left in the tank, so maybe going to game 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, just a bit of a flood, I guess, here from Harrison, although was able to go pretty deep with that Winter Night story. It's like we said, that the flood malls, it all just kind of didn't line up in the right order, right? Still stuck without a null in hand, never got to play it. But profs basically just didn't give him much time here. So it looks like we found a braid off the top. I guess that answers FOMO. Everything else is too big, though.
Yeah, really wanted that Abrade last turn before the profs counters got put on. But unfortunately for Harrison, drawing it a bit too late. Now, does have the Rizzler. We do have the Rizzler. So that one can go in there, pick up a card. Yeah, Harrison had the decision to cast it for 2 mana or the full price, decided to just use it for 2, leaving up some mana in case he found. Because, Harrison kind of assumes that he needs to have a big turn. Like, if he passes back to Sam, he's probably not going to get another draw step. So Harrison may be assuming that he has to try to win the game this turn, but ultimately just, kind of drew a blank here. There's a FOMO and an annul in hand.
Yeah, I think he probably is going to end up needing, as this deck often does, into the Flood Maw off of this FOMO.
We didn't discard to the FOMO, right? Yeah, I don't think he discarded to the FOMO. Can we get a judge down there? Because he had annul as his last card. His last 2 cards were annul FOMO. Yeah, I think he just realized that now. His last 2 cards were annul FOMO, and he cast the FOMO, picked up the 2 cards, but we didn't discard.
Yeah, we'll
get a judge down there, and we'll pop over to Modern and let
Yeah.
that sort it out, yeah.
Well, we got here just in time because I don't know how much longer this one's going to go. That's a whole lot of tokens from Boros Energy. That said, we see a Gristlebrand in the yard for Will. Trying to figure out how we got here because it does look like there's been an Eldritch Evolution resolved. Or at least an Allosaurus Rider, sorry.
Remember how I said last game that Alden didn't have any removal spells for Gristlebrand? Well, it turns out if you make enough cats, the Thraben Charm can kill the Gristlebrand.
All right.
I guess you don't need that many because it deals twice. So the Gristlebrand becomes an 8/8 with the counter, so you only need 4 creatures in play, so it's not unreasonable.
We've actually watched Thraben Charm do it all this weekend, right? We just watched huge against Amulet Titan in the last round. Here it is in an all-important match, right? Because if Will picks this up, his team goes to the finals. So if you're Alden, you have to have this, and it was huge there. So with that said, he's now got a ton of tokens. Will's at 5 life, so Will has to come up with a second combo turn. That said, Will has all kinds of cards to do it.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because looking at the creatures in Will's deck list, trying to figure out which one of the ones can win the game by itself.
Yeah,
it would certainly have to involve a Galta plus Xenagos turn, and honestly, even Galta Xenagos, Alden just has enough blockers anyways. I think.
Well, you can get Atraxa, right? Would be the play and get some lifelink in there, I guess. But doesn't work out, and that is Alden taking it down, evening up the match for his squad, which means it comes down to everyone's favorite Standard.
We knew it was going to happen,
Harrison Canfer is up a game, but down in life to Sam Clayton here.
Yeah, so I think we're still doing the judge call because those are the same 3 cards that when we stepped away, those are the same 3 cards. So I think trying to figure out how to resolve the situation. I mean, we can tell, we knew it was an annul because we saw the annul in his hand before the FOMO got cast, but
yeah, at the table they will not. We can go ahead while we are hanging out here, though. Let's look at where we're going next. It's Mundelein, Illinois, on September 13th and 14th. So just under a month from now. How about a 10K Modern showdown? And then on Sunday, you can play some Edge of Eternity Sealed. It's a nice format. Or if you're into it, a Legacy Trial, 2.5K on the line. Everybody, I think, is a fan of Legacy as a concept, even if you're not an active player of the format yourself. And it is always a blast to get to watch it on air. And you're going to have a great chance to do that 3 weeks from now, September 13th and 14th. Mark your calendar.
Absolutely. So I think we have resolved the judge call because now Harrison has 2 cards in hand. So whatever ended up happening there, it has been resolved. Oh, okay. So the annul,
Yep.
yeah, I was just gonna say the annul is still in hand. So what happened there is the opponent got to choose what the discard was. So basically Harrison revealed his hand and effectively got thought seized. So
We know that it was an annul in hand. However, that is not the tournament procedure for fixing that infraction. It is to do what they just did. So we move on from that, and it looks like the blockers are cleared out of the way, and it looks like we could be heading towards Sam picking this one up. That's right. So on to game 3 we go. Maybe we can take a quick look at the deck, see if there's just any differences in the sideboards here. Because this semifinals match is going to come down to one game between these two Vivi Cauldron decks, between our champion from yesterday and Sam Clayton, trying to be Will's credential to get him into the finals.
yeah, this is was it Flavortown, right? Flavortown against Will's Credentials. So let's see if we can get the deck lists pulled up on screen. I believe Harrison's playing the exact same 75 as yesterday. I don't think anything was changed.
No reason to change anything, right?
I know, right? I mean, even he's got the K Lorna too. We're gonna look at Sam's deck list first. So, Sam, what is Sam working with in the sideboard here?
Yeah, we've got some. So again, we should talk about this. Everything starts from the point of what to do with my Vivies and my Cauldrons, right? Everything flows from that. So maybe that changes if you're on the play draw. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he's, you want to, you bring him out for one game, you bring him back in. We don't know. But that is sort of the main decision point that everything else follows from. From there, obviously, you just want to pick up the cards that make sense, right? A Tidebinder might have a place. The Annul, obviously, quite good. The Abrades answer about everything you can. And just like we saw in that last game, it can come down to something that is not as easily answered by, say, Abrade or even Tidebinder, which won't turn it off forever, which is a Profs.
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to point out about Sam's list, there's a couple of interesting decisions here. So, only has, from what I can tell, 3 copies of Marauding Mako. So, one of those got trimmed. Has 2 Meringue River regions in the main deck, doing a split of 3 Steam Core, 2 Tursa. Has the Draconautics Engineer and the Wild Ride. Usually, you only see one of those in terms of the hasters. And then, I think most importantly, Sam has decided to not play a single copy of Quantum Riddler in the entire 75. If we go back to yesterday's 10K event, the finals mirror match was both players had 4 copies of Riddler in the 75, and Sam has decided to play no copies, which is, I think, personally to me, a bold statement, given how good that card has looked on camera and just how impactful it seems to be in the mirror match. Like the body is so huge on that card, and the trigger or the static ability of drawing extra cards is also huge when pairing it with something like Profs.
Yeah, that card was not in sort of. So, like, if we actually want to trace back this deck, uh, Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, 2020 world champion, played the Vivi Cauldron deck at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, where everyone else was playing Is It Prowess. And he went 8-2 in standard with it. And back then it had Voldaren Thrillseeker, where you could actually give all your creatures the ability to just sacrifice themselves to do damage.
That card was easy
to the
mode.
face. Yeah. So that's sort of, if we trace it back, that's where the deck came from. Okay. Then you hit rotation, Edge of Eternities comes in. And yeah, the Riddler was one of the cards that, as you can see, is still not entirely standard. In fact, Will had a very successful run without it, both yesterday and today. So it's still, I think, I don't know if we'll get to an end state, if it becomes a preference for players or if it's, one's simply better than the other. But it is very interesting that despite having such a clear deck, there is still at least some amount of divergence on the list. But all right, so I'm going to try to start things off with the Profs on turn 2. And unfortunately, Harrison, with just a double mountain, wasn't able to stop it. However, does hit the Spire Bluff Canal on turn 3. So the game is not probably just doomed for him here. He has a null up now, but actually goes for Tursa instead.
Yeah, Tursa just wants to utilize, be a little bit more mana efficient this turn, and going to discard the annul, which sort of makes sense because given the fact that he only has 1 blue source in play, if he Winter Night Stories, he needs to find specifically another blue source to be able to hold up the annul.
Right.
So maybe rather just discard that, keep the removal spells, think like it looks like he kept the FOMO and an Abrade, I believe, along, and then picked up I think a couple of lands off the Tursa.
The Tursa line also lets you be a little more aggressive, considering that your opponent did have that turn 2 profs. The card we've talked about as being important in the mirror, the card that really hastened your demise last game. Is it, maybe we don't want to just sit around forever and have small creatures when they had the turn 2 profs and I did not. That said, now it's a 3/4 fear of missing out that's playing defense for Sam.
Yeah, and it's what like once one when one player has profs and the other doesn't, it's really difficult to size in the battlefield. Now, for Harrison does have the obliterating bolt to go ahead and clear that 4 toughness creature. But yeah, I mean any creature that
Into
Sam
Winter
plays,
Night Stories, right? This is pretty decent. Yeah.
yeah, any of the 3 drops that Sam deploys next turn, whether it's a Tursa or a Steam Core Scholar, can just be excellent blockers for that Tursa because it's only going to be a 3/3 for Harrison. So
Well, this was a good swing from Harrison here. It looked like it might just be lights out if he didn't hit that blue source. Was able to clutch it just in time, and that has got us to this point where now you're starting to you can develop a board even against profs, right? We see some Abrades in there. There's only 3 mana available for Sam. It's not necessarily true that the profs is just going to immediately get you, especially when maybe you're doing all right with your own Tursa here. So this game is in a pretty good spot as Sam goes to his draw step. Now, remember, there are 3 players on each team. There are 3 players looking at these hands, thinking about what to do, and there's a lot to consider in these matchups. So, all right, here we go.
yeah, this is that Scholar I talked about. So discard, draw 2, discard some number of cards, and that's going to be a 4/4. And that most importantly for Sam can play offense and defense because that one has vigilance. So, that's going to be a good blocker for the Tursa next turn. And Harrison's going to really need to see if he can sort of, keep serve here and find his own copy of profs. That's really how Harrison sort of gets back into this. Barring any sort of like really big combo turn, Harrison really needs to find a copy of profs.
Well, Sam's pretty deep in the tank here, and it's because he has a lot of options.
I think Harrison may have actually found a profs off of the draw last turn. So
yeah. I mean, this game is really kind of balanced on the edge right now. Each turn just so impactful for each player. We're actually going to pitch. Is that 2 cauldrons that got thrown away?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, hard committing that this is not the game we want to play. Soulstone Sanctuary into Winter Night Stories. I think that's what's happening. Yep, for Harrison here. Puts that on the stack.
Yeah, maybe if Harrison has something like a profs, wants to try to see if he can, bait Sam into doing some sort of interaction here, maybe like it's the Flood Maw and then can do the profs. But okay, I may have spoken wrong. I don't actually know if I see a profs in Harrison's hand. It's kind of tough.
And it looks like Sam is thinking about, do we want to pull the trigger on the Flood Maw? And they let it resolve. So here we go. Cards pitched to the graveyard. 4 in hand for Harrison, and 2 mana left to spend this turn. So let's see if he wants to keep interaction up, or if he wants to find a way to either get more aggressive or add to his board. There is a profs though, so you called it. This is a big one here. Is there an answer? There is not. That is not an annul from Sam. So this is going to resolve. It's going to at least target the Tursa.
Yeah, you saw Harrison kind of slide it back to his hand because he probably kind of assumes that Sam has the end of the Flood Maw, which Sam does have the Flood Maw.
He does.
Question is, does he want to cast it? Presumably, it's tricky. I mean, you're preventing 7 damage this turn, but you could also maybe hold the Flood Maw to prevent more damage next turn. That's kind of the decision that's going through Sam's head here. I don't hate holding it, like just taking the 7 damage. And Harrison maybe doing kind of like the LSV pen trick, like, hey, do you want to bounce it? You want to bounce it? But I think Sam is going to hold on here. Basically, with a card like Flood Maw, it covers you no matter how big the creature is, so you might as well just hold it until it's a lethal attacker.
And it does have haste. I mean, and here we go.
All right, well, never mind.
Okay, sure. So All right. So it does clear the way, and you go down top. I mean, ultimately, that's just very mana efficient, right? Yeah. So, but here's the other thing. Because he let the Tursa attack, it actually exiled a card from the graveyard. So you are, down 1 for any future Tursas for Harrison there.
Yeah, and well, Harrison also had the 2 Winter Night stories, and I think it's hard to tell because the card is below the NRG series logo at the top, but I think he might have exiled the stories off of that Tursa trigger.
Yeah. So if so, it's actually pretty heads up by Sam to recognize that, okay, letting you resolve this trigger doesn't hurt me, can only help me. And perhaps it did. And now with profs and an active creature in play, the tempo is just all in Sam's favor here.
Harrison putting the hand face down, the old F6. If you got it, you got it. Love it. Yeah, and one thing, so you saw last game, Sam had a VV in his deck post board, and it's not clear that Harrison does because we've seen a lot of Harrison and we've seen a lot of post board games with Harrison, and I don't think I've seen a single VV. So Harrison may have boarded all of them out, but that doesn't mean that Sam didn't. So if Sam has still VV in his deck, Sam maybe can find that to set up the combo. But I mean, from this point, you don't even really need to do the combo thing. You're just kind of beaten down with a big Steam Core Scholar here.
Well, and you can see why so many players do end up or taking the card out of their decks, right? Because these games have just very much not been about that. Each player is pretty mana efficient at answering the other. And we do have this giant Steam Core Scholar. That's the most important thing, and that's because of profs.
Yeah, so Harrison looking at a grip of, I saw stories, but we're actually just going to go ahead and pass the turn. So potentially looking for maybe a bounce spell and a Soulstone activation this turn. Because presumably if there's no bounce spell, I think I might have spotted a Broadside Barrage. So it might actually be, the Scholar right now is a 7/7. I think it might be Barrage and a Braid to just use both spells to kill the 7/7 Scholar. I think that might be what Harrison is lining up here, which is a rough way to do it, but it's better than losing the game.
Well, yeah, and opted, of course, not to replay the Tursa or anything when on his turn, and we spot a Winter Knight in hand as well. So certainly back up against the wall here. Really hoping your opponent maybe didn't necessarily have a second creature to be able to start to power up.
Yeah, very heads up line here from Sam as well, putting counters on the smaller one, even though that one can't attack, just to split up the power in case of something like this happens where, kill spell or bounce spell. So very, heads up there for Sam.
Okay, well, yep, here we go. That takes down one Scholar at the cost of a bunch of mana and 2 spells for Harrison. And sitting on, I think, Land Tursa Winter Night stories in hand. And Sam has got a bunch of cards and is about to have a few more thanks to harmonizing this Winter Night stories. Of course, Prof's pretty good at making that easier to do as well.
Yeah, now remember, this is post-combat, so, there's not really a ton of fireworks that Sam can really produce here. But I think I spotted it's a Meringue River region, and that one could maybe be a potential play next turn. Sam does have the requisite 6 mana. And that one's not that bad against the profs because, if Harrison does make a large creature, the Meringue can kind of answer that one and just set back Harrison a lot of the tempo, make him spend a lot more mana on it next turn. And don't forget, Meringue also has that bio clause of just being a 4 mana draw 3, which combined with the profs can also mean more damage next turn.
That's true. It can just make, and again, like we've been looking at this Tursa over on Harrison's side, right? But his life is at 13. He also has to consider a large hasty creature from Sam as well, thanks to how much mana now is available to dig. But it does look like Harrison is getting onto the board himself here. Finally, we have Tursa as well as his own Scholar. And it looks like he has picked up a Riddler if he can make it to next turn and find a way to deploy it.
Yeah, so right now this is the Scholar discard. So looks like a Braid, Riddler, Fear of Missing Out, and I couldn't quite get a look at what the last card is. I think it might be another Stories. Yeah, Stories. So it can discard the Stories, just one card, because the Scholar needs a flyer or an instant or a sorcery. So it's going to go ahead and get rid of that. The Stories there is leaving the Riddler in hand for next turn. Has a pretty good line next turn. Can just, maybe go draw land for turn, play land, and then sort of empty out the hand before deploying that Riddler.
Yeah, opts to go for the counters on the Steam Core Scholar, which would have made it big enough to offer up a block next turn. Of course, that means that it prompts a removal spell from Sam, but that unlocks a Tursa attack here from Harrison, who is able to attack and get the trigger. For what that's worth is
can we go 2 for 2 on exiling Stories?
Yeah, so like this is an interesting spot this time, and it's just in a Braid.
Yeah, Harrison's graveyard is so flush that we had to just shuffle and cut it.
Nice.
12 cards. There you go. All right.
Okay, well, shields are fully down, though, for Harrison Canfor, yesterday's champion, who's at 13 life here. So, Sam, a bunch of cards in hand. He's going to have up to 7 mana to play with this turn. Has profs, has a 4/4 flyer. You just need to come up with just come up with 9 more points, one way or another here.
He only has to draw 9 cards this turn. How hard is that?
Easy. I don't want to put it past him, to be honest.
Well, if there's a Cauldron of Eevee involved, it's not that hard, but
okay, this is this is why people say these sideboard games are not always about the combo, because it looks like we're just going for the Meringue River Regent here, because sometimes you do the coil and catch, but sometimes you just play it and bounce things. And in that case, it looks like that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and Meringue notably can bounce any 2 permanents, your side or your opponent's side. So Sam is debating on whether or not he wants to pick up the profs. Couple of interesting things. Certainly giving the ability to give Sam an extra card next turn is nice. Downside is he has to spend mana on it and can open it up to something like a null.
Yeah, well, you weren't going to decides I'm not going to get any extra counters off of it this turn, but just makes, sort of the fair play, as these games have been all about in the post sideboard. And this 5 toughness creature is pretty difficult to interact with in a lot of ways. So now Harrison, down to 9 life, has to worry about already had to worry about basically everything, but it's just getting worse. So it's going to go ahead and go for the Riddler, and it's just going to go for warping it in for 2 mana here.
Yeah, decides to go for the warp instead, but did have 3 cards in hand, so couldn't empty the hand before doing that. And wants to had an Abrade in hand, and I believe wanted to hold up some mana to potentially find maybe another damage-based removal spell, and that would give him the opportunity to remove the well, I guess it's really hard to remove that Meringue. It's got 7 toughness, so even a double Abrade wouldn't work on that.
Yeah, and he's got did pick up an Into the Flood Maw, which is going to be what you need, but
I can bounce it for a turn.
Yeah, there's going to be a profs coming down for Sam next turn. So even if you assume you're flood mawing one of them, and that one being the River Regent, then the Steam Core is still going to get palmed.
Yeah, and Harrison's got to try and do this dance of put
Tursa.
enough stuff into play, use the profs, put some counters. It's looking kind of rough for Harrison. Has the Flood Maw to not die next turn, but it's going to be really difficult to get out of this mess.
I found him. Okay, well, he's got a giant Tursa.
Yeah, 9/9. I believe Sam still has Flood. Yeah, Sam has a Flood. So
yeah, Sam's been sitting on that 1 mana open basically for the past 4 or 5 turns at this point.
Yeah. So Sam's gonna flood, then Harrison's gonna flood next turn, and then maybe Sam's gonna flood again. There's a lot of flooding going on.
A lot of blue decks.
All right, Floodmaw happens. What else can Harrison do this turn? Probably not that much. Debating on Floodmawing main phase. I think, yeah. So Sam is actually playing 2 Spell Pierce in the board. I believe Harrison is on 0 copies. So
It
but
may
these
as
players
well.
do have deck lists. So if you're gonna do it, you have to. You might as well do it main phase.
All right. Well, now it's 9 points of
Although,
damage you need to try to line up if you're Sam, and you've got 4 of it already in play.
yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? Is now because you've done it main phase and you know about the profs that's in Sam's hand. Now, if Sam can muster up a turn where he can just put
4?
lethal counters onto it,
Yeah, we're gonna draw here, right?
yeah.
This is then you're gonna have profs after this.
So 1 short. Oh,
I
that's a
found a Vivi.
Vivi.
Yeah, must have like 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, if there's
We
a
did
cauldron,
confirm that Harrison boarded them all out, I think.
yeah, I don't think there's a cauldron in Sam's hand though. So it doesn't discard the VV. And there's a draw, and then the Wild Rat should seal it up, right?
Yeah,
Turn
that should do it.
there, Wild Rat.
Wow, good game. We got there on the handshake too. All right, Harrison Canfor, yesterday's champion. Great run today into the semifinals, but he does ultimately fall to Sam Clayton. And Will and his credentials are into the finals. So Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell here. It is the NRG Championship Series and Lansing Team Trios. And there's one more round to go. Devin, we are headed to the finals where we get to watch some more team trios play out. So thank you all for hanging out with us, and make sure to finish off the tournament with us. We'll be right back after a very short break, hopefully, and we will head to the finals. Welcome in, everybody. It's time for the finals here at the NRG Championship Series in Lansing. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by my co-host, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, and we're joined by all of you. Thank you for hanging out with us through this Team Trios 10K. We've watched Modern, we've watched Pauper, we've watched a little bit of Standard when we need to, and we've had fun doing it. And let's check out that bracket that has led us here to the finals. All that remain, we saw Newman Sabor Castellani, Canfor Cates Nimitz, Clayton Kowalski Alford, Harvey Yazeri Niguera. That was one side of the top 8. On the other, we saw the team of Dykeman, Suleiman Smith, Hayes Johnson Coonan, Geerds Bolger Van Tilt, Chavez Bellamy, and Chelly. And all that remains now is to crown a winner. And that's going to be, as we just saw, the team of Sam Clayton, Will Kowalczyk, Garrett Alford, or coming from the other side, Hayes Johnson Coonan. That is who is going to be squaring off in the finals here in Lansing. But coming up after Lansing, for all of you who want to get out and play, come to Mundelein, Illinois. 3 weeks from now, September 13th and the 14th. It's a 10K Modern showdown. Remember, the Pro Tour next month is Modern as well. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on that format, and it is pretty wide open from what I have seen recently. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. But hey, after Saturday comes Sunday, and after Modern comes Legacy. Make sure to check that out for the 2.5K event. We love Legacy. And after Illinois, we are headed from Mundelein to Elmhurst after that, where it will be the return of teams for another 10K team showdown. This time it will be sealed, taking up that third seat. We had Pauper this week. It'll be sealed at that event, and then followed by another 10K Modern showdown. That's November 1st and the 2nd in Elmhurst, Illinois. So that is where we are headed. Where we are now is in the finals here in Lansing.
Yep, and we are going to be looks like players are just reviewing deck lists real quick, but we're going to take a look at the matchup here. So on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Fletcher Johnson playing the Gruul Brood Scale deck, and on the right-hand side, Will Kowalczyk playing Neobrand. So we just saw Will in the previous matchup playing against Boros, and we are going to be seeing how Will does against this Brood Scale deck. Now, as far as the matchup is concerned, 2 combo decks, so maybe a little bit of ships passing in the night, not a ton of interaction on either side. So it's really going to be about who can sort of deploy their combo the fastest. Now, there's an interesting sort of, point about this particular matchup where, you saw Will in the last game just go Neoform, put a Gristlebrand into play, and pass the turn, right? Because the Gristlebrand is just sort of a kill by itself against the Boros deck. There's not really a lot of ways the Boros deck can answer a Gristlebrand.
Right.
But if he does that against Fletcher, there's a chance that might not be good enough because Fletcher can just untap and actually kill him on the following turn. So Will is going to really need to sort of, set up that combo turn where you're putting Galta into play. Galta puts more stuff into play, something like a Xenagos. Xenagos can set up the haste OTK. So is really going to have to, sort of prioritize that instead of just like, here's a Gristlebrand or some other big doofus and pass the turn. Because I feel like that's maybe not going to be good enough against Fletcher.
Yeah. Fletcher, of course, by the way, hailing from the team Popper, I hardly know her. And Will, of course, coming to you from the team Will and his credentials.
Yeah, well, there's Will. So his credentials being Sam and Garrick. Sam playing the VV Cauldron deck, Garrick playing Mono Blue Fairies. And then on the other side, Ryan, who lost in the finals of yesterday's standard event, playing, you guessed it, VV Cauldron, shocker. And Jake Coonan on the Popper side playing Blue Terror. So hopefully, when we'll get to see a little bit of that Popper game, the Blue Terror versus the Blue Fairies. Basically, both decks are mono blue. They do share some similar cards like counter spells and whatnot. But in terms of that matchup specifically, Garrick is a lot more about playing to the battlefield early and often with the cheap flyers and ninjas, and Jake is all about counter spell, maybe a couple of cantrips down the road, stuff like Mental Note and Thought Scour to enable not only Tolarian Terror, but also the other Tolarian Terror, the sort of the Wish.com Tolarian Terror in the form of Cryptic Serpent, which similar, but it does cost double blue.
Yeah, I think I misspoke earlier. I said Harrison had played the most Magic this weekend. Turns out it might be Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan making the finals of both days. We almost had a Ryan Hayes versus Harrison Canfor rematch in the finals of the standard event, which would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, true. That would have actually been great. Could have run it back for the actual rematch. Not very often you get that. But all right, we're going to start here in Modern. Looks like players get into their opening hand. You can see some of what they're playing for. Of course, they're on the table, the Championship Series trophy. And I love that we got it right there. Put the piles of cash in the middle of the table. Let's do it all.
Oh yeah, just like poker, when they have the final table, final two players at a poker table, they just put the cash right in the middle. Love to see it. It's a nice looking trophy, I will say that. All right, what do we got for opening hands? Now, as far as the seeding is concerned, that is the one advantage here for Will. Pretty, sizable advantage when you're playing a combo mirror, being in the play. Shocker, very, very important. And because of that, I think Fletcher is going to be, not just because of the matchup, but also because he is on the draw, just, aggressively mulliganing to that really, really fast combo kill that Brute Scale can offer. We haven't seen a lot of Brute Scale, so I'll maybe kind of just go over the actual combo.
Yeah.
The two pieces involved are Basking Bird Scale and Blade of the Blood Chief. So the idea is that Blade of the Blood Chief says whenever a creature dies, you put a counter on the creature. It's an equipment, so puts a counter on the equipped creature. And then Brood Scale says whenever it gets a counter, you make a spawn token. The spawn can be sacrificed for mana. So you sack the spawn, get a counter on the Brood Scale, make a spawn, sack the spawn, so on and so forth. So that gets you infinite colorless mana and an infinitely large Brood Scale. And then the infinite colorless mana can be put into something like a Walking Ballista or a Kozilek's command to find the Walking Ballista and then sort of one-shot your opponent from there.
Yeah, it's one of the decks that sort of quietly started existing after Modern Horizons 3. Obviously, it was drowned out by the Nadus of the day and the Boros Energies of the hour. But these days, it's one of the better decks in the format, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and there's been this interesting evolution of the Bird Scale deck where when that card first came out in MH3, a lot of players quickly realized the combo, and it was sort of maybe more of like a all-in fringe combo deck that was just playing, Brood Scale and
Right.
a bunch of ways to find the combo pieces. And
Chords and
it's
stuff like that. Yeah.
exactly. And it's sort of morphed over time into this sort of hybrid, like ramp plus combo deck where, Fletcher has the Basking Brood Scales, the Blade of the Blood Chiefs, the Ancient Stirrings, and Rumbles to find those. But then he's also playing Eldrazi Temple, Emrakul the Promised End, Writhing Chrysalis, and it sort of gives you this sort like different angle of attack where Fletcher can, in the more fair matchups where his combo is being, under duress, maybe can play more towards that fair game. Although probably not going to see a lot of the
not this one,
I would say.
No, that is a great explanation, though. Not to make the comparison necessarily, because I don't want anyone who's more familiar with the format to tell me I'm terribly wrong. But kind of like the Eldrazi Tron, where we take the idea of the two ideas of decks, smash them together, and you end up with something that has a low end and a top end, right? Or in this case, a ramp plan and a combo plan. So it's often a way of building successful decks. Going back to when I started playing Magic, Jerry T making Dark Depths Thopter Foundry combo deck, where he took two different archetypes that were having some success, found the overlap between them and the parts that truly mattered, which in the case of the Brood Scale deck are simply the Brood Scale parts of the combo. Realize that you can also do that with Urza Saga, and now all of a sudden you can just do that nearly for free in your deck that gets all the power of the Eldrazi archetype. And you're going to need it all in this case, Fletcher, because he did take, it looks like, a mulligan down just to 5 cards, possibly even 4. Yeah, 4 cards. So that's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, mulligan to 4 sounds brutal, and I'm not going to lie, it is. But, with Fletcher's deck, he really is only trying to assemble A plus B, and he has a lot of ways to find A and a lot of ways to find B. And you see the Urza Saga in play, even if he doesn't find a copy of Blade of the Blood Chief, the Urza Saga can go and tutor one. So that is sort of a way to kind of get that even if you don't draw it. So that's effectively 8 copies of that. And then the Brood Scale's not a direct way to tutor it like Saga for Blade, but stuff like Stirrings and Rumble can dig you a little bit deeper to find that Brood Scale. And I think I saw Blade in Fletcher's hand, so we already have that rolled up too.
Yeah, and he's got the Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck here. Of course, that's one of those pieces you can just go find with your Saga that sometimes come in quite handy. In worst case scenario, you can cycle the thing, which may be where we're at here. This is some Gristlebrand matchups. Soul Guide Lantern would be quite good, but not.
I know, right? Yeah, not this
particular one.
Usually, when your opponent's trying to cheat big stuff into play, Graveyard Hate's good, but not here. And another aspect of this Brood Scale deck, kind of leading into that fair plan, as you mentioned, is Urza Saga, where it's this card that acts as a combo piece because it can tutor up the Blade, but then also can be this fair tool where against decks that are heavy on interaction and counter spells, you can just make a bunch of Saga tokens. But again, Saga tokens probably not going to matter that much in this matchup.
Yeah. All right. Well, Malevolent Rumblings, though, is
okay
because you're gonna. We are working towards A and B, and point C is getting them together, and we're not terribly far off.
Yeah, Fletcher has A and B rolled up. Now, the only thing, I guess I mentioned it's an A plus B combo. It's actually kind of A plus B plus C.
Yeah, you're gonna need to
where so Fletcher next turn can set up the Blade and Brood Scale stuff to make infinite mana and infinitely large Brood Scale, but without a way to actually convert that infinite mana, is just going to pass with a 69/69 Basking Brood Scale, and that's probably not going to be good enough because Will can maybe kill him in the following turn.
Math checks out.
Oh my goodness, I think he drew a Kozilek's Command Corp. I think this is going to be a multi-4 turn 3 win.
Welcome to Modern.
Now, looking at Will's deck list in terms of, well, I shouldn't say that because there are 4 copies of Consign to Memory in the main deck here for Will.
And there's one of them.
Yep.
Okay, well, we got a bit of a different game here, but you know what? Regardless, that is what was lined up. So Very impressive. But the consigned to memory all-star of the format, Will has it in the main deck. A little bit of interaction. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about the Brute Scale deck. Will's just been kind of hanging out over there. Didn't go for any kind of Allosaurus Rider, Neoform shenanigans. Didn't mulligan to 4. Just kind of hung back, but had a consigned to memory here for the Urza Saga. And that is significantly complicated, I think, what Fletcher was hoping to do. Does get 2 mana out of the temple, though.
Yeah, kind of. So
Yeah.
obviously, Will doesn't know this, but Fletcher has the blade in hand. So from Will's perspective, you know, the consign stopping the Urza Saga is fantastic. Ooh, we're gonna go for a Pact of Negation on the blade. Okay. And this is so the funny thing
Yep,
about
there we go.
the funny thing about Pact of Negation, you might think of, oh, well, you know, Will cast Pact of
Love this.
Negation and it's just going to lose on his upkeep, but Will can sort of build his own force of will and just have, you know, consign the Pact trigger on the next turn, which is really sick.
Okay, well, the end result of all of that, which is, I have to say, there was a lot of fun interaction on what could have just been, oh, scoop up your cards kind of turn. But instead, it ends with a Brute Scale in play, the blade in the graveyard, consign impact in Will's graveyard, still no Gristlebrands to be found, and I guess, well, we've got this grizzly bear here.
Beatdowns. Plan
Yeah.
B. Look, you got to cross the finish line somehow.
By the way, shout out to the raid, by the way, coming in from Anu with a rate of 176 on the party. Welcome into the stream, everybody. We are in the finals of the 10K team trios event in Lansing NRG Championship. It is standard, modern, and popper as our third format. And we are right into the finals here. This is game 1 between Fletcher Johnson on the left. Team name, Popper, I hardly know her. And Will Kowalczyk on the right. Team name, Will, and his credentials.
Yeah, we got an Ancient Stirrings here for Fletcher. Taking a look at, I think I saw an Emrakul pulled up to the front. So, you know, thinking about card types in Graveyard, we have Blade, which is an artifact, Urza Saga, which is an enchantment land, the Rumble, which is a sorcery, and I think there's a Flesh Raker in there as well for a creature. So I believe 5 types. So a little bit of a ways away from that Emrakul. So decides to go for a Saga instead. And you know, I did say earlier that the beatdown plan is maybe not something that Fletcher is interested in, but honestly, the way this game is going and the way that Will's hand has sort of seemed to have just failed miserably, and I mean, this might be how we cross the finish line and just attack him with Brute Scales and Saga tokens.
Well, I mean, maybe, yeah, because he's got the Saga. He picked up another land, I think, off of cycling that Lantern. So, yeah, I mean, your opponent needs to put together their cards in hand to get there after burning a bunch to stop you. If you can just increase your clock by 1 turn, even that's a big deal, and you might even be able to get more than that out of a couple Saga activations.
Yeah, so Will, taking a look at the surveil, is going to keep it, likes what he sees. Now, presumably, given that this is interesting because Will kept his 7-card hand. There was no mulligans from Will, and kept a 7-card hand and just kind of didn't do anything in the first. Well, I mean, there were some counter spells, but didn't do anything in terms of progressing his game plan in the first couple of turns. So, what I think may have happened is Will kept a hand that has the Allosaurus Rider, the green cards, and maybe a little bit of interaction, but didn't find a Neoform or an Eldritch. And potentially with the card kept on top, could be something like one of those 2 cards, and we might be seeing a large creature hit the battlefield this turn.
Yeah, you've certainly just been kind of sitting around and waiting, if you will, for something to come together as you sort of string your cards together to keep your opponent from going off on their mulligan to 4. But that, you know, again, that shows the power of the Brute Scale deck. It also, I don't even know if you want to classify that as a failure rate of the Neo Brain deck, because it does show that the Neo Brain deck, and being a combo deck, does come with its own interaction. Consigned to memory is just, of course, a house in the entire modern format. I think we might be in a judge call here, though, or we're just talking to our teammates about a bunch of math.
Yeah, I think we're counting. I saw some counting. I don't know if we're counting permanent types in grave because open deck lists will is aware of the presence of the Emrakul. So, trying to think of like, well, if Fletcher has a Kozilek's command that can put 2 more types into the grave, because I think right now it would be artifact, creature, sorcery, enchantment, land. So that's 5. If you Kozilek's command, you can do X equals 1 to make a
Right.
token. That would be 7 types. The Emrakul would cost 6 mana. And right now, with the Temple, the 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5. So if there's a
Yeah.
land, then we can go for Emrakul next turn, and that's what Will is debating here.
And yeah, after
Oh,
after counting all of that out,
oh
very
my
decisively
goodness.
decides on a line, which is we're gonna do it. Plays the
Okay,
Allosaurus Rider, goes and gets a Gristlebrand.
Corbin,
The reason, of course, we're talking about all of this. Go ahead.
hear me out, Corbin. So Gristlebrand. Oh, what's interesting is there's no counter. So I was going to say Neoform puts a counter on it to make it an 8/8. Then you can go attack the Brood Scale into the Gristlebrand, go up to 14 Emrakul, and then that would be a multiple of 14 for Gristlebrand. But now, and that's sort of why Will was debating there whether or not to go for Gristlebrand, because if there is an Emrakul that, maybe Fletcher could potentially just use the Gristlebrand and sort of, just pay all of Will's life to just sort of kill him in one spot. So this is, Fletcher had the option to take that Emrakul last turn, but decided against it. So maybe potentially regretting that, because I think I saw a command in hand as well. Yeah, did have the command there.
Yeah, you laid that out very well. So both players in the spot here. Okay, we're passing the turn back. Will's going to untap with Gristlebrand.
Usually a good thing. When you're untapping with Gristlebrand, usually good for that player. Now there is a Kozilek's command, so Fletcher can do X equals 4, which is not enough to take care of the Gristlebrand, but maybe do some spawns, maybe a little bit of digging, and try to see if he can find. Not sure. I mean, he is technically presenting the kill next turn because Saga can get Brood Scale, Saga
Right.
can get Blade equipped to Brood Scale, do the thing, and then you have the command as the kill spell. But you would imagine if Will's drawing, 21 cards, can probably find a way to stop that, like more packs.
Yep, and here comes Neoform again on another Allosaurus Rider. This one's going to go get, is that Urini, I believe, to wipe the board. And that should theoretically remove the threat of the combo. So it sure seemed like Fletcher had a way to either get to the combo. Obviously, he had the combo, but it seemed like he was still going to find his way to the combo, or at least his way to a fair beatdown kind of win. And it all went sideways very quickly as Will's deck went from interacting to comboing just in a heartbeat. And now it's more of a desperation, I think, command than anything from Fletcher, who needs a lot of pieces.
Yeah, so without the Brood Scale and now using the Kozilek's command, now Fletcher is in a position where he needs to find a Brood Scale and a payoff for the Brood Scale. Brood Scale plus Blade is not going to do it on its own.
And we're just going to pack the command here.
Which makes sense because if the card that Fletcher is looking for is the Brood Scale, and you're going to pack the Brood Scale anyways, he might as well just pack the Kozilek's command.
Yeah, I mean, that's the don't get any surprises that way. Don't give him a second mode or any of those things.
You ever seen Neobrand just pay 5 mana for a pact negation? I don't think I've seen
we're
that.
About to, unless Fletcher picks him up first. But yeah, I mean, because Fletcher is at 11 life, that is conveniently enough from from your creatures. I guess Urini could get there itself thanks to that 1/1 counter. So combo or bust here for Fletcher. And I don't even know if we can get there. Malevolent Rumblings, it looked like, was the pickup. There is a Blade in hand.
You can rumble, leaving up the temple. That makes a spawn. You hit the Brood Scale. But then, even if he hits the Brood Scale, you don't have enough mana, yeah.
Not going anywhere with it. And where we're heading is to game 2, or perhaps more accurately to another match, because if you look down the right side there, Sam Clayton, Will Kowalczyk, Garrick Alford, all 3 of them picked up victories in their first game. So Will and his credentials are starting off strong. Looks like we might be able to head over. As usual, all of our matches are in sideboarding at the same time, but
every single time. How does that always happen?
perhaps we'll come back to the booth and then maybe head down to Popper. Well, welcome into the booth. Welcome in everyone who just joined us. I appreciate that raid. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwick O'Donnell, and we have been checking out team trios in Lansing all weekend. Well, I should say all day long. And thank you all of you for hanging out with us. We've had a couple games of this Gristlebrand deck now, and I have to say that was probably the most impressive yet, because it actually was able to just stop its opponent's turn 3 win and play, I guess, a long game for the combo deck.
Yeah, I mean, I had brought up in the before we got to the match where there wasn't a ton of interaction from either side.
Yeah.
And Will kind of proved me wrong there, using the consigns and the pact of negations at sort of the perfect time. There was the consign on the Urza saga that stopped
Right.
Fletcher from getting the first blade. There was the pact of negation that was cut the clutch as well, that same turn countering the blade, and then using the consign to counter the pact trigger. There was a lot of cool stuff there from Will. So maybe this matchup is more interactive than I thought it was.
Well, that was certainly something that maybe we didn't think that the deck could do. You think of Pact of Negation for just sort of protecting its own combo. You don't necessarily think of it as just paying 5 mana in my upkeep to stop you from casting your spell. But that's exactly how it worked out there. But all right, we actually have a game 3 now. Jake Coonan on your left with the blue Tolarian Terror deck against the Mono Blue Fairies deck by Garrick Alford that we've got to watch through in a round earlier today. I was really impressed by it. It did pick up the first game in quick fashion against the Terror deck, but after sideboarding, Jake was able to take it down. So here we are, game 3. The winner puts their squad on the board.
Yeah, and Garrick actually, Garrick won game 1, but actually took a loss in game 2 to Jake. And Garrick sort of designed this deck to beat up on the rest of the sort of the blue decks that are designed to go bigger. Because if you think about it, right, from just a matchup perspective, Garrick's deck has a lot of the same interaction that Jake's does with the counter spells, but Garrett can actually play to the board faster. And more specifically, the ninjas that are in Garrick's deck, the Ninja of the Deep Hours, and the one that I always forget the name of, Moon Circuit Hacker, those cards play very well against the counter spells from Jake, because you can actually just ninjutsu, and ninjutsu, because it's an ability, you're not casting a spell that gets that ninja in under the counter spells. And if it's something like Ninja of the Deep Hours, then that card being able to connect over and over again, because one, Jake doesn't have a lot of removal because mono blue, and 2, Jake can't really get a big threat into play, maybe like turn 3, turn 4-ish, and by then Garrick's already got a couple of cards off that ninja.
It looks like we may be discussing a mulligan decision here, or just maybe giving input on another game. Is Garrick here, but looks like we did maybe take at least one mulligan. Team events, of course, the fun part, a really enjoyable part if you're a player, and I guess maybe the less fun part if you're not watching Garrick look off screen. But you get to play with your teammates. You get to help your teammates. You get to make decisions together, especially when they're important ones, like say, what hand should I keep or what should I put on the bottom of my deck in game 3 of the finals of the NRG Series Team Trios 10K. So that is the discussion being had right now. As all 3 players on his team are one win away, in fact, from putting their team on the board here.
Well, the question is, do you think he asked Will, or do you think he asked the credentials? The other credentials.
I don't know who's in which seat, and you know what? That means I have plausible deniability. Don't have to answer.
That's fair.
All right, they did make that decision, and he leads off with the Fairy series. See it there on your screen. Scry 2 when it comes into play. Just what a flying man looks like in the year 2025, and is playable competitively. I think that is pretty fun for Magic. And here's one, a turn 1 brainstorm.
Yeah, you don't often see a turn 1 main phase brainstorm.
You don't.
But the thing you have to realize about Pauper there's no fetch lands, right? We're playing with comets. We're not playing with flooded strands and polluted deltas and all that stuff. So Brainstorm not at its best in this format, although I will say Jake does have some ways to shuffle, most notably Lorien Revealed. So
Right.
you can kind of set this up where you go, Brainstorm and then upkeep before your draw, cycle the Lorien, draw a fresh card. And Jake is actually, this version of the Terror deck is playing 4 Mental Note and 4 Thought Scour. So those are like weird ways that you can clear the top after a Brainstorm.
Yeah, the Thought Scour line is nice, to be honest, because you're already incentivized to play that card, because not only does it power up, by putting itself in the graveyard for your terrors, it can put other cards into your graveyard, discount your terrors, and the fact that you get to turn your Brainstorm into an upgraded version of itself is pretty nice. And as you called it, there we go, a Lorien Revealed.
Yeah, an interesting play there from Jake deciding to gut shot the Fairy Seer. Probably doesn't feel the best, just because, Garrett got a little bit of value out of that with the Scry. But Jake, understandably so, recognizes that does not want to let Garrett get to a ninja if he can avoid it. Because once the ninja's in play, it's very, very hard for his deck to answer that. Let's see if we can get that card pulled up on screen, because I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, Sleep of the Dead.
Sleep of the Dead. Sure. That's
Yeah,
a
so this
special right there. Theros Beyond Death.
Yeah, this is my unfamiliarity with Pauper. Never seen this card, but this one's interesting because you can also mill it off of something like Thought Scour or Mental Note to be able
Right.
to, tap some blockers, doesn't untap next turn. And it also can escape, right? So the Thought Scours and the Mental Notes can fuel the escape of the sleep.
Certainly can buy you a lot of time at a reasonable mana cost here, and another Brainstorm to set things up. So, I mean, we can see how Jake Coonan gets there. This is just a lot of small advantages being built in. The gut shot is a really nice piece there, right? Because again, it's the kind of card you already want to play in your deck, and it just happens to be really good when your opponent's deck is full of a bunch of X1s that aim to be more mana efficient than you. Pretty nice piece in that situation. So Brainstorms puts a couple cards back on top. I spot a counterspell in hand there. See what else we've got. We're going to go ahead and tap 1 mana. And what is...
Ooh, we got to get that one pulled up. I think that one is Deem Inferior. So,
okay.
yeah, this one is a really sweet card here from Modern Horizons. This is 4 mana normally, but it costs 1 less for each card you've drawn this turn. Quick math on Brainstorm, that would be 3 cards. So this would be a 1 mana. An owner of target non-land permanent gets to put it on the library second from the top or on the bottom. So this weird, like, sort of submerge-esque type thing at sorcery speed, but really, really good with the Brainstorm.
Yeah, that was nice. And it ends with a terror in play. And all of a sudden, Jake's life total is what seems to be a pretty safe 18 life. And we're just going to sleep down your creature again. Now you can't even chump block if you wanted to, with that one at least. And the race is on, and it's heavily in Jake's favor.
Yeah, thankfully for Garrick does have a counterspell for that Cryptic Serpent, another version of Tolarian Terror. But yeah, I did talk about how Garrick is like, I thought Garrick was a pretty big favorite in this matchup, just like the cheap creatures combined with the ninjas. But it seems like Jake has really sort of constructed his sideboard, like you said, the gut shots, and then as well as the main deck, the sleeps and the Demon Inferiors, just able to utilize those to keep Garrick off of those cheap flyers, and just don't ever let him get the opportunity to ninja.
You see Bind the Monster before? You ever had that played against you?
Absolutely not, but it looks like a banger. You got to take 5, though.
Does damage to you equal to its power? Okay.
Huge chunk.
Yeah, all right.
Look, when you're playing mono blue, right?
Yeah.
You can't really be selective on your removal spells. You just gotta play with what you get.
Sometimes it's Sleep of the Dead. Sometimes it's Bind the Monster.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I guess
you don't get to play
the offense.
You don't get to play Into the Floodbond Pauper. That's an
no,
uncommon.
not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, until they reprint it in some commander set.
Pauper goes through a lot of upheaval because of the when they moved to the down shifting mini cards rarities. It led to a lot of approval in Pauper, but from what I understand, thanks to good work by the Pauper committee, the format is well maintained and generally pretty enjoyed by its players.
Yeah, I mean, Dread Return is a card that's banned. Like, there's a lot of cards that are banned in Modern that you can play in this format. So a lot of people like to associate Pauper with, lower power level, but that's not really
No,
the case. Like,
not the
there's a
case at
lot of
all.
busted cards in this format.
A whole bunch of free spells.
Oh, yeah. A lot of them are banned, but.
All right, so after all of that, Garrick is going to head and we're going to add another creature to the board and just pass the turn. So, okay, this is not a runaway for the Terror. So the game is still continuing. Garrick has still got some creatures, although there goes one of them, thanks to the chump. That's a hacker is down. So we got a hacker and a 1/1 left in play, and actual Delver.
I was just going to say, when's the last time you've seen a Delver of Secrets in play? It's been a hot minute.
A Delver and a Delver deck? Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, the people in Legacy will just name their deck Delver and they'll play Barrow Goyf instead. It's like, that's not Delver. Come on, stop it.
What it is, I think it's called Cope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it was just a cameo for the Delver anyway, as it trades with the Moon Hacker. Now we've got a counter spell for the next 1-drop. So I think that was the last card in hand for Kunin, and the last card in hand for Garrick looks to be another bind, and that means he's alive with the only creature that can attack.
He is taking 6 damage though, so Garrick's gonna fall down to 4. But I mean, as they always say, the only life point that matters is the last one. So as long as you're at more than 1, you can still win.
Well, and look at that. We've got the escape.
The sleep, yeah.
Yeah. That this is where it would come up. And there's not a better creature in format to hit in this case than Ninja the Deep Hours. Like, that is the best possible target if you're just tapping something down. But there is more from Garrick. He is relentless, as they say.
Very, very relentless. You know what else is relentless? Sleep of the Dead. Every single turn. Yeah, I mean, Jake's eventually going to run out of cards in the graveyard. Really needs to find a Terror or a Cryptic Serpent. Okay. Here's a hacker. Garrick is hacking. Somebody check in PC.
These Pauper games have always been, they've all been very back and forth. That's for sure. Garrick is at just 4 life, but does have 2 attackers here. And even if you escape the sleep again from Jake, you're still taking damage at this point. You're really not catching up unless you actually find a way to get onto the board. But it looks like that is at least how he's starting, is with another sleep. And he just has to pass. So, all right, Garrick trying to close it out here. Looks like both of his teammates, who are each up a game, are still locked in game 2, at least from what we can see. So he knows that if he's able to take this down, his team will just be 1 game away from the title here in Lansing. And he's adding additional bodies to the board here. Here's a Miscreant. Here's the Of One Mind we talked about, one of the best divinations ever printed.
This has been a really, really good game to watch. There was a period of time where it seemed like early on Garrett could not get anything established. Sam had the gut shot, had the sleep for a couple of key turns, and Sam was able to deploy the one of those early big monsters, and it looked like Jake was kind of just cruising from there. And Garrick just was able to just get some chip shots in, draw a couple cards here and there, eventually find these 2 bind the monsters. Took 11 damage to do it, but was able to answer those large threats and just kind of closing the finish line with a lot of these small flyers. But yeah, the key here for Jake. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Well, there you go. What an ending to a match. Is just kind of the poke you to death is what it was, but that gets you there. Garrick Alford taking down the victory over Jake Kunin. And you know what? I don't know which match did it, but that was it. It appears to be over based on what we can see. So you know what, Garrick? You won it for your team. Congratulations.
Yeah, I guess we didn't have the graphic updated, but there you go. Will and his credentials.
Welcome back into the booth, everybody. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwick O'Donnell. And you know what? I can already see our winners heading to the interview booth, Will and his credentials. So here we actually have an update from the production staff. Shout out to everyone making this happen over the course of all of these events. But all of those matches happened to finish at around the exact same time, or at least 2 of the 3 did. And that is how you had such a wild finish there. But you know what? That is a victory, and it looks like the winning team is about ready down in the booth. Hello, congratulations. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thanks so much.
Yeah, well, tell us how that ended there. Did we were watching the Popper match. We watched the victory. Was that the last one, or did everything kind of happen at once there?
I guess kind of. I
Yeah.
think I won just before Will did, but Will won, and then
Garrick
we
was
looked
still
over
playing.
At Garrick, yeah, we were like, "That's match." But I think
All
he
right.
won
Well,
too,
congratulations, y'all.
Thank you.
so clean sweep on that, I guess.
The game was not over, but it did look like it was leading that way. But yeah.
Yeah, let's actually talk about the Popper first, because that we've been focusing a lot on Popper over the course of today's event, just because it seemed like there was most interesting things going on. And your deck, Garrick, here, it seemed like it was basically designed to beat decks like your opponents. Talk to me about like how that matchup went and just like the cheap threats, all of what's going on here.
So the Fairies deck is weird because it's like the blue deck that beats other blue decks. So it's very good at like trying to get to the board early. They can't counter ninjutsu, so ninjutsu is able to just push through. It does get into that awkward spot where if they have multiple terrors, it can get problematic. Where I don't know if you saw, I discarded like the 3rd bind because I'm at 4. Like it's not,
Yeah,
it's not
guess
doing
anymore.
anything. Yeah. So, but once I had the 2 in control, and then it was just more to top decking, and he had to use the sleeps. Like it was looking very good for me. It was looking very good.
Moving over, we also watched quite a bit of the modern match, and what was really impressive out of that was how long it went, almost, right? How much interaction there was.
Yeah, it was just 2 games. The first game was very unfortunate for my opponent, who had to mold it into 4, but still was a very competitive fight. It was I was firing in all cylinders with my interaction, 2 consigns packed, and it was a hard one. But game 2 was a little bit cleaner. I got to put a Galta and a Xenagos in play for lethal pretty quickly, so that wrapped up a little sooner. But the first game was a slog.
Well, we were really impressed by that first one, where your opponent mulligans, but then presents like a turn 3 or turn 4 win, and it was kind of putting your cards together in ways that maybe people wouldn't have expected between the pact and the consigns there, to pull out a victory in a match that a lot of people wouldn't have really expected much interaction in.
Yeah, it's a combo deck. It has a lot of interaction, mostly for protecting itself, but can be pretty offensive too, or defensive, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you basically use the pact and negation consign as just a force of will, right?
Yeah.
And that can set up just be able to stop anything your opponent does, and that was huge in that first game. All right, let's go to standard. Sam, you got to talk to me about this brand new, like real spicy brew that you brought today. It's got blue and red cards, and it's got this card called the Vivi. I don't know, people probably haven't heard of this card. Why did you bring this deck? It seems so bad.
Yeah, no one else was playing this deck this week. Well, except for like
Rightfully so.
What, 6, 7 mirrors I played today? I don't know. But it had to be the only other 7 people in the room, right?
Yeah.
Bad luck.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about the VV deck. It's
so broken.
It's so broken. And I don't know. I played so many mirrors today. Like, I don't know. I still don't even really know how to play the mirror. It's just a lot of like, there's not a ton of like huge decision points, because it's like, oh, they have an 8/8 attacking you. I guess I flood maw that, right? Or I die. There's not a whole lot of in between. I don't know. There are a lot of like crucial points, I guess, in the mirror, but it doesn't always feel like that, because the games are either like very, very close, or one person is just so far like ahead, and
it feels unwinnable, right?
Yeah, the one thing I did want to mention is the deck list, because I believe, Will, you handed the deck list to Sam, your deck
Yep.
from yesterday, right? Okay, so you maybe have a little bit of input on this as well. No Quantum Riddlers. Talk to me about that. I don't know. I don't think we talked to Will yesterday about the removal of Riddler, but no Riddlers. Meringues in the main deck. What was the decision behind that?
I think Riddler is great. Like, it's not a bad card, and I think it's honestly got a little bit of an edge in the mirror against Meringue, but I like Meringue because it's really the only card that lets you progress at an instant speed. It has a lot of synergy with the deck where both Riddler and Meringue do. Meringue is a larger body for slightly more mana, but directly affecting the board right away because the deck is so light on, not, I shouldn't say super light, but adds that additional bit of removal. And since I'm playing Wild Ride, and a lot of people are too, but Wild Ride pairs really well with Meringue just for surprise, 9 damage, if not more. And I think it has a lot of synergy, but I don't think Riddler's bad either. I think both are great. I just prefer Meringue.
Yeah, totally fair.
I think
we spot the flex slot shirts. Would you all want to? Anyone you all want to shout out? Any teammates? Anything like that you want to get out there?
Shout out to George Jabor,
Jabber,
the man.
and of course Eric, Zach, and John all came down here as well to. I guess up. It's not really down, but anyway, they came, hung out with us. We had a great time, and of course everyone on Team Flex Slot. We're always grinding on the Discord, having a great time.
Yeah, well, it was a great run this weekend by all of you. Congratulations.
Thank you
again on the win.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Congrats, guys.
Yeah. Well, welcome back in, everybody, to the booth. I'm Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell here to close it out with you. This was a great tournament all around. The team events, you can't top them, and this one lived up to it.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see a ton of amazing action here today. I think the big takeaway from me here is Popper looks awesome.
It
We
did.
saw a ton of Popper on camera today, a lot of sweet decks. And, I've been thinking about some things to do on stream over the next couple of days, waiting, I'm not trying to play standard anymore. So maybe I'll have to mix some Popper into the mix because that format, that looked like a lot of fun.
It did. It looked pretty interesting. Well, I think that wraps it up for us here in Lansing, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And thank you to everybody who came before us, the commentators this weekend, the crew behind the scenes all weekend, everyone who made it out to Lansing. Make sure to come out to our next events as well. So thank you all for hanging out with us. Check out the NRG Series socials to find out where we're heading to next, which, by the way, is in Illinois. We'll see you there in September. So everybody, we will see you next time. Thanks for hanging out.